Okay, we're going to stop right now, give you a station ID. You are watching the KTLA 5 Morning News. It is 3 a.m. We are on air. We've been on air constantly since these fires began. Now, yesterday, let's go to Carlos Herrera. He is covering the Eaton fire. Jennifer McGraw was in that area earlier, Carlos, and she said she couldn't believe it was a staggering amount. She said at least dozens, more than 100 structures lost. What have you seen? And that situation behind you looks very dramatic.
Yeah, definitely not improving at all, and this is exactly why this wind gust that we get here, 10, 15, 20 seconds here, getting even worse. We've seen probably even more structures catching on fire, and this is the reason why, because you're seeing all these flying embers. They cross the street, hop Altadena Drive, and now catching other structures, including homes in this area. You can see all of the flames here. This is what you're looking at is the Pasadena Jewish Center. Right on Altadena Drive between Washington Boulevard and New York Drive, and this is the area that's seen most activity overnight with these flames, and you see the flames, the embers. Now really hard to talk, really hard to breathe. You're looking at the smoke in the area, a lot of ambulances, first responders going to homes, going to all these structures, these buildings in this area, making sure that folks are not inside, that they are evacuating. No power in this part of Altadena, and that's the main concern as well. I would tell you, Chris, Megan, and everyone at home, that we did see firefighters trying their best to save this building. This is, again, the Pasadena Jewish Center, but they were unsuccessful. The wind gusts here reached about 100 miles an hour just a few hours ago, so we can tell you that this building is a total loss. If we can show over to the right here, you can see not only are there buildings in this area, but also homes that have been burning. As Jennifer McGraw told us earlier, about 100 structures. You can hear the explosions here. But again, it's probably even more than that, more than 100 structures after this fire started yesterday at around 6:15. Quickly grew to about 1,000 acres. Speaking to a firefighter just a few minutes ago, he tells me that it appears that the fire has been pushing southeast, burning towards the highway 134 and the 210 freeway. A lot of folks stopping us this morning, people who live here, asking us, hey, where is the fire heading? Should I move? I live about 2 miles away from this area. Are we okay? Are we in danger? Again, authorities telling us this morning, spread this message. Everyone who lives in this area should be ready to evacuate. You can see the embers, and again, we've been covering fires like this for a long time, but we've never seen this type of activity because of the wind. The gusts are just so powerful. They hop the freeway, they hop the highways, they hop the roads in this area. Jose, if we can show over across the street, you can see several homes in this area. We've been seeing firefighters going through these backyards, hosing them down, focusing on structure protection, making sure that, again, these homes are saved. But at this point, they say it's really hard to save all of them because of the winds that we get in this area. Again, there are several evacuation orders in this area. Chris and Megan told you about those. I do hear from authorities in this area they're trying to open yet another shelter for folks in this area because they know that they expect this fire to continue growing and to shift with the wind direction as well. You can see the firefighters here on the opposite side of the Pasadena Jewish Center, focusing on another building that is adjacent to it. Very difficult for them, again, because of the winds shifting, the embers flying around. We have not heard of any injuries in this area, so again, that's a good thing, but you can just see the devastation. Jose, you can see over to the right, inside the Jewish Center, this building, a total loss. It looks like, again, it could be collapsing. You can hear parts falling from the roof, so it's not safe for firefighters to reach it, at least not from the inside, so they have to be very careful. If we keep walking over here, there are more structures behind it, and we could take a closer look and see what exactly they are, but firefighters, at least, it appears that they're going to be letting this structure, this building, burn. This is appears to be a part of the Pasadena Jewish Center. You can just see it. It really has burned to the ground. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, you can see nothing left here from what was the Jewish Center. It appears to be a building that was adjacent to it, right in the back of it. But again, it's still burning. And you see these hot spots burning right now. That's the problem. Because firefighters, they put these flames out, they leave and respond to another property. These hot spots flare up. The wind continues to blow, and then those embers keep flying, and then just end up catching fire other areas of concern as well. So something definitely to watch out for. But you can see, again, just to recap, this is Altadena Drive, right between Washington Boulevard and New York Drive in Altadena. The Pasadena Jewish Center now destroyed. So are several other structures in this area. It appears to be at least 100. That number will grow. But again, firefighters, Jose, I don't know if you heard him, but firefighters telling us to move out of here. So we will have to make our way out. Yeah, let's go. Jose, we're gonna have to leave this area. Yeah, live wires here, you said?
Wires.
Live wires, okay.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to get...
is this a Pasadena Jewish Center, yeah? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, this is, yes, correct.
It's a total loss?
Engine 38, Captain.
Obviously, it had...
Any other homes?
We should have a PIO officer that would give you that information, but this whole area, obviously, you guys drive on any street.
Thank you for what you do.
We're doing our best.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to leave this area because there are live wires, and as you can see, Chris Megan, the fire keeps burning. This unit here, the Pasadena Fire Department, has now been dispatched to another property, so they have to go, and they're asking us to leave as well because, again, the live wires, the flames. You heard them there. This is the total loss, the Pasadena Jewish Center, but so are hundreds of other properties, other buildings, including homes, apartment buildings, structures, yards. So that's definitely what we're seeing here. Just devastating. Yeah, we're good to go. Thank you. Let me approach this firefighter here. Sir, are you able to tell me any homes in this area that were destroyed?
I can't.
Buildings, yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. Sorry, yeah. So, this is what we're looking at here, Chris and Megan, again in Altadena. Firefighters telling me off camera just earlier they expect the fire to continue shifting, moving southeast, and more properties are in danger. What they're doing now is structure protection. We'll give you the very latest once we get an update from officials. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Carlos, thank you so much for giving us a look at the ground. I know this is hard for you out there. I mean, you see these embers, and this is the problem. Those high winds, they're spreading so quickly, and your heart goes out to the firefighters as well, because they just said, we're doing our best.
It's whack-a-mole.
It's whack-a-mole, and we're so grateful to them. Carlos, we're grateful to you. We'll check back in with you shortly. We do want to get the latest on these wind conditions, because right now we're kind of at the peak extreme, if you will, in terms of how bad these winds are going to be. And Kirk, it's going to be for what, the next couple of hours in terms of peak wind conditions?
Yeah, in fact, we're looking at these winds not really expected to diminish until this afternoon. The winds are expected to peak through the morning hours and likely continuing after they diminish this afternoon through Thursday. So we still have a significant amount of time as we're continuing to deal with
But we've been talking about, I mean, gusts have reached, what, up to 99 miles per hour in some spots?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's crazy.
89 mile per hour winds have been observed in a few places.
Right.
In fact, I have a little bit of a rundown. Santa Monica Mountains, 80 miles per hour, one of the peak. The National Weather Service put out kind of some highlights here. 86 miles per hour, the Magic Mountain Truck Trail on the 14 freeway. 67 miles per hour in Van Nuys. And, we're talking about the wildfire areas, but all of Southern California has been dealing with this. Malibu Creek State Park, an area that I grew up going to as a kid, 66 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 mile per hour winds. And these were when they peaked. We actually have an updated map that I'll show you in a second, where we're starting to see at least some relief, but that's just, as things calming down a little overnight.
It's an ebb and flow, right?
Yes.
They calm down, they come back up. I had read a little bit earlier that about 5 a.m. it was between now, overnight, into about 5 a.m. where we're going to be those really peak gusts. Is that still appearing to be the case?
Correct. In fact, we really are probably going to see issues until 10 a.m.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like even after that we might see a break until 6 p.m. too.
And then you're thinking, okay, well, what's a break comparatively speaking, right? A normal day,
well, the whole thing was extended.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since we were on air yesterday morning, the wind event has been extended, correct?
Correct.
When does it end now?
In fact, so right now, high wind warnings and wind advisories continue, depending on where you are, until 2 or 6 o'clock. In fact, here, I'll show you. We've got some maps to take you through everything. But yeah, we're talking still 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts in the high wind warning category. Wind advisories, we're talking 65 mile per hour gusts. So we begin with the Pacific Palisades, then we've got, this other wildfire in Sylmar, and we're continuing to track the Eaton fire. So there's a lot going on. It's fairly dynamic. Here's a look at some of the sustained winds. Now, this doesn't necessarily take into account some of the wind gusts. You can see 23 mile per hour winds in Van Nuys, 25 in Corona. Here's some of the latest gusts that we have. Now, this is as of 2 o'clock this morning. Within the last hour, you can see that the wind gusts were 54 miles per hour Pacific Palisades, 49 in Eaton Canyon, 50 Newhall Pass. Again, the red flag warning continues until 4 o'clock today. In some cases, some areas will see that continuing until Friday, just as a red flag fire watch, but the red flag warning until 4 o'clock. I was trying to fast forward through, here's more details about the red flag warning. What I was hoping to show you is here are some of the earlier winds that we saw when we were talking about the peak winds. 65 mile per hour winds in Santa Monica Mountains, Pacoima, 78 mile per hour winds, 86 in San Gabriel Mountains. So we still could potentially see some readings like that.
Those are hurricanes
as we continue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Very dangerous, very devastating. You talked about downed trees, power lines, power outages, hazardous driving, increased cars on the road. And a lot of people that are traveling that may be on flights that are arriving at LAX, those flights are getting diverted to areas like Phoenix. Flights into Burbank are getting diverted clear out of the area. So
even yesterday, they were not taking off over the ocean because of the winds. They were taking off over Compton, Inglewood, and those areas, and that's all because of the winds.
They basically reversed everything.
They had to. And the winds that you're showing here, right, those are from last night, right?
Yeah,
I remember Pacoima at 68 knots, so 78 miles per hour.
Yeah, and this is when they were like peaking too.
Yeah, wow.
And so, another concern that we have is the relative low humidity levels. I wanted to show you as we're talking, I moved right past it. The air quality alert that we have there. Either way, we have major
you walk outside,
smoke
you can smell
concerns.
it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you are.
And the air quality alert continues until 5 o'clock this evening, and so.
Might that be extended as well?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
They tend to do it very frequently.
Yeah.
And so that's something, as you can see, it applies to the areas here, but you'll definitely notice that if you have respiratory conditions, you'll want to take all the precautions as a result of that too.
All right, Kirk Hawkins, you're the best man. I know we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. I know a lot of people are just waking up. Some people are waking up early. Yes, you're going to have to modify, depending on where you live, your plan for going into work if you do have to go into work. And we'll get to that in terms of what roads are impacted, especially the big stretch of the 210 is going to slow you down if that's how you get to work today. Let's go right now to Carlos Acedo. He's at the Pacific Palisades fire, which when this wind event began, this was the major fire. It remains the major fire as we approach 3,000 acres burned, and it is not contained, at least to our knowledge, in any way. Firefighters doing their best to get a handle on it. Carlos, what's the latest from your location?
Chris, good morning. We try to come closer to the flames here. Pacific Coast Highway. We are at Will Rogers State Beach. This is the mobile command post for both LAFD as well as the LAPD. The image is not as dramatic as they were like 12 hours ago, but you still see hot spots here along the hillside. It's what's on the other side of the ridge. That's where the destruction, the devastation lies. We were there earlier and it was just home after home, business after business, as well as schools just burned to their foundation, burned to the ground. So what you're looking at, yes, it is eerie, but it's nothing compared to what we witnessed earlier, where the flames were just so intense, it felt like an inferno. The embers were just flying everywhere. The winds were so strong, the gusts just coming, as you mentioned, stronger than 50-mile-an-hour winds. Here they're kind of calm, so things not as bad, which, you know, is kind of remarkable as far as what we're seeing, but nothing compared to what we witnessed earlier. Residents just trying to get out the door, trying to grab their belongings, grab their medications. We even saw people abandon their vehicles, ditch their vehicles, just trying to get away from the flames. We also heard from some people of those vehicles saying that, well, that's what LAPD told them to do. So there is some confusion on that end. But again, just things not as bad as they were in terms of the winds, in terms of the gusts. The flames, we are seeing some flare-ups, but this not as bad as before. My photographer, Jeff Armstrong, we were close to some of the explosions, some of the flames that came so close. I believe there were just tankers that exploded, so we just had to get out into the live truck and escape the flames. And flames were just everywhere. They were from the left of us, the right of us, and so we just went down Sunset Boulevard and got to safer ground. But yes, we are now at the command post here. We're waiting for a public information officer to give us some information, some new information, the latest information. But as you mentioned, over 2,000 acres have burned, 0% containment. We are expecting a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning, I believe, and that's hopefully when we'll have the updated numbers for you guys.
All right, Carlos Saucedo, thank you so much for the latest on that Pacific Palisades fire. We will check back in with you coming up shortly. Of course, an ever-changing situation there. We want to go to Jennifer McGraw. She is on Altadena. She's been covering the Eaton fire for us all morning long. No changes behind you. Good morning.
Megan and Chris, good morning. I think I'm just around the corner from where Carlos Herrera was. We're here at the Jewish temple, and the embers that are flying off this building are large and they're flying fast, and it is making me nervous because there's across the street there is a whole row of homes that are still standing and very much intact. Firefighters are standing by, but you just never know. You never know where an ember is going to go. This fire has been incredibly dramatic. I have seen house to another house across the street, palm trees on fire. The winds, when you talk about the winds and just how, it's brutal. There's no way around it, and firefighters are chasing this fire. Instead of getting in front of the fire, they're chasing it. Resources are coming to Los Angeles because we have so many wildfires burning out of control right now. That is the good news. The bad news and the disheartening news is that possibly these winds could stick around. I was interviewing a captain earlier today, and I said, how does this weigh on you? Because I can't imagine how it feels to try to save something and watching it burn down. And he said, there are victories, but there's also times like tonight when I told a family, you have to leave. There's homes burning on either side of your home. This is dangerous. You could die. You have to go. And to see that family's reaction and to see just how hurt they were, he says that's what's painful. And not knowing if they were able to save that family's home. I got a similar text tonight from a woman I did a story with who lives nearby because she saw that I was in her neighborhood and there were several homes that were burning down. And I asked her, I said, do you really want to know? I'll go check, but I can't imagine she loses her home and then I have to be the bearer of bad news, but I would want to know. And it's just, I've covered so many of these fires, and that's the thing, just wishing and waiting and worrying, it's not worth it. It's difficult. This is hard. And so we're going to go check that out. But just to see this Jewish temple who's done so much for the community. Earlier, John Fenolio was interviewing somebody, and he said that this temple saved him. It changed his life. It made him a better person. And he's just one of probably thousands of people who've gone through programs and gone to this temple. And you can just see the winds and the embers out here. It's just remarkable. It's unimaginable. It's unbelievable. I am out of words to describe the winds, and and how difficult it must be for these people who've had to leave their homes, or these people who've decided to stay. I interviewed a guy who decided to stay, and he asked me, he goes, would you leave? And I said, not normally, but yes, I would absolutely leave. And it's not just this community of Altadena. If you're not familiar with the San Gabriel Valley, to the on the 210 to the west of Altadena, where it began up in Eaton Canyon in the hiking area, to the west is beautiful Sierra Madre, and the fire is racing towards there. And it is also racing towards the 210. And oh my gosh, you just see part of that building just falling apart. This building demolished, and I have no doubt that there will be resilience, and they will rebuild, and they'll be better. But I mean, it's just difficult to process just how much damage is going to be done in the end of this. What is this going to look like? How many schools have been destroyed? How many schools can they save? Daycares, people's homes. This is a church, a temple. It's just hard to believe again that this is happening, and that the winds are going to be wicked through the night. And down in Pasadena, people are concerned, and down in Monrovia, people are concerned. This is just north of the 210. So the big concern tonight is keeping it north of the 210. And also, I don't know if you guys remember, but the Bobcat fire a couple years ago, the Santa Anas were supposed to be very, very strong. And it was actually burning towards Mount Wilson. And they were trying to do everything that they could to save Mount Wilson. And they did. But then the fire ripped down to the Antelope Valley, went over the other side of the mountain, and it burned several homes in that community. And obviously that community was destroyed. And so you never know which way this fire is going to go, but jumping the 210 would be absolutely unimaginable. And so firefighters doing a really good job tonight. We know that there's 200 LA County personnel here, but there's also other departments, and according to Captain Singleton, he tells me that there's other agencies that are on the way. All the Northern California firefighters, they're on their way as well to help us. They have had rain. We have not had rain, and it's been months since we have had a decent amount of rain, which is obviously problematic. And it is so dry, and these embers are big, and they're fierce and furious. And the last thing we'd want is to, again, see this fire spreading, but it's inevitable. And I have seen dozens of homes, big homes, small homes, apartment buildings, a nursing home. I don't know if we have the video, but I showed you earlier. It was so surreal to see these people who disabled, elderly, brought out on gurneys in their pajamas, some of them just wearing medical gear. And it took about 2 people per person for them to be brought out. And it took so many volunteers because there are 99 patients, 99 people who are living in that assisted facility. And, you know, when I went back, you guys, we saw just a bunch of gurneys, a bunch of beds just piled up. Obviously a haunting sight. Wheelchairs down the street, mattresses that had flown down the street. And to think that that was someone's bed, that was where someone was living, that's someone's grandparent, that's someone's parent. And to know that they had to go through this. And there were so many tears, there were people screaming, and those volunteers were just, they were remarkable. They were holding hands, they were calming them down, they were telling them it's going to be okay. They were being loaded up on buses, on vans, on anything that they could get on to make sure that they could get to safety. And I'm not quite sure, because I am a little turned around, if their medical facility, if their assisted living facility burned, but I do know a senior facility burned to the ground, and it was a massive facility, and I do know that that whole block burned down, and there were multiple, like a med spa, everything on that block burned. And here, everything on this block sadly burned as well. But those seniors, they did get the help they needed. And right after the last one was loaded up, and I think the last one was loaded up in a Pasadena SWAT vehicle and taken away. That's how desperado it was. But it was just in the nick of time, because embers like this started flying across the street and right towards us and right towards them. And just hard for them to even understand. But it was, I spoke with one of the workers, and she told me, we plan for this, we practice this, but to live it is, it's just like something you never would think that you would have to do. You know about fire drills and stuff like that at school and at work, but when it comes down to it and the whole place around you is burning, what do you do? And the community really came together. I spoke with this guy, Seth. He said he saw that this was happening on Channel 5, and he raced over to help. That's how much this community has really stood up for one another. And I just thanked him, and I said, well, where are you going now? And because he obviously hadn't evacuated yet. And he said, I'm going to go over to Woodman because I hear that they need help with their seniors over there. So you're just looking at you just saw one video of a situation with the seniors in this community, and that's not even part of it. You think about all the animals in Sylmar. Sylmar has little acreage of farms, and you're talking goats, pigs, horses, and here they were also bringing horses out. And even though everything was evacuated, people were racing in with the stalls and the wagons and all the things to bring their animals out. The wind, it is just incredibly powerful. And you know what else I've noticed too, Kirk? It just doesn't seem to be blowing one certain way, and it almost seems at times like a cyclone. And just when you think that it's burning back towards something that has already burned, it just seems to turn around and burn back the other way. Is it raining? Is that even possible right now? I don't know if I'm just feeling some water from the firefighter tenders or if this is actual rain, but obviously a tumultuous situation out here, both mentally, both physically, and there's so much uncertainty of what's going to happen. And it's not just here, it's in Sylmar, it's in Palisades. I hear there's other fires as well. It's hard to keep up with what's going on, possibly Malibu, people losing their homes. And I think it's just going to keep, the winds are going to keep up, and then they're going to come back, and all we can do is pray for rain. But I keep looking at the forecast, and as a reporter, first of all, let me tell you, I am afraid of the wind because I have covered so many fires. I covered the Paradise Fire, which was one of the most deadly fires in Northern California, and I was in the middle of it, and I saw exactly what that wind could do. And I swear I have a little bit of PTSD. And my parents, they live over in Porter Ranch, and every time I'm at their house, I think, oh my gosh, because we have had to evacuate. And I remember in 2019 when I started at KTLA, basically 3 o'clock in the morning on the TV, it says all of Porter Ranch mandatory evacuations. And when I left their house that day, I really didn't think that community would be standing. But firefighters did a remarkable job. But I'm not really, excuse me, I'm really grateful that I live in the San Gabriel Valley because we normally don't get these wind events. But when Casey said the San Gabriel's going to be threatened, it's so powerful that it's going to come up over this mountain that protects us. It is so powerful that we are going to have these ferocious winds. And I literally did not believe that it could be this. And I worry about even my own home here now because I got a Citizen. I was in the middle of a live shot and I got a Citizen app that said, update that said a transformer blew literally on my block. And I called home and he said, yeah, the power is out. And I said, go get the hose. I mean, those transformers they could be deadly. I mean, they could easily ignite. And the problem is they're all over this is not singular to these fires. This is all across the region. And possibly in San Diego. And you think about our resources, we don't have a gazillion resources that we need as firefighters, and we can't be everywhere at once. Well, the firefighters can't be, that is. And so yeah, this is just absolutely challenging. It is like an inferno out here, you guys. I mean, I can't even, can you believe what you're looking at? This is what you turn on the TV and you're watching the news and you're seeing what's going on in the Middle East, and it looks like a war zone. And it's sad that that's what's happening, and that's what's happening across our region, and there's not a lot that we can do about it. Firefighters are doing their best. They say at least they are having victories, at least they are saving homes. But I tell you, with these wind directions that are constantly changing and whipping around, you just never know where those embers are going to go. And while you thought you laid a fire down on a home, it could absolutely spark up and they could move down the street. Next thing you know, the neighbor's house could be on fire. So what are these people going to wake up to? What is still going to be standing? And when you talk about rebuilding, you guys, Paradise took years to rebuild. And it's still not the same because a lot of people said they're not going to live there because it could happen again. And so the community that they grew up in, like many people I spoke with around here, they're born and raised, and it's not somewhere that they want to leave. But after experiencing something like this, and you don't know people's situation, you don't know if they waited to the last minute and had some crazy bout run out with fire or what their situation is. But it's really, these are frightening and they're traumatizing. And it's not just us adults, it's also our kids that have to go through this too. And you have to explain to your children, why aren't you going to school? Why am I not going to school tomorrow? Where is my school? How come I don't have my same teacher? And where are these kids gonna go to school? I watched a daycare burn down right in front of me in a neighborhood. And the woman that I had spoken to earlier, that's what she said. She was concerned because she lives right by that neighborhood, and that's where I saw a majority of the homes burning. And I think I told you this earlier, but I'm on Altadena. So I'm on Altadena, and I think I'm near New York. And so we went north on New York, and we went to this street called Porter. We tried to get to the street because somebody told us that the 90210 bungalows are there, and that's where they were filmed. So of course, me, 90210 buff, we had to go up there. And sadly, I think that many of them were destroyed, and many of the homes in there were destroyed. And when I was there, I didn't see a single fire truck. And at that point, we had to turn around and come back. You guys, this is a serious situation, a volatile situation, one that we hope will be ending sometime soon. And all I can say is I hope and pray for all of these communities, these firefighters, and everyone that is obviously going through a traumatic situation. I'll send it back to you guys.
Jennifer McGraw, thank you so much for all your hard work on the ground. We'll continue to check in with you. You are watching the KTLA 5 Morning News. If you are just joining us for our continuing coverage of all of these awful wildfires happening right now, Governor Newsom calling this wildfire emergency here in Southern California unprecedented. More than 50,000 people have been forced to evacuate as 3 major fires burn unchecked. The Palisades fire, which started in Pacific Palisades yesterday, the Eaton fire, which broke out near Altadena, and the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Now, the fires are being flamed by those strong, strong winds that you just saw in Jennifer's live shot. They are 30 to 40 mile per hour winds right now, but the gusts are even stronger. Reports of more than 80 miles per hour in some spots. The red flag warning remains in place until 6 o'clock tonight.
All right, 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground, but the use of aircraft, well, that was stopped shortly before 8 o'clock last night. No word on when they'll be allowed to get back in, or up rather, and fight these flames from above. And the reason is the wind. It's too strong. Ginger, you pointed that we talked to Jennifer just a little while ago. Ginger, you pointed out that it's because, is it 40 mile per hour winds or greater?
30 to 45 mile per hour winds or greater, which they've already experienced that.
Oh, they're experiencing double that.
Yeah, so but that's the minimums,
Yeah,
right? I mean, we know that in a fire situation like this, right, they have NVGs, night vision goggles. There was a period years ago where they couldn't even fight fires in the evening, but now that they have them, it is those winds that are so strong. I mean, you sit at 10,000 feet to try to drop, retardant. And we had seen a little bit of that yesterday, right? We saw the FOS check, but in this case, it's not going to happen. So we do have somebody on the phone right now so that we can get a little bit more updated information about the firefight.
Yeah, that's Margaret Stewart. She's Stewart with LA City Fire. Margaret, thank you for taking the time to speak with us and bring some context and clarity to what's going on. Your city fire, correct me if I'm wrong, please tell me your role and what you can tell us about these various fires.
So we have the 2 fires that we're discussing, the Hearst fire up in the Sylmar area, and then clearly the Palisades fire. The Hearst fire, we know, is over 500 acres. We're not able to provide a more accurate estimate until daylight hours when they can get aerial surveillance. We have evacuation orders immediate that are in place for the area north of the 210, The east border is Olive View Hospital. That is not under evacuation. West to the 5 and the 14 split. There's an evacuation warning, meaning we want those residents to be fully prepared to evacuate for the area south of the 210, following Balboa Boulevard down to through Granada Hills North. So that area, it's easier to see on our map. If you go to lafd.org/news, we have maps for both Hearst Fire and the Palisades. So the Palisades Fire, again, we don't have an update beyond the 2,900 acres until daylight. The evacuation zone has not changed for LA City. Santa Monica has added to the southeast part of our evacuation where it tips into Santa Monica. And we have had injuries reported. We've had one firefighter that was injured with a serious head injury, and there have been a number of civilian burn injuries.
Margaret, do you have any information on how Malibu is being affected as well? We've been getting various reports of the city of Malibu also affected.
The fire is burning in a westerly direction due to the winds, so that's the direction of the ember cast.
And can you talk to us about the ember cast and what that means and how far these embers can travel?
So winds to this degree, we're talking excess of 80 mile per hour gust, can easily carry embers a mile downwind, which means they can then drop into vegetation and spark a new fire that is away from where fire resources are in place fighting. So that's part of the challenge with this type of a fire, the heavy vegetation in the area, and these embers are carried and then they'll spark a new fire.
And when you are dealing with so many different active situations, talk about the process in which you spread out your firefighters.
You mean between the two different incidents?
Correct. And even just the different neighborhoods. I mean, it's moving so fast. You've got one street burning, you've got another street burning. How do you determine where to send the firefighters?
Well, the incident commander that's out at each of those scenes is working with all of the leadership to strategically place our resources in the areas where we can best defend homes. There are going to be some areas that are just indefensible because the brush, comes right up to the homes. Once the vegetation around the home is burning and the embers get into the eaves or the attic of the home, there's nothing we can do.
And Margaret, when you see the images that our audience is seeing on air right now, it's so heartbreaking, it's so devastating. Is there a message that you want to send to these individuals who might still be hunkered down in their home right now, hoping for the best? I'm not talking about the ones who have been evacuated or are still staying put even though they've been told to evacuate. What's the message you want to give to people right now who are seeing this and they're worried, am I next?
Our advice always is if you're concerned, evacuate now. The earlier you evacuate, the safer it is for everyone involved. We have the warning zone I mentioned up in Hearst. We want those individuals to be what we call ready, set, go. They can go to lafd.org for tips and resources, but they should have an evacuation bag with all their critical medication and their documents. They should have their vehicles facing out in the driveway with the keys at ready. They should have a communication plan because it's possible that cell service will go down, so how to communicate with their family members. These are all things that people in those surrounding areas should be prepared and ready.
And Margaret, I know you've probably seen the video. Most of our audience has seen the video. They're familiar with it. The cars that had to be bulldozed out of the way on Palisades Drive yesterday. It's one of those things that it's a darned if you do, darned if you don't. I mean, some of those people, yes, they could have left sooner, but yet they were stuck when people at the head of the line kind of stopped and they had nowhere to go and they were surrounded by smoke and in some case flames. They panicked, as many people would. I'm not judging their decision to leave, but then you had to move the cars, or the county did, to help the city fire department. Do you have any general thoughts, as in the hours after watching this happen?
Well, it comes back to the messaging that we've been putting out the few days prior to this. We knew these winds were coming. We've been telling the public to be prepared. Unfortunately, many people think, it's not going to hit in my neighborhood. We're going to be okay. And because we've been fortunate the last few years within the city and we haven't had a significant fire, people can become complacent. And that was certainly a factor. I'm not saying that that was the cause behind all of that, but that was a factor. And yes, unfortunately, this was a situation where too many cars were trying to exit, people abandoned, and we have to get our fire engines and emergency vehicles through. And so the dozer had to go to work.
Margaret, before we let you go, is there any message you want to give folks at home who are watching this? Also the folks who maybe may not be impacted by the fire directly, but are impacted by the strong winds. A lot of power outages are reported all throughout Southern California. A lot of stoplights are out, that sort of thing. Do you have any final messages to viewers?
Assuming you are not near the fire, not in an evacuation zone, most of LA is going to be affected by smoke, and then, as you mentioned, down power lines, possibly trees, high-profile vehicles are at risk. The best option is to stay home and stay inside.
Great advice. Margaret, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and I know it was a very, very busy overnight for you. We hope to talk to you again shortly, and we want to tell folks as well, at 8 a.m. this morning, LA County will be giving a press conference from downtown LA, which will give us more information, more details. Once the sun has risen, they're getting a better idea of the damage. You heard Margaret talk about it. There's only so much they can assess right now at 3:42 in the morning, simply because the sun isn't up yet. So we will get more detailed information at that time as well. Margaret, thank you so much. We want to bring in Ginger Chan for the latest on the road conditions. A lot of roads affected. Again, even if you don't live really close to these fire zones, chances are you're going to be affected this morning on the road. And you heard Margaret say, stay home if you can.
Stay home if you can. In fact, I talked to my best friend who she lives in Monrovia and she can see the fires, and she has a lot of friends who have basically left the San Gabriel Valley, are now in deeper parts of the San Gabriel Valley, whether it's Glendora, Azusa, Corona, just to get away from it. But they have left and they are heeding the order, which is good. And there are power outages, obviously, in areas of Monrovia, Sierra Madre, Arcadia as well. And so, as Chris mentioned earlier, you're waking up and you thought it was just the one fire, and then all of a sudden, and that happened to me, where we had the Hearst fire, then we have the Eaton fire, then we have the fires that are continuing to burn in the Palisades as well. So talking about that, we saw earlier that there was a vehicle that was moving east. Now, both directions here, this is what we're looking at, the 10 freeway. So let's just say you travel the 10 freeway, westbound side, and then you leave West LA. You want to continue into Santa Monica. This is exactly that spot that we're talking about, right? Heading into Santa Monica. So the westbound lanes are closed. Why? Because they don't want you to run right into that firefight. So 10 West is closed at Lincoln. I mean, obviously you're going to have to exit well before that. Cloverfield, Bundy, whatever it is. And then you cannot continue onto the California Incline. East, from our understanding, is open, and that's what it looks like as we look at the real-time traffic maps here. Earlier, we saw some of those delays, and when we talk about earlier, like even as early as 2:30 this morning, but now we no longer see those delays, so people know that there is this closure. You see Santa Monica Boulevard, green lights there, Montana Avenue as well. But with these evacuation warnings that are in place, right, we talked about some of those areas in Santa Monica, then you may want to reconsider even taking some of the streets, 4th Street, 5th Street as well, to get into Santa Monica. I would steer clear of it. Let's take you over to look at some of the other things that we have going on. So this is a developing situation. When producer Tommy and I were discussing this, it was just a right lane close. Now, within the last few minutes, they have shut down all northbound lanes. 5 North, the closure from Brand to San Fernando Mission. All lanes are shut down here. They're going to take everybody off at Brand. This is all just coming in 3:44, so it's 4 minutes old. And basically, earlier this morning, about a half an hour ago, there was a brush fire that developed A lot of that was actually in the right shoulder, but with the winds that are kicking up, then that means that's going to be a factor. So they have now shut down these lanes. Again, the 5 northbound side, Brand to San Fernando Mission. South does appear to still be open. And then the other closure, as we're looking at this map, I want to mention it before you move it, Tommy, okay? 5 freeway in both directions. You cannot make that connector to the 210 east. So the 5 south continues to be open, right? Again, if you have areas to leave Newhall, you need to head into Burbank, you're going into North Hollywood, you're getting into East LA. That southbound side is open, but you cannot continue to the 210. So let's say your plans take you to Pasadena, Sylmar, Lakeview Terrace. Can't do that. That 210 eastbound side is closed. Now, the other situation, and we definitely want to make sure that we cover the areas for our friends in the Inland Empire. The Sigler is actually kind of now, 134 east. You can't make the connector road to the 210 heading west. So obviously that means heading out of, say, Eagle Rock, and you want to get into the JPL area, Altadena, you can't. And judging from what we saw from our Jennifer McGraw, obviously that is closed. I was checking the L line, formerly Gold Line, that did appear to be open, okay? And this is the other closure that we want to make sure everybody is well aware of. 215, the northbound side of Devore Road. So it is a semi for our friends in Devore, a semi that ended up overturning. And I can't help but think that this is possibly related to some of the winds. We've seen toppled big rigs in the past, even when winds aren't this strong, right? Whether it's Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, Rialto. So those areas will probably still be windy, if not at this hour, later on, especially into your morning commute. But this big rig has been on its side, and it's been in all lanes for a while. And so we'll be watching the situation here, because you can see the 215 is very busy. 15 south approaching Devore, already starting to load up. And of course, any construction should be in the process of wrapping up. We of course want to talk in more detail about those winds. The expert, you've been here since when this morning? Kirk, I'll send it over to you.
All right, Ginger, thanks very much. And shout out to producer Divine, who helped make this next graphic that we're going to take you through. It gives us a look at the winds and the wind gusts that we're seeing in the wildfire target areas. So we're going to begin with the Pacific Palisades area. Right now we're seeing some winds, still strong winds, 22 miles per hour, with gusts upwards of 39 miles per hour. Keep in mind the winds are expected to continue to peak throughout the morning, likely continuing through Thursday. This is just going to be these are numbers that we're going to track, and we'll watch as they may increase throughout the morning. Now to Sylmar, this is that other fire that we were just mentioning, the Hearst fire, 28 mile per hour winds with really, really strong gusts, 51 mile per hour gusts. Our latest reading, this is about 3:30. So some really strong winds that firefighters are dealing with. And you can see in the right corner of your screen, those humidity levels still really low, just 16%. To Altadena we go. This is the Eaton Canyon fire we've been talking about, hearing from Jennifer McGraw there, 22 mile per hour winds with wind gusts right now of 39 miles per hour. Again, the low humidity levels still a concern there for firefighters. Now let's take a look at other areas. You can see it's windy to start out the morning in Oxnard, Camarillo, Van Nuys as well. We were talking about some of the wind indicators that we got just overnight. Ventura County saw 60 mile per hour winds. Point Mugu, 49 mile per hour winds, 40 in Camarillo. As you can see, we go to portions of Corona, San Bernardino, Riverside, Chino. The wind's really, really strong there as well. Now here's a look at where things started to peak, especially overnight, late last night, early this morning. 86 mile per hour winds in the San Gabriel Mountains, 78 in Pacoima, 65 in the Santa Monica Mountains, so extremely strong wind gusts. We've got these humidity levels that continue to drop. You can see just how low they are in some of our target areas. Definitely in the teens is when they start to be even more concerning for firefighters. So right now, we have red flag warnings continuing until 4 o'clock in the areas that you can see highlighted here. There are some areas where we do have a fire weather watch that extends through Friday, but the red flag warning, these areas will see 50 to 80 mile per hour winds. The San Gabriel Valley, the San Fernando Valley, the Santa Susana Mountains, we're talking 80 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts in some of these locations as well. The really, really low humidity levels. And this area is still critical fire weather conditions expected until 6 o'clock tonight. And then for the high winds, So depending on where you are, again, this changes a little bit, but generally we're talking to 30 to 45 mile per hour winds, wind gusts upwards of 60 to 80 miles per hour. That continues through the 6 o'clock hour. The wind advisories a little bit more calm, 30 to 40 miles per hour, 65 mile per hour winds. We have seen some areas with 89 mile per hour winds overnight. A quick note, I have to go, but an air quality alert continues until 5 o'clock. All of that smoke, pollution. Right now, we're seeing moderate areas of air quality. We'll keep you posted as that potentially will change. Well, that is the latest on your forecast for now. Chris and Megan, back to you.
Kirk, thank you very much. We want to go back out live to Carlos Saucedo, who has been live in Pacific Palisades, bringing us the latest on that fire, which has reached about 3,000 acres. Carlos, good morning.
Megan, good morning. That's right. Hazardous conditions out here, which is why the city of Los Angeles has declared a state of emergency. We are at the main command post here with LAFD as well as LAPD. This is Will Rogers State Beach, but ominous pictures behind me here. You could see just the hot spots that have been continuing to burn, as well as certain flare-ups there. Now the hillside has burned, but it's what's on the other side of this ridge that is of main concern. We were there just a few hours ago where parts of Pacific Palisades have been wiped out. We saw homes, several structures just burned to their foundation. My photographer and I just came close to some of those flames. Now take a listen as to what we experienced, some frightening moments. Oh, whoa. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames, oh, whoa, and you heard that explosion there. There you go, multiple bangs from a property in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It sounded like propane tanks exploding, and it's not just homes that we saw fully engulfed, several businesses as well as schools. The flames consumed Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as the flame shot out through classroom windows, very eerie. Embers from the burning roof flying down the street. Also palm trees going up in flames. As you mentioned earlier, 30,000 residents have been evacuated. We did see as a resident was leaving with his surfboards in the back of his Jeep as he was asking for an evacuation route. Another evacuee we spoke with made sure that their neighbor was okay. Take a listen.
It just moved so fast. It came over the hillside. Embers started landing and catching things on fire. And that's when my son yelled, "Dad, we got to get out of here." But my neighbor was still in his house. And I said, Michael, Michael. I'm banging on his wall and saying, we got to go, we got to go. And he was really slow at getting out. He went to get in his car. I knew it was going to take too long. So I just pulled him in my truck and we got out of there. Things were burning.
Yeah, frightening moments for sure, but that's what we're told to do when you're stuck in a situation like this. The best thing is to do, just get your belongings, the most important items, and then get whoever you want to get and just go out there. But again, the winds are starting to pick up out here. We are expecting a press conference later. We are hoping to get an update from a public information officer on the Palisades fire momentarily. We're live. Carlos Saucedo, KTLA 5 News.
Of course, from the Palisades fire, also reporting from the Palisades fire is our very own Eric Spillman. He is live. Eric, where exactly are you and what can you tell us?
We are at the intersection of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard here in Pacific Palisades, and we got a couple of homes here fully engulfed. And there are firefighters in this area, but honestly, the way that the winds are, there's nothing they could do. The winds are blowing horizontally. They're carrying these embers a very, very far distance. We're seeing the embers fly into the air and then come raining down on the other side. I get the feeling that although the firefighters are here, they're not putting any water on these homes here. They're letting them burn, but there's not much they can do. I think they're just making sure that nobody's here in this neighborhood, trying to, make sure that nobody stayed behind and protect the homes, some of the other homes possibly, but I'm not even sure that they could do that. I mean, honestly, the way that the winds are here now, I mean, it's a force of nature. Of course, they can't get helicopters up to fight this fire. They're not using aircraft. They haven't been for hours. Since nightfall, they haven't been doing that. And so basically they're at the mercy of the weather, and the weather is just not good. It's terrible. It's the worst for fires. The embers from this house that's fully engulfed fly high into the air. They catch trees on fire, and they're going to catch neighboring homes on fire. It's just a matter of time. And this is such a beloved neighborhood. It's literally only maybe a mile away from where I live, and people are going to come back and they're not going to have a place to live. And it's going to get worse because the way that the winds are, you could just tell. I mean, look at that over there. You see something's on fire over there behind that tree, and it's blowing these winds right across the street, and they travel in, they travel in the air as well, and they travel for a very, very long distance. And so there's just nothing anyone can do. And that is one thing about this type of a fire that people may not understand. I mean, it doesn't matter how many fire engines or personnel you have, it has a will of its own. And basically what everybody is doing is waiting until the weather conditions change, because that's really the only factor here that's going to make much of a difference. I'm sad to say it, but it's true. And so we're watching these two homes burned once again, corner of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. And it seems to be blowing sort of down into the Santa Monica Canyon a little bit, at least from that house. And again, there's no question that other homes here are going to catch fire and add to the total, which we have no idea exactly what that number is from this fire. How many homes have burned? We don't have an accurate count, and we're not going to get one for a while because firefighters are just so busy, they don't have time to go around and assess the damage. And here we see again, these embers flying by, and they can travel such a long distance. So again, Sunset and Chautauqua, and it's smoky, and we're watching as more homes catch fire here. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Eric Spillman, a couple of questions for you there. Based on what we're seeing, it seems like people have adhered to the warnings from first responders to go ahead and evacuate. Have you seen any evidence to the contrary, that people are saying, I'm going to tough this out against the wishes of first responders? That's the first thing. And you have your mask on, thank goodness for that. But just in a general sense, the environment that you're in. So my first question is, have you seen any evidence that anyone in that immediate area that's threatened has stayed? And then B, how is it just in general? It has to be difficult to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, as to the first question, did people stay behind here? And so far the answer is no, not that I can see. I mean, the only vehicles we're seeing on the roads are just emergency vehicles. And occasionally you hear, I don't know if you could hear that boom just a second ago. There was a little boom. I mean, when houses burn, all kinds of other things go up. Sometimes propane tanks and other things that cause little mini explosions. And then you see pieces of it falling down, like in that house back there, as the stucco burns and the frame becomes exposed and the frame is fully engulfed, portions of the home collapse, and that's what's happening. As for the conditions, I mean, it's very smoky and the winds are just incredible. I mean, at some point right now, it doesn't look that bad, but you'll get these gusts that'll come up and they'll just carry the smoke horizontally. And if you look at this house, for example, there's a large hedge to the left here. And we were maybe a half a mile, parked our vehicle half a mile down the street, and there were embers flying over this hedge and going down to where we were parked. I mean, they go high up into the air, And that's just the worst part about this type of weather situation. When you have these embers traveling, who knows where they're going to end up, but you know they're going to end up at other homes, because there's other homes behind this one and next door. And, you know, it just can't withstand that many. It's like taking a million different matches to a home and trying to set it on fire. And they're landing all over the neighboring homes. So that's what's happening here. And it's very sad. There's just not a whole lot that anyone could do.
And that's one of the most heartbreaking parts about it. Eric Spillman, thank you so much for your work on the ground there. We'll check in with you shortly. We want to tell folks right now, Governor Newsom is calling this wildfire emergency in Southern California unprecedented. If you're just joining us, welcome to the KTLA Morning News. We've been on the air all night long bringing you the latest. More than 50,000 people have been forced to evacuate as 3 major wildfires continue to burn unchecked. The Palisades fire, which is where Spillman was, it started in Pacific Palisades yesterday. Then there's the Eaton fire. We're going to be checking in there live coming up shortly. That broke out near Altadena. And then there's the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Now, the fires are being flamed by those really intense winds, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds outside. Even higher wind gusts, more than 80 miles per hour reported in some spots. The red flag warning will remain in place until 6 p.m. tonight.
So if you're just waking up and you said, oh, well, I went to bed and it was the Pacific Palisades fire, and now there's the Eaton fire, and the Hearst fire especially broke out overnight. So we're talking about those are the 3 biggest fires, but there are so many other fires. In fact, 1,400 firefighters are battling these flames on the ground, but the use of aircraft was stopped shortly before 8 o'clock last night. No word on when those water and fast-track dropping helicopters and super scoopers going to be able to get up again because of these winds. One firefighter has been injured, and according to LA County Fire, multiple people, well, they have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings without power across Los Angeles County. Many cities were in the dark overnight, even places like WeHo, West Hollywood, which is far from the flames, but they're being impacted, of course, by the loss of power and all of those down power lines.
There are dozens of school closures reported today as well, all because of the fire. So all Santa Monica and Malibu schools, they are going to be closed today due to that Palisades fire. The Eaton and Hearst fires have led to the closures of 18 school districts, including Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Duarte, El Monte City, Glendale, La Cañada, Las Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, South Pasadena, Temple City, and Violando. Again, you can see all those school closures on your screen right there. And LA Unified School District has closed 7 schools so far for today. They include Cantor Canyon Charter Elementary, Canyon Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, and University High School.
All right, let's get to a phoner that we have right now with Jeff Montford. He's with SoCal Edison. And Jeff, we want to thank you for taking the time to speak with us. So many people are without power right now. Can you break it down for us?
Well, we have, out of a concern for safety, we have implemented public safety power shutoffs in 5 counties. So far, we've turned off the power to about 83,000 customers, all with safety in mind. We want to de-energize the lines in places where the hazard of debris becoming airborne and coming in contact with the lines could occur. So with very local conditions in mind, we've been cutting power in these 5 counties, Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ventura, to a total of about 83,000 customers at this point.
Are you getting reports of down power lines, that sort of situation in specific areas? And if so, can you give us those areas?
I don't have down power line reports. The main thing, though, anytime someone sees a down power line, they need to stay 100 feet away from it. Don't touch the line or anything in contact with it, and call 911. And
to your point, people might think, hey, I'm in a car. It's not going to affect me. Please tell them how wrong they are.
Well, anything touching a power line can become electrified, including a car. So if they're in a car, they should stay away from a down power line. Don't go anywhere near that. And again, call 911.
Have the strong winds turned off power in some areas as well? I know that you talked about the controlled power shutoffs, but have there been reports of the winds affecting power?
Well, we certainly, it would make sense that we've had tree limbs and things like that striking power lines and damaging them. I don't happen to have a report on that. We have been notifying customers for the last couple of days, about 400,000 customers in 7 counties, that we may do a public safety power shutoff affecting them. And so far we have de-energized about 83,000 customers. And when that happens, this is done because very local conditions demand it. We have very dry vegetation on the ground, and when you combine that with the winds, the possibility of a fire getting started and spreading is too great. So we want to make sure to proactively reduce that fire risk, and so hence the public safety power shutoffs have begun.
Hey, Jeff, if you are someone who is impacted by this, I mean, I'm sure most people are understanding of the nature of what's happening throughout Southern California. They are concerned for their fellow man. My question to you is this: when might they expect, or should they really not expect, to get their power turned back on?
Well, SCE crews will turn power back on after the wind event has subsided, when it's safe to do so, and the crews have to first inspect the lines to make sure there is no debris stuck in them or no damage. So even if we are able to, if the winds subside later today, it may take some time overnight into tomorrow before the crews are able to accomplish all the restorations, because they have to be able to see those lines in daylight. So they will move as quickly as they can turn power on safely after they're able to inspect the lines.
I want to be crystal clear on this. So if I was actively listening to you correctly enough, you still there, Jeff?
I think we lost him.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like we lost
okay.
him.
It sounds like, we lost him. But here, correct me if I'm wrong. You were listening. Basically, if you're without power now, it could be at least 24 hours that you're going to be without power. He said they have to wait for the wind event to end, which, Kirk, you said is like at least 24 hours away. In fact, they extended it. So there's that. So then they have to inspect the lines, and he said overnight. I distinctly heard that. So we could be talking about 24 hours these people are going to be without power. If you know the drill, it means don't open the refrigerator unless you have to. If you have the ability to go to a convenience store and get ice to preserve some of the perishables, stuff like that. I mean, that's the kind of story we're talking about for these 83,000 customers who are in the 5 counties that he mentioned that are without power. Be ready for you to not have power for at least 24 hours.
Right. Yeah. Let's go out to Jennifer McGraw. She has been reporting for us live all morning long from Altadena with the latest situation there, and just still so awful to see. Jennifer, good morning.
Megan and Chris, I'm talking so many businesses, so many homes, but I was on Woodland last night and I watched so many homes burn there, but we just decided to take a stroll and check that area out. And remarkably, they saved a lot of homes in the area. In fact, at the last hour, I don't know if the viewers were listening, but I talked to a woman who I did a story with, and she asked me to go check on her house because it was in that community. And I was able to go and take pictures for her, and her home is still standing. Many of the homes there are still standing. So a major victory for some of these firefighters who are literally working through the night and all of this brutal wind. And this building behind me, it's a med spa, and then they're still battling the senior facility next door, the rehab facility. And I've watched things fly off this building. They're dealing with dangerous conditions. It is cold out here additionally, and water spraying back on them, and it seems like a never-ending battle. You know what else I heard from one of the captains earlier too? In some of these communities, they say it's been really frustrating because it's been hard to get water. He said they're not, quote, cookie cutter neighborhoods, so they don't necessarily have fire hydrants in every area. And in fact, I've seen them actually go into a neighborhood and then go through a backyard and drag a hose over. So it's obviously taking them extra time. Almost lost my hat. It's taking them extra time, and the wind is just fueling this fire. And you know, generally when there's no wind and they get the fire laid down, they just monitor it. But They need to make sure this fire is out. Kirk says that more Santa Anas could come on Monday and Tuesday, so a long road ahead for not only the people who have been evacuated, but also for these businesses and then having to rebuild. It's going to be a long fight. That's the very latest. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much for that, Jennifer. We appreciate it. Let's go over to Carlos Herrera. He's actually located north of Jennifer. He's in Altadena as well. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning. We're on McGuire Drive here, Megan, about 3 miles north from where Jennifer is at this morning. This is a neighborhood really devastated by the flames. You can see we were here about 30 minutes ago, and some of these homes were still standing. This morning, though, 30 minutes later, we're seeing at least a dozen homes and apartment buildings that have now collapsed to the ground, like this one. This one burning for about 30 minutes. A firefighter telling us that they tried their best to save all the homes in this neighborhood, just a few miles north of the Pasadena Jewish Center, but it was just too late, and they're being very strategic in terms of what they can save and where they respond. Obviously, they want to try and save every home, every structure, every building, but at this point, the wind is so unpredictable. You get these wind gusts for about 15-30 seconds, and it pushes embers everywhere. So there's only so many homes, so many buildings, so many structures that these firefighters can put out. And at this point, they say their priority really is to avoid this fire from spreading and moving further south towards the 210 freeway. They don't want this fire to jump the highway. It makes it even more complicated for them to put it out. You can see many down power lines, a lot of trees as well that are down, a lot of debris in the air. So that's a big problem for folks, for these firefighters, these crews trying to respond. This is a house also that burned not too long ago. We were here earlier. There were some trees and bushes burning here, but the house was still standing, and this is the result of what we're seeing now. Again, at least a dozen homes off of McGuire Drive, just near Altadena Drive, have burned to the ground. They are now destroyed. Remember, people who live here evacuated, and now they're going to come back and find this. Over off in the distance, if you can see it over there, that orange glow, that is actually, it appears to be a new building, possibly homes in that area that caught fire. You see a lot of black smoke billowing into the air, so that gives an indication that it's still actively burning. That is in the last few minutes or so. We did not see that orange glow past this house here. So again, firefighters really having a tough time. You can see a burned car in the driveway. A lot of cars have actually been destroyed as well by these flames. A lot of people we've seen trying to move their animals, their horses, taking them to safety. That's also been a big issue. And we've seen first responders trying to help, neighbors also collaborating with each other, trying to save all that they can. In terms of the evacuations, yes, several shelters have been opening up, not only here in Altadena, but Pasadena, Sierra Madre. We're hearing from firefighters, fire officials, that the evacuation orders will continue to expand today as those winds continue to get more powerful. Gustier winds as well expected later this afternoon. They do expect acreage to continue to grow. Officially, it stands at about 1,000 acres right now, but that is the last official word we got. But we know, based on what we're seeing out here this morning, Chris, Megan, that the acreage will increase. We're going to see more structures burned, more structures destroyed. In about the last hour or so, we got an update from a fire captain here telling us over 100 structures in a particular neighborhood near Altadena Drive and Washington Boulevard that had been either destroyed or damaged, but we know that number will continue to get bigger. One of them, of course, is that Jewish center, the Pasadena Jewish Center, that destroyed. As we walk out here, you can see firefighters driving, and at this point, as I mentioned, it really is a tough fight for them because of the wind, because of the embers flying around. We've seen a few neighborhoods where there are homes standing, and then there's just one that burns, that gets destroyed or that gets damaged. Here are folks that live in the area, people who have been evacuated. We haven't seen many people decided to stay and to wait this out. Many of the people that we spoke with said, you know what, this fire is different, this wind event is different, and we got to take it seriously. Whereas before they would have said, you know, we're going to wait this out, we're going to see how it goes, we're going to try and protect our homes ourselves. But that's not the case today with the Eaton fire. They're going to let authorities handle this, do what they can to try and save the properties, and they're going to go to safety. So many of them, we've been speaking to them, either staying with family members in other parts of Southern California or heading to the evacuation centers or just leaving town as it is. You see the downed trees here, a lot of debris on the ground, which just ends up complicating the efforts of firefighters in this area. These are homes off of Altadena Drive. I'm counting at least 6 in this area that burned to the ground. You can see some active flames here at this home. This is a 1400 block of Altadena Drive. And you see, these are hot spots burning. We can only assume that firefighters left this home because the fire was out. But again, the wind just ends up picking up these hot spots, and then embers keep flying around. They hop Altadena Drive, and then other homes just end up catching on fire. This is the house next door, also burned. Can't access it here because of all the debris, the downed trees as well.
Carlos.
Yes, sir. What was that?
Get the nail out of my foot.
There's a nail. Oh wow! You see, this is what happened here. There's a nail caught in a. Here, hold on. I'm gonna say. Give me a second. Go ahead. A nail caught on photojournalist Jose Hernandez's foot. So we got to be careful. Visibility, obviously an issue here because of the smoke in the air, because of the ashes, because of the debris. As I mentioned, down trees, down branches.
Hey, Carlos, let me interrupt you real quick. Is Jose Hernandez, the photographer, is he okay?
He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he's standing. He's ready to go. He's wearing his boots. So.
It's Alvarado.
Jose Alvarado. He said.
I got the wrong Jose. My bad.
He's fine. You're good, but he's fine. Your foot is okay, right? Yeah, he's good.
So it didn't go through the shoe into his foot.
So again, no, you're good. He's. I should have clarified that on air, but thanks for checking on that. So again, Chris, Megan, you can just see the challenges facing these firefighters are facing. You get these wind gusts for 15-30 seconds, and you'll hear it in my microphone. And then you'll see the embers flying around. There you see it. They'll pick up, and then they'll hop Altadena Drive. The main concern of the homes here on this side of Altadena Drive, we haven't seen any of these homes catching on fire. Maybe just a few trees, bushes in the backyard, but these homes are still standing. Unfortunately, the ones on the east side of Altadena Drive, and also McGuire Drive, we've seen dozens of them being destroyed by these flames. And again, we can only expect to see more of these homes being damaged because of the winds, because of the fire. We'll send it back to you.
Carlos, thank you so much for that live report. And again, very happy to know
he's at the Eaton fire. Yeah. So if you're wondering where he is, he's on North. And Carlos, before we let you go, is the closest cross street Prairie? Is that the closest cross street that you're aware of, or do you know?
That I am aware of.
New York Drive and Altadena.
Yeah, New York Drive, Altadena. The main street, I'd say Washington, is where we're looking at here. We walk so much that it's hard to. The neighborhood that we showed you earlier, just a few minutes ago, was McGuire Drive. That's where we saw dozens of homes destroyed, apartment complexes as well. That we were here earlier in the last 45 minutes or so, and they were still standing. That's not the case right now. And we can only anticipate more of those scenarios to pop up here as well.
Carlos, thank you so much. We're going to give you a moment to breathe. We really appreciate it. We'll check back in with you coming up shortly. For now, we want to go back out to the Pacific Palisades area. That huge fire burning there, nearly 3,000 acres. Our Eric Spillman is on the ground there. Eric, good morning.
Here we go. Good morning. We're at the corner of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. It's hard to know exactly how many homes have burned in this fire, which began at 10:30 yesterday morning, but you can add another couple or 3 or 4 to the list because we're watching these homes here, corner of Chautauqua and Pampas Ricas in the Huntington Palisades section, just burned to the ground. No firefighters putting water on it. They're letting it burn. There's nothing they can do. And when we watch these homes become fully engulfed, they create clouds of embers. Look at what's happening back there at that house there. If you look at the street behind those palm trees, there's just clouds of embers blowing horizontally to other homes. And that is why this fire is just so kind of relentless. It's been burning for more than 15, 16 hours now, and more homes are going to catch fire because the winds are so strong, and they're blowing the smoke and the embers horizontally through this neighborhood, and there's no way that fire can keep up. They just can't keep up with it. They're here, I think, mostly to keep people away and protect human life, but I think there's not much they can do about the property here, and they know it. There's no way to fight this kind of a fire. I don't care how many fire engines you have. They can't bring in helicopters. They're not using aircraft. There's no way to do that. It's not safe to fly. And you see every direction here, there's homes on fire. If you look back where we're looking now, that's across Sunset Boulevard right here at Chautauqua. And there's something else, probably another home behind there. You can see the glowing smoke from behind that White House right in front of us. So you know that there's a home burning back there or two, and there's this one over here. If you take a look at this house here, it's kind of interesting. The gas pipeline has been ruptured as a result of the fire there. So every so often on the right-hand side here, this home, you'll see blue flames shooting up into the air. That's the gas pipeline is ruptured, and natural gas is burning, is flaring up. Obviously, the people who left, that's not something they were thinking about, turning off the gas. I'm sure they never imagined that something like this would happen. They hoped it wouldn't. But, it just keeps marching on, and the weather is not improving at all. It's just blowing like you wouldn't believe out here. And we know that the winds are in the forecast for, God knows how long, maybe till tomorrow. And so this is going to continue. And thankfully, there aren't any people here, any residents, maybe a few that we've seen, but most people have already gotten out. So we continue to watch this here. And again, we don't know how many homes have burned since this fire started 10:30 yesterday morning. Started near the Palisades Highland, Palisades Drive. And it's just continued on ever since. The firefighters, the fire bosses, fire officials, they haven't been able to get out to assess the damage. There's no way that they can. Their hands are tied up with just trying to make sure that people get out of here safely. So that's something that'll come later, but I think the numbers are going to be shocking once we do find out how many homes have burned, and how many more will burn in the next few hours, because there will be more. That's the latest from the corner of Chautauqua and Sunset. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, Eric, you just mentioned specifically that, we don't really have a tally on the number of homes lost. So what I've been doing, and especially since we don't have the ability to fly, firefighters can't fly right now because the wind gusts are too strong. We can't fly because there's a temporary flight restriction because President Biden's in town. But in addition to that, even if we wanted to, we couldn't fly because of the winds as well. But just anecdotally, like if you were saying, oh, there's one, there's another one. Like if you were just saying anecdotally, how many you thought you witnessed personally that had burned, where would you put that?
It's just impossible to know. And I haven't driven around like a wide part of this area, and I haven't seen it. I live in Santa Monica, which it's really kind of remarkable what happened even there. Santa Monica, a portion of Santa Monica, the northern portion of it, is under a mandatory evacuation. And the part north of Montana, that area is under an evacuation warning. That's never happened. I've lived in Santa Monica for 30 years. We've never had a brush fire threaten people who live in Santa Monica. And that shows you just how big this thing is and how serious it is, because that's, again, I never would have thought that a fire would threaten the flats of Santa Monica, but this one has.
Eric Spillman, thank you so much. We will check back in with you shortly. We want to get an idea of the wind conditions out there. Of course, these early morning hours are when they tend to be the fiercest. Let's bring Kirk Hawkins in with the latest.
And as we continue to track from this live position, it's been remarkable to watch the flames as they get really close to Mount Wilson. You can see the tree continuing to bounce around there in the foreground as well. But we have a new update from the National Weather Service. They just released this. And so here's the latest that we can tell you about the winds, the timeline. So right now, the high-speed river of air remains over LA County. It's fueling this wind event. The core of the jet stream is slowly going to move southward during the day, and this will cause the winds over LA to slowly decrease. So the winds expected to slowly decrease throughout the day. Since the wind speeds are so high now, with some of those mountain gusts approaching 70, even 90 miles per hour, the slow decrease will not bring the winds down to below warning levels, at least until the early evening. So we really have a long day ahead of us. We're shooting for the early evening time. Something for you to keep in mind, though, there will be a fairly notable drop of the wind speeds later this morning.
Ooh, that's good.
That wind speed moment that we've been hoping for. And so we want to talk about, at least let's check current wind conditions. We saw Eric was near Pacific Palisades. Right now we're seeing some of the winds 21 miles per hour, the gusts upwards of 38 miles per hour. And if you look, this is the latest update that we've had on the temperature at 4 o'clock this morning. Humidity levels still in that troubling trajectory. Anywhere between 10 and 20% or below that is concerning an elevated fire danger territory as well. To Sylmar we go. 27 mile per hour winds are now happening. We're seeing about 50 mile per hour wind gusts as well. Cool temperatures, as you can see, at least that's helpful. 20 mile per hour winds in the Altadena area. Some of the gusts upwards now of 37 miles per hour. Other areas, we're now seeing the winds decreasing in areas like Oxnard, Camarillo, though, they're picking up again. Santa Ana, 28 miles per hour, and you can see even some significant winds in areas of the high desert. Wanted to give you a look at just how some of the gusts are coming in some of our fire zones. Malibu Hills, 54 miles per hour, 49 mile per hour gusts near the Eaton fire, and then there's that area near the Newhall Pass that's seeing those 50 mile per hour winds. So here's the latest when it comes to the red flag warning. It's still in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. These areas are seeing 50 to 80 mile per hour winds. Some of the gusts, as we mentioned, are now 70 to 90. Earlier we'd been saying 80 to 100, so a 10 mile per hour difference. The update from the National Weather Service, that's potentially positive there as well. And then we've got our high wind warnings still in effect. A little bit more detail here associated with those strongest gusts. It's very widespread, and depending on where you are, the red flag warning continues until 4 or 6 o'clock. Now, we talk about some of the peak wind gusts that we saw. This is overnight while you were sleeping. 86 mile per hour winds in some locations in the San Gabriel Mountains, 78 in Pacoima in the San Fernando Valley, 65 in some areas in Malibu, even Calabasas. And as we continue to track some of the humidity levels, you can see we're starting to drop a little bit compared to our last update. We're getting into the teens. Some of the areas when they approach the teens and single digits, it becomes more problematic. Let's also give you an update now just on temperatures and the temperature readings that we can expect. We are still seeing at least a cool start to the day, which definitely helps. Look at some highs elsewhere around the region, 60s in the high desert, Lancaster and Palmdale. I'll look at some of your 7-day forecast. Again, we're looking for the winds to continue to be a factor until early this evening before they decrease. They still will be strong, and the winds still are expected to be in the forecast at least until Friday. And you can see sunshine expected all over again. Now, we're going to get a break from the winds after Friday. There's another round of Santa Ana winds coming Monday and Tuesday. We don't expect the winds to be like this historic event that we're experiencing now, but it's certainly still going to be a factor. Orange County, 72 degrees for today. San Fernando Valley, we should see a high of 68 degrees, partly cloudy and windy at times. We're getting near that time. We have 2.5 hours before we hit the 7 o'clock sunrise time frame, that typically is when we notice the winds accelerate. We also will notice temperatures cooling. So that's always one of those periods of time in the day when we're very cautiously waiting to see how it will impact the firefight. Along the coast today, 71 degrees, many coastal areas seeing some windy weather. In fact, checking Latigo Canyon Road, saw a wind gust at 2 o'clock this morning, 56 miles per hour. In the Deer Creek Canyon area in the Santa Monica Mountains, saw 80 mile per hour peaks. Some of our mountain areas continuing to see some wind, 35 degrees, really chilly overnight lows in some mountain locations as well. The high desert, tonight, and in fact, we're seeing temperatures in the upper 20s, I should say, and the concern was for some frost and freeze advisories. Just double checking, I don't think that we have them. I've been trying to keep an eye. Yeah, it doesn't look, oh, we do have a freeze watch, but it's only for a portion of the Central Valley. It looks like it doesn't impact us. But there was a concern that we'd have some frost and freeze watches this morning. A quick look at your Ventura County inland 7-day forecast, where we'll see a high of 68 degrees. So we're just continuing to see this very strong offshore pattern. Winds still have several more hours to maintain some strength. We'll look at them diminishing this afternoon, but the strong winds are still going to be a factor for the majority of the day.
All right, Kirk, thank you so much for the latest. If you are just waking up, an unprecedented fire emergency in Southern California has caused catastrophic damage all across Los Angeles County overnight. 3 major wildfires have forced more than 50,000 people to evacuate. Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre, they are all under mandatory evacuation orders. The fires are being fanned by 30 to 40 mile per hour winds that Kirk just mentioned, and gusts over 80 miles per hour in some spots.
1,400 firefighters are battling these flames on the ground, but the use of aircraft was stopped shortly before 8 o'clock last night because of these extremely high winds. And again, those gusts are going up to roughly 100 miles an hour. One firefighter has been injured. Multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are without power across Los Angeles County. SoCal Edison alone, we just talked with them live, 83,000 of those 200,000 people without power are SoCal Edison customers, and that's stretched throughout 5 different counties. When might the power come off? SoCal Edison said it could be 24 hours. All right, there are dozens of school closures today that we need to make you aware of because of these fires. All Santa Monica and Malibu schools will be closed because of the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire. Well, those have also led to the closure of 18 school districts, including Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Duarte, El Monte City, Glendale, La Cañada, Los Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, South Pasadena, Temple City, and the Valle Lindo school districts.
And Los Angeles Unified School District has closed 7 schools so far today. They include Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Canyon Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, and University High School.
For the Palisades fire, evacuations have been expanded to East Kenter Avenue and North Mulholland Road. Now, the evacuation orders are still stretching south to the Pacific Coast Highway area and west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. For Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everyone north of San Vicente Boulevard between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. Now, an evacuation warning has been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard. The Westwood Recreation Center now serving as a shelter. Again, that's the Westwood Recreation Center. That's a shelter, allowing residents to remain overnight. It is also accepting smaller animals.
So yesterday, it was quite a chaotic scene. Gridlock so bad yesterday when Pacific Palisades residents tried to evacuate. Some abandoned their cars on PCH and either walked or ran to safety.
But the vehicles that they left behind, they clogged one of the only streets in and out of the area, meaning firefighters could not get in. Rick Chambers has more.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way.
This was not something we had seen before at a wildfire. An LA County fire dozer clearing a Palisade street of cars and trucks left behind by fire-fleeing residents.
Unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do.
Reporter Gene Kang telling us that dozens of vehicles left behind near Sunset and Palisades by people who were desperate to avoid the flames stretched curb to curb as far as he could see. Initially, fire hose was run around the blockage until Dozer 5 began using its huge blade to push the clog off to the side, making room for waiting fire trucks to move through.
Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Actor and comedian Steve Guttenberg, who lives in the neighborhood, ran through the jumble of cars and trucks, trying to move as many as he could to open the roadway, eventually putting out a plea with KTLA.
Leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot.
That impromptu parking lot resembled a wrecking yard by the time Dozer 5 finished its work, but first responders did get through. But no telling how much destruction was caused to people's homes by the delay.
All right, and we have new video. This just into our newsroom. It shows charred vehicles overnight all along Sunset Boulevard in the Pacific Palisades area due to that fire. You can see the cars completely burned out. These were the vehicles that the LA Fire Department moved yesterday that you saw in Gene's story.
So tough to see. All right, another fire burning in the Sun Valley area, right there along the 5 freeway near Lancashire. The 5 freeway, well, it was being shut down while firefighters put out these flames. Can't say if that's still the case because we haven't actually received, Jennifer, correct me if, Ginger McGraw in Eden Canyon.
Okay.
I've done that twice this morning. Ginger, is the 5, we're reporting the 5 was shut down. It's not still shut down, is it?
Just the connector road. Well, I just checked it actually. In fact, I'm sending a text to our producers to blow the map. Just the connectors 5 north and south to the 210 east.
Right.
What has changed slightly though is that 210 east at the 5 is now closed, whereas before it was a little bit farther east of that. So they've shut it down between the 5 over to Roxford and vice versa.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, what you're seeing here happened. It's now over, but it was a vehicle fire that spread. Again, this was in the 5 freeway in the Sun Valley area, but it has since been opened. While this was closed for a temporary amount of time, it is now open.
All right, to Sylmar now, the Hearst fire forcing evacuations there. That fire has exploded in size, burning at least 500 acres. Mandatory evacuations have just been issued for the Newhall Pass, Wildwood, Eternal, and Cal Grove areas of Santa Clarita, as well as north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. Now, the flames first broke out about 10 o'clock last night, just north of the 210 freeway. We do have our Andy Rose Ramos headed that way. She is going to be live from the scene coming up shortly.
And before we leave this video, I want to really stress what we're talking about here. And Ginger, this is where you just mentioned it. If you rely on the 210, and so many people do, either coming to go to Pasadena from, say, the Santa Clarita Valley or the high desert area, they come down the 14, you're not going to be able to get on the 210.
Yeah,
and the side streets are going to be jammed as they can possibly be. So whether it's east or west from the 5, you can forget about it. There's a good map, Ginger. I'm going to ask you to take over this part of it.
Yeah, and then like I said before, the closure, there was a change to the closure, and the only change I will say is the 210 portion of it, because now it extends from the 5 over to Roxford, and like I said, in Roxford over to the 5 earlier, they had it a little bit closer in and then a little bit more east of the 5 freeway, but they've just shut it down at the 5. So that's the new part of the closure. The one that's still with us is that 5 south, north and south connector, just the connector to that 210 east. Now let's just say you do have plans to head into Pasadena or parts of the San Gabriel Valley. I mean, you can continue 5 freeway heading southbound side, then go 118 east to the 210. That will still get you onto that stretch of the 210. But then if you need to continue 210 eastbound side into Old Town Pasadena, I believe that is open with the 134 east connector to the 210 heading west. So out of Eagle Rock into Altadena, that is a closure as well. I mean, the other way around it would be obviously 5 south to the 10 freeway. Let's just continue with some of the other closures that we have. We know that 134 eastbound side of the 5, we had an earlier incident, and they still have at least a portion of this that is closed. I don't know if, Tommy, you're able to see the text I sent you about some of the other new closures that we have, because there are so many of them, and some of them that we want to remind everybody about, whether they've extended them or expanded them, and then a reminder to everybody that if you have plans to continue farther to the east of this and you want to go into Pasadena or Altadena, that's where we were talking about that closure that continues for everybody. The other thing we want to mention is it did look like the L line is still okay and open and available for everybody, which is good because you can take that public transportation. But I did notice that the Metro A line, that they are going to have to conduct bus shuttles to transfer you between Southwest Museum over to the Fillmore stations because of all those windy conditions. And then east of that, I want to mention that APU, they will not conduct classes. And a lot of people who go to school at APU or work there live in the Altadena area, so they have to contend with their issues, but also because of the strong winds for our friends who are in that Azusa Pacific University area. We'll keep watch of all these things, some of the buses that will have to detour as well along Foothill Boulevard and Glen Oaks. I'll send it back to you, Kirk.
All right, Ginger, thanks very much. We have a live picture now. I believe this is from, and this is from one of our cameras.
Yeah.
So this is facing Palisades, giving us a different perspective of, this is a far distance from us, so we're zoomed in on that. I'm assuming that's exactly what it was.
What camera is this?
Because this is on top of our building?
This is our Hollywood.
Yeah, it's on top of our building. It normally looks at the Griffith Observatory. Like you said, they've angled it.
So yeah, because normally it faces the Griffith Observatory.
So they've turned it.
Yeah.
So they've turned it west instead of east, basically.
Or to the north, from the northeast.
Yeah. And so this gives us a really unique perspective. And we saw in Eric's live shot, it was windy. There were gusts and there were some flare-ups and some sparks, and you can kind of see it looks like the fire is very much continuing to churn.
And what's interesting about this, and
I'm not understanding this vantage point.
Well,
Please tell me.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what it is, because
This is the Eaton fire. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I was thinking
I'm
too.
Like, this does not make sense
but it's
the way
still
we're
the
saying.
camera, our sunset camera, our
I think it's the camera that we normally use this camera, and it shows the Griffith Observatory.
Right.
And so I think
it's farther east.
I'm pointing to the east, and it's kind of in that direction, and I think it's giving us, so that's the Eaton camp. Because I was going to say, that's a pretty remarkable view of
the Hollywood fire. I mean, our Hollywood camera, that's what they initially told us it was. I'm like, how do they get that angle from
But it's still the Hollywood camera, just looking at a different fire.
Just looking at,
And by the way, if you're wondering when the sun is going to come up, roughly it's around 7 o'clock this morning, but you always get those peaks of sunshine so probably around 6:30 we'll start getting a glimpse of sunshine, and then it'll build throughout the morning, and that's when we're really going to get a handle on what we're seeing and the extent of the damage. And once the flight restrictions are lifted and we can actually go survey the damage from the air, that's when I think it's going to hit people even harder. We all know that numerous structures. Jennifer McGraw at the Eaton fire, which we're looking at right there on our screen, she said that in her estimation, and she didn't have any official number, but she said it was clearly, by her count, dozens, if not more, of homes that were lost in just the Eaton fire alone, burning right there in that Eaton Canyon, Altadena, Pasadena area.
And that was just in that particular area. We also have all of these other incidents that are happening all over on top of the Palisades fire as well. So winds are still, as Chris was mentioning, winds will still peak through the morning, and they'll likely continue through the day, and not really decreasing until this afternoon. We have this upper level trough of low pressure that right now is kind of swirling around areas of southwest Arizona, and we've got an upper level ridge of high pressure in the Pacific Northwest. And so right now this northwest flow is in place above us until Thursday. That's keeping this very strong offshore flow pattern in place. We've seen 89-mile-per-hour winds that have been observed in some places, and there's still time for stronger winds to develop. The winds really have several more hours to strengthen, and they really won't diminish until this afternoon. So here's a look. We showed you the live picture that we could provide to clarify that we were looking at Altadena. Now here's a look at what the winds are. Our latest update coming in 4:30 this morning, 20-mile-per-hour winds, wind gusts upwards of 37 miles per hour. The humidity has dropped a little bit, 19%, and we're seeing really cool temperatures, which we typically would this time of the morning. So other areas, checking conditions, we're still seeing those strong winds in Pacific Palisades. We're still seeing strong winds in Camarillo, Corona, Breezy, and Riverside as well. And we've got red flag warnings in effect in the areas highlighted here. We're talking 50 to 80 mile per hour winds. The higher peaks, about 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. Low humidity levels all expected to continue until about 6 o'clock tonight. Because of the wildfire concerns and the smoke, of course, an air quality alert that will impact all of us through 3 o'clock. They sometimes very quickly replace these and extend them, so don't be surprised about that. We talked about humidity levels. Because of the red flag warning, the concerning area for firefighters is 10 to 20%, and you can see Camarillo, Van Nuys, Ontario, Chino, Palm Springs, to some degree, Santa Ana, and even Riverside are still in that target area of the low humidities that are concerning. Now, we'll put the future wind forecast in motion. You can see things don't really drop off until Thursday. It's still windy until early Friday, and we don't really see a drop off until after that. Wind gusts, as you can see, across the LA area, about 60 miles per hour. Just a few updated overnight winds for you throughout the area. LA in particular, Woodland Hills, 36 mile per hour winds, 67 at Van Nuys Airport. And the Inland Empire, today we'll see a high of 67. As you can see, the gusty winds sticking around right now, it looks like until Friday. Well, that is a look at your forecast. Megan, now back to you.
All right, Kirk Hawkins, thank you so much. We want to head out now to our Annie Rose Ramos. She is actually live at the Sylmar fire. She's giving us the latest on the situation there on the ground, still burning. Annie Rose, good morning.
Megan, we are inside of our Drive 5 vehicle. We are keeping the camera pointed outwards so you can get a better view of the conditions here in Sylmar. I want to describe a little bit of where we are. We are inside the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. It is between Sombrero and Sycamore at the bottom of Sombrero Canyon. And if you take a look, when we drove up here, this fire, very small when we started, but the winds just getting it bigger and bigger, and it grew just in the past few minutes that we have arrived here. Our photographer Jan is going to start driving down into the mobile home park so you can get an idea of the emergency vehicles that have. I also want to tell you, getting here, a nightmare. Thank you to our Ginger Chan who helped us. We had to get from the 101 to the 118 to the 210. She has been talking about this all morning long. The 210 sort of closed in a lot of the areas. We got off on Polk. It was thankfully still open. But Dan, I'm going to have you sort of arch some of the camera here so that we can see a little bit better. Yep, you can feel free to go over here. Now, the mobile home parks, a lot of folks went to bed with this fire barely starting, and you can see, take a look at the side of the mountaintop here, because there are hot spots, there are fires all along the side of the mountaintop. Again, this fire starting right around 10:30 last night. And Dan, I'm going to have you, as you turn, stop right here so you can see it's still dark. Turn to the right, and then you can see just how much of this canyon is covered in fire. So it started right around 10:30, but what we are hearing from fire officials is that it grew right between 1:30 and 2 a.m. To the right of your screens, you will see a long line of fire engines just facing this ridge, and that is because they are watching this and waiting for this to see exactly what it does. The winds here are still strong. We heard from Kirk, we heard all morning long about 20-30 mile per hour winds, and we are seeing that evidence. And every time a gust blows, we are seeing, just take a look to the left side of your screens, there is more fire now growing on the left side. Our photographer Dan gonna kind of move it. See, look, it just jumped up there. And that is what it's been doing all morning long since we got here. It continues to move. So really within that 1 a.m., 2 a.m. hour is when we heard about this fire jumping in size. Right now, it is around 500 100 acres in size, 0% containment. We have seen in the drives up to this mobile home park, fire engines, stations, as well as paramedic stationed in people's driveway to make sure that this doesn't get to any of the homes here, and if it does, that they are able to respond and fight it. From what we could tell here in this particular park, mobile home park, we haven't seen any homes on fire. That is a good thing. But what concerns us is a lot of driveways still have cars in them, a lot of homes have lights in them, a lot of people seen inside of their doorways, seen outside in their driveways, just looking at this ridge that we are looking at as well, trying to see which way this fire is going to move, to see if they need to evacuate or not. Now, you have been saying it all night long, all morning long, put a plan in place, but these evacuation orders are already here, and a lot of people trying to weigh what to do. We have heard here in Sylmar that homes have been impacted by this fire, have gone up in flames. We have not been able to verify that ourselves. We just got here on the ground. But as you can see, again, this left side of our screen, of course, the right side up on the canyon, you can see all of that in flames, and it continues to grow to the right side. But to the left, closest to us, closest to some of these trailer park homes, that is where the firefighters are focusing their attention on, because if it gets any closer, if this wind moves it any farther down this ridge, we are going to be in trouble here when it comes to this community. And that is why they have already announced there are evacuation locations in place for this area of Sylmar. We know that evacuation shelters, one at Richie Valens Recreation Center in Pacoima, another one at Northridge Park in Northridge, another one in Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panorama City. Those have been created for the dozens, if not hundreds of people who are now facing evacuation orders in this area because of the Hearst fire. Again, the location that it really started in, near Diamond Road, that is where we're focusing on, but it has quickly spread just past the 210, and that is where the 210 really, if you are trying to get around here in this area off the 210, off the 5, turn around and go back, because it is not a good situation here when it comes to the roads. Now, we're going to sort of assess the situation when it comes to this community and how the folks here living in this area are impacted. But again, a lot of folks went to bed with this fire, barely even started, maybe didn't even start at all, really got started at around 10:30, 11 p.m. at night, and then exploded in size at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And so a lot of folks waking up to a fire that is really tripled in size and has come a lot closer to their community. And now they're waking up wondering whether or not they're going to have to pack up their belongings and evacuate this situation. Now, again, we have the trucks that you see, I think you see their lights in the right-hand corner of your screen. They are staged strategically throughout this neighborhood in this mobile home park. I want to repeat it again. We are in Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, just off of Sombrero in Sycamore, at the bottom of Sombrero Canyon. From what we can tell, I mean, we could see it all the way from the 118, from the 210, the Sombrero Canyon, there is fire all up along this canyon ridge. And so it seems to have burned throughout the night. The concern here is how close it is going to get to any of these homes in this community. And so that is what we're going to be watching. The wind here is consistent. It is consistently sort of blowing, and every time you get that big gust, you see some of these embers stretching this fire. And even since we've talked to you, I don't know if you've noticed that the ridge that we've been straight ahead looking at, that fire has continued to move down it. So when we drove up it, it was sort of straight ahead from us, and you can see it slowly moving down to the right of the ridge. And as it moves down, that just means it's getting closer to the homes here in this mobile home park.
And that is the biggest concern. And so everybody's sort of watching with bated breath to see what this fire is going to do, if it's going to burn out, which would be ideal. But we know with the winds, the way tonight, the way yesterday has been going, that is not something that, authorities here are preparing for. They're preparing for the worst, and that means that this fire could get just closer to the homes here and impact this communities. And that's why they put the evacuation orders in place. They put the evacuation warnings in place. And I got to tell you, the 210, when we got off, because of course we are media, they've let us through, but a lot of those exits, a lot of those entrance ramps are completely blocked out. Look at that. Look at that. It just exploded here on the left side of our screen, where we just saw a gust of wind came, and all of a sudden there you see that fire coming over on the left-hand side of your screens too. So you've got the fire on the left, you've got the fire on the right, and it just continues to burn down this ridge and really putting a lot of these homes in jeopardy off of Sombrero and Sycamore, just at the bottom of Sombrero Canyon. All right, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna continue. You can see now in the middle of the ridge, it is just lit up with fire. And that's the concern, guys, is really just as this continues to burn down the ridge, we were just driving in there, how much fuel, how much ignition there is on that ridge because of how much brush. There was so much dry brush on this entire side of the mountains that this is what is fueling this fire and keeping it going, along with the combination of that wind. And folks here really just went to bed not knowing that this was something that they were going to have to wake up to, and they're going to wake up to a very different reality with having to potentially pack up their things and get out of here. We're going to try and make our way over to the community, but for now, it's just incredible scenes, kind of watching this fire spread throughout the bottom of Sombrero Canyon here in Sylmar, where you could see this fire from the freeway. You can see it from far away, but now that we're right at the bottom of this canyon, seeing how fast it is moving towards these homes, towards these communities. The fire truck to our right now just moving up a little bit because, they're going to have to make a decision as to whether they engage. Megan and Chris, you've been talking about it all morning long. Resources here are what the fire department are going to have to figure out how to strategically move, how to use their resources in the smartest way possible. For a fire like this one on a normal day, if this were the only one, there would be trucks probably all in this area, but because these resources are stretched thin with multiple fires in our region, they're going to have to figure out how to engage with it in the smartest way possible. And we know that that is what our incredible firefighters are doing. They have been working nonstop. My brother, a member of the LA County Fire Department, he is fighting the fires over in the Pacific Palisades, and it has just been a grueling 48 hours, and we know it is going to continue this way. We're going to watch and see what this does here in Sylmar. We're going to try and engage with some of the folks who are in their homes watching this as we are, but for now we'll send it back to you guys in the studios.
All right, Annie Rose, thank you so much. And while we have your shot, it's worth remembering, if you've been in this market long enough, this mobile home park, the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, it burned. It burned effectively down to the ground back in 2008. It was called the Sayre Fire. It was in November of 2008. I distinctly remember it. It was absolutely devastating. Of the 600 mobile homes that were in that park right there along the 210, 500 out of the 600 burned. So Annie Rose, as you go to talk to these people, many of them returned. If you are familiar with the area, the mobile homes there are newer, if you will. And the reason for that is because back in November of 2008, that entire mobile home park was wiped out by the Sayre Fire. And here they are again, 14, 15 years later, dealing with the same type of situation, just the devastating threat from this fire, which is the Hearst Fire. And Ginger was talking about it. If you're in that western section of the 210, you can forget about it. You're not going to have access to it. If that's how you go to Pasadena from the Santa Clarita Valley, from the Antelope Valley, you're not going to be able to get there easily today. You're going to have to take a pretty big detour. However, the 5 north and southbound through the Newhall Pass, at least for now, is still open. Is the 14 still open?
The 14 is still open, but I will say, you know, Annie Rose did ask me about getting here, and I had to give her 5 different freeways just for her to be able to access the location, and obviously she's still pretty far away from it. So it's one of those situations where we talk about like staying home if you can. Hopefully we'll see lighter conditions, but you're also dealing with power outages, the swirling winds, the debris. I'm sure, Henry, you ran into some debris as well on the freeways, and that is something we're contending with. And we mentioned earlier that only within the last few minutes or so, they adjusted the closure on the 210 portion. So if you do have plans here, I mean, coming from the east to the west is a lot easier than coming from, say, the 5 south and north, close to the 210 east, okay? You cannot continue to the 210 east. You can continue onto the 5 freeway, and that 210 closure is between the 5 over to Roxford.
All right, Ginger, thank you so much. If you're just joining us, this is the KTLA Morning News, the early edition. However, we have been on the air all night long here at KTLA 5, bringing you the latest on these 3 major wildfires burning at this hour. One in Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Sylmar. We want to start with our Carlos Herrera at 5 a.m. this morning. He is live at the Eaton Fire in Altadena with the latest there. You can see the fire still very much out of control and still quite windy out there. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning. You know, just devastating, heartbroken. This is the neighborhood right off of Rayburn Road near Allen Avenue. In just the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, excuse me. You can hear the wind, those gusts, and then sending embers flying everywhere. A handful of homes here off of this neighborhood. Rayburn Road caught fire within the last 5-10 minutes or so. We did see the residents, the owners of one of the homes here arriving just a few minutes ago. He came to check on his home, realized that his home is now up in flames. It is destroyed. So they were in tears, heartbroken. They were hugging each other, devastated, say they've lost everything. They were able to evacuate though, but again, nothing left to say. We're going to go walk in closer to this home here. And you'll see all the debris here on the ground. These are 2 homes that firefighters have been actively working on for the last 10 minutes or so. They have not been able to save any of them. Across the street as well, about 5 homes burned to the ground earlier this morning. The embers jumped the road and started the fires on this side. Also off of Allen Avenue and Sinaloa on Brookhorn, we've been seeing homes also burning to the ground. There is just not enough manpower to try and save homes in this area. LA County Fire Department's here, you see it, trying to put out the flames, hoping that the roof does not collapse from this home. But again, it may be too late for that, and their hope is for these embers to stop flying and having the fire spread. But you can just see how the wind continues to blow. We get these gusts and 15, 20, even 30-second intervals, and they send embers flying everywhere. And you can just imagine how complicated it is for these firefighters to just get to. I was talking about the manpower. They do not have enough resources to get to everything. The wind is so unpredictable. It continues to shift in both directions. And when they put out one fire at a home or a property, it ends up jumping over to the property next door or a property across the street. You got down power lines, you got down trees, down tree branches, vehicles start burning as well. The embers keep flying, and it just really is complicated in terms of what they can do. These firefighters that have been here since about 7 p.m. yesterday, they said last night this area seemed to be okay. The fire was not getting to it, but of course we know that the wind has been shifting overnight. getting uncontrollable, very strong. We expect them to continue. Jose, how about we walk across the street here just to show them the other homes that burned just last night at around 10, 11 p.m. These collapsed last night. And the homeowners we spoke with just a few minutes ago tell us that they know the folks who live here. They were going to call them, let them know, hey, your house burned. And obviously many of these people just have nothing to come home or come back to. You can see, wow, this is just apocalyptic. This is really heartbreaking. We've covered so many fires before. This is just nothing we can compare to. It is just surreal. My gosh, it's just heartbreaking to see these homes burning here. And again, firefighters being very strategic and now how they respond. They tell me that their main priority is to avoid the fire from spreading. Let's see if we can talk to this firefighter here. Sir? Morning, sir. Are you allowed to, how many homes have you seen in this area? How many homes have you seen destroyed in this area?
I couldn't get an accurate amount.
But it's been dozens, I'm assuming.
I'd say more than a couple dozen.
Yeah. Well, thank you for everything you do. You've been very busy, right? How long have you been here?
Oh, well, I've been on shift for a couple days, but I've been here for about maybe 8 to 10 hours.
And have you...
Actually, not 8 to 10 hours.
Yeah. Have you talked to any residents at all? What did they tell you? Have they all left the area? Have they evacuated?
Most of them evacuated. Some of them are still creeping in, trying to see what's going on.
I'm sure you've responded to many fires in recent years, but this one is just different. We see the conditions. We can't compare it to anything.
The conditions are pretty rough, given we've got about 90 to 100. It's pretty tough to do our jobs, and considering what we're facing.
Thank you if you do, sir. We won't take much of your time there. Again, watch out with the hose there, okay? And there's a debris there, so be careful. They've been working 10-hour shifts, but there's just not enough time, not enough resources to try and put the fires out. Across the street, you see these homes that they were working on just last night around 10, 11 p.m. They tried to save them. They were unsuccessful. And the fire, actually, again, the winds was blowing and flew across the street over to the east of the road. Now the wind has shifted and it's blowing to the west in this area. And they're very powerful wind gusts. This is now Morsley Road near Allen Avenue. So you can see several multi-million dollar homes. Oh, you see off in the distance there, Kristen, Megan, a vehicle caught on fire just in the last 2 minutes or so. We did not see it earlier, but again, a vehicle catching on fire there. Very dangerous situation. I think we should go here. The wind kept blowing and it keeps blowing, and the firefighter just told us to head out. So we're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Carlos, stay safe. And as you prepare to exit, let me ask you this quick question. When we checked in with you last, you've obviously moved to a much more serious and dangerous location, right? You were at Altadena and Washington, and where exactly are you now?
This is Allen Avenue. Allen Avenue, further north towards the foothills. This area, we can tell you,
the winds are just. I mean, look, we're losing our signal.
2, 3 a.m. was okay. Jose, we gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go. Go to safety. Go to safety, please. Carlos Herrera, stay safe. Jose as well. Let's go back out to Pacific Palisades. That's where Eric Spillman is. Oh, those winds, they're picking up again, Eric.
Yes, they are indeed. We're at the corner of Pampas Ricas and Chautauqua near Sunset Boulevard here in Pacific Palisades, watching this neighborhood burn. When we first got here, this house on the corner was on fire. It spread to the neighboring house, the one right next door, and now we had this home over here on this side that's also on fire, and there are other homes on this street that are also burning. Firefighters are here. They're doing the best they can, but these winds are just so crazy. They carry the embers from one house to another, to another, to another. They're relentless. And I spoke to a firefighter from San Luis Obispo County who is here, and he said, you know, that he and his company, his engine company, have saved a bunch of homes, but obviously they can't save all of them. And so some of them are catching on fire. The ones that are already on fire, they're letting them burn, and they're trying to save the neighboring homes, at least as best they can. That house over across the way has collapsed on itself, and it's just like a blowtorch. The flames sometimes go halfway out across the street. They're going 20, 30 feet into the sky. They're catching trees on fire, and of course sending embers everywhere. And we're watching these firefighters. Let's move up and see what they're doing. Let's take a little walk up here. Trying to protect the neighboring house. It's not easy because this house is on fire, the house on the street is on fire, the one across the street, and they've got their hose lines out. Good morning to you. Good morning. They're busy, I don't want to interrupt, but they've got their hose line out, they're backing up their truck so they can get closer, put some water on it, and maybe protect this neighboring home. But it's a very difficult battle. This is one of the loveliest streets in Pacific Palisades. It's in the Huntington Palisades section of this community. And every year there's a 5K run that takes people through this street. It's a street with a palm trees down the center median. The homes are worth, they could be worth more than $10 million on this street at least. And now they're all going up in flames. And we're watching this one. What happens is these flames just flare up into the sky. They catch the palm trees on fire, creating more embers. And from that, the embers fly and catch more homes on fire. And that's what we've seen. There don't seem to be any residents here, or at least not many. Seems like everybody heeded the evacuation order and got out of here. But it's just very difficult. The winds are insane. They really are. Every so often you get a crazy gust of wind. And look again what happens. I mean, you see the smoke is going horizontally and the embers are catching trees on fire next door. And you know, they can travel miles even. This house, total loss. How many other houses? I really don't know. It's impossible to tell. This street, it's a battle going on here now to try and save what they can, but a number of them, you know, there was no way, and they burned to the ground. You know, this fire's been burning since 10:30 yesterday morning. We've had these sustained winds since that time, and they just keep going. And the firefighters are frustrated. It's limited what they can do when you have weather like this. And that's the story here. So that's the latest from Pacific Palisades area. We'll send it back to you.
Eric, thank you so much. We will check back in with you coming up shortly. On the phone right now, we actually have one of our colleagues, Kai Goldberg, meteorologist who had to evacuate recently from Altadena. Kai, we're happy to hear you're safe. Tell us how you're doing.
Oh, I'm fine, thank goodness. I'm full of emotion though. It's crazy. We had to leave here. It was like 2 minutes notice last night. We're just south of Washington Boulevard here, just below Altadena, and the smoke and fire and of course the winds were just ferocious, and we just grabbed some medical documents and some prescriptions, and we just packed the dogs in the car, and we had to run. And we stayed with some friends in Encino, and I just could not sleep at all, obviously. So I woke up, I slept for about an hour, woke up at 3:30. I looked out the window, I could still see the fire from the San Fernando Valley where we were. And I just said, I'm going home. So I just got back here. We are very fortunate that our neighborhood's still intact. It's in one piece, and none of the homes have burned down, but probably a block away from where I am is a great deal of damage and destruction. And the winds, Chris and Megan, are just incredible. I've been forecasting the weather here in Southern California for 21 years, and I've never experienced anything. These are Category 1, maybe Category 2 hurricane wind speeds up to 85, 80, 90, 95 miles an hour. And there's so many trees and limbs and debris just flying around Pasadena right now, Altadena. And I'm in my house, and I have to wear my ski goggles. The smoke inside of our house is incredible, and there's ash everywhere. But again, we're one of the lucky ones, so that's okay with us.
Kai, a couple of things. To be clear, you have evacuated, yes?
Yes, I left my family in the San Fernando Valley, and I think, you know what, Chris and Megan, you know what I'm talking about. We do this as a living. We're reporters, so I kind of had the bug in me, and I just couldn't stay in bed anymore. And I got up at 3:30, and I got in the car, and I came back to see what's going on. And again, fortunately, our house survived.
Okay, and then how long are you going to stay is my next question. And then talk us through the emotions, because so many times people see these images on TV, and if they're not directly affected, they're a bit emotionally detached. For you, it's the exact opposite. You're living it. Walk us through how you're feeling. What is next?
It's an incredible range of emotions. You, Megan, myself, Kirk, we all every year, and especially when we get into fire season, we tell our wonderful KTLA viewers, listen, be ready, have a go bag, pack up your car with your prescriptions, with your paperwork, your documents, things that you need and that you have to have with you. And we did that, but we had to do it within 3 to 5 minutes. And it's so strange, it's scary, because you can smell the smoke, you can hear the fire engines, the police cars. And my neighborhood is typically very quiet. You can hear a pin drop at night, but yesterday at around 7 o'clock in the evening when we had to leave, it was chaos. Everyone was running to their cars with their belongings, their pets, their animals, birds, dogs, cats, everything. And fortunately, people were courteous, and cars were allowed to go in front of other cars, and it was safe. But it was all of a sudden like a freeway being right in front of your home. It was just hundreds of cars trying to get out at the same time. And, you know, emotionally, you're saying your prayers. You really are. I just said, please, God, don't let this take our house, our neighborhood, our friends. And, you know, and then I looked up the street, and we have a convalescent center about a block and a half away, and I can see it sometimes, but there were so many brave firefighters and Pasadena policemen who were there taking, you know, people who were in their 70s, 80s, 90s in wheelchairs and getting them to their ambulances, to some public transportation. And fortunately, they got out. And again, there's so many brave people who are first responders, not here in Pasadena only, but of course in Palisades and Sylmar, everywhere. But back to the emotions, you go from sadness to then guilt, like I'm feeling a little bit, because I just got back, and, you know, again, thankfully I'm okay and the property's okay, but you do realize that life is much more important than material things.
Absolutely. Very well said. Kai, we're so glad that you're okay. We're so glad to hear your community in your immediate area is okay. And stay safe out there. We appreciate you taking the time to call us. We want to go back out to our Carlos Herrera, who is live in Eaton, at that Eaton fire in Altadena, talking to a resident there. Carlos.
Hi, good morning, and we're speaking with Luis Garcia. He lives just a few blocks away. We're on Allen Avenue and Brook Bear. Your home is okay this morning. You're part of the evacuation orders, obviously, and your wife and your son are now in Alhambra with her parents, but you're staying behind.
Yeah, staying behind, just keeping an eye on the house, making sure whatever I can do, you know, whether it's a little ember I can take care of, whatever. You know, I'm just sticking around, making rounds. I've already helped a few neighbors. Clear some stuff.
You're one of the very few people we've seen this morning that are staying back and are protecting their homes. A lot of people are saying, you know what, let authorities take care of it, I'm going to go?
Too much can go wrong. Honestly, the winds are too strong. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I mean, as many trucks as you can put out here, you never know.
The wind is shifting fast. They're very strong. You don't know where the embers are flying. What goes through your mind when you think your house is part of this?
I keep a safe distance. You know, one side of my street you can't leave. There's a tree that fell over. You can't really drive out that way. So the other way, I'm just kind of keeping a safe distance and seeing what I can do. I mean, we packed up as much as we can, taking a few loads, and
it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
You've lived here for 4 years.
4 years.
You walk these streets, you hike these trails on a daily basis almost. Things are going to look very different when the fire is out. Eventually, when the sun comes up, many of these houses are not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be a totally different picture, and I also think that it's going to get a little worse when the sun comes up. I think the winds are going to shift and stuff's going to go the other way.
Have you talked to any of your neighbors? Do you know of any of them losing their house? What do they tell you?
Yeah, all of my neighbors evacuated around the same time as my wife, like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., something like that. Haven't talked to them since.
8 p.m., you know, we were speaking with fire officials. This area was actually okay last night. You know, the fire was turning in a different direction. Fast forward to this morning, and it's a totally different story, man.
Totally different story, yeah. I don't know what to say. It's pretty nuts.
Multi-million-dollar homes burning to the ground, too.
Lots of them, dozens, a bunch of them. Yeah, sad.
These firefighters really trying their best to save these homes, but there's just not enough resources, not enough manpower, because the wind is so strong and they're shifting and the embers flying everywhere. You can't.
It's too unpredictable. Yeah, too unpredictable, really.
You've lived in this area for 4 years. You've seen Santa Ana wind events. You've lived through before, I'm assuming. This one is just so different.
Yeah, I mean, you see them. They never come this close. You figure you have enough flat and enough like structures ahead of you, but it jumped a lot really fast. So we'll see where it goes.
Lisa, praying for your family. Hope your house is okay, and good morning. Thank you for everything. Again, they're on Island Avenue and Brook Bear Road. This is the area where we're at this morning, Chris and Megan, and you can see several of these homes have burned this morning. This is the closest we can get because there are down power lines. Fire officials telling us to stay behind as much as we can. But again, these homes burned in the last 15 minutes or so because of those flying embers, the wind gusts that we get through this area. Again, many people that we've talked to, unlike Luis, saying, no, we got to evacuate. This fire is different. This Santa Ana wind event is different. Let's let the firefighters take care of this and do what they can to save my home. Very few that we've met this morning are deciding to stay back and protect their homes. Really is not much they can do, honestly. Firefighters are having a hard time putting these out, protecting homes. We know they prioritize structure protection, and there is a strategy in place for that, but they're having trouble because of the resources. Not enough manpower to do that. We were over on Braeburn Road just earlier. That's where the neighborhood we showed you, those houses actively burning, actively multi-million-dollar homes destroyed, burned to the ground. That area was okay just last night, and the fire shifted overnight, and now it's burning closer to the foothills, and these homes also have been destroyed. You can see the charred hillside as well, you know, through the darkness as well. We can only expect this fire to continue to grow, more structures, more homes, more buildings to continue to burn as well. LA County Fire Department really trying their best and doing what they can to protect homes, to protect property, to protect lives, but there really is so much that they can do. They're hoping folks really heed these evacuations. We've been seeing the sheriff's department, local police departments as well, knocking on doors, letting people know, hey, you gotta leave. Many who left last night are now coming back and checking on their homes, and they find that they're actively burning, like the gentleman we saw earlier on Braeburn Road just a few minutes ago. He checked on his home and it was burning, and he was devastated, crying on the ground with his wife, and it really is heartbreaking to see. We can only expect this to get worse. Chris and Megan, we'll leave it with that. Send it back to you.
All right, Carlos Herrera, thank you so much. And it was really compelling to speak with someone or hear from someone who isn't leaving, who is, feeling compelled to stay and ride this out as long as that they possibly can.
However,
Carlos?
we should mention LA City Fire. We spoke with Margaret Stewart earlier this morning. She tells people, please don't do that, because
Right.
sometimes it can interfere with what the firefighters are trying to do. So
Right.
you understand both sides.
Yeah, I'm not judging it.
For
I'm
sure.
just saying it was
Yeah.
compelling talking to
Yeah.
him. Let's go.
And
yes,
go ahead,
Chris
Carlos.
and Megan. Oh, if I can interrupt, I'm sorry. I'm
Please.
glad you mentioned that, because again, I want to stress there are very few people that we've met this morning, or we've seen actually, and that tells you that people are listening, are evacuating, they're leaving, they're letting the firefighters, the authorities handle this. Very few people like Luis Garcia, who we just spoke with minutes ago, that are deciding to stay back. So again, that's a good thing. People are listening to authorities and doing what they can to not interfere.
And what firefighters will tell you is, okay, you've chosen to stay, but if it gets really bad, you're going to rely on us to come save you. After you chose to, and then now you're putting their lives in danger.
Exactly.
So that's where they're coming from with all of that. All right, Carlos Herrera, I know we're going to be checking in with you in just a little bit. Let's bring in meteorologist Henry DiCarlo. And Henry, I think the important question is now, how strong are the winds that we're talking about, and how long are they going to last?
I think that's the big question. How long are they going to last? We're going to have some semblance of strong winds all the way through the evening, and some spots all the way in through tomorrow morning. I think we have this almost false sense of security that once we see the winds hit their peaks and then start to decrease, then obviously our fire concerns are going to decrease. That's not necessarily the case. We know that we have seen Santa Ana conditions with wind gusts of 30 to 40 and had major fires. So the point is this that I'm making. For Los Angeles, so for Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, Altadena, you're in the midst of your strongest winds overnight. We're going to see a little shift in the wind pattern after sunrise. I think by about 10 o'clock, we'll see a dramatic, 10 o'clock this morning, we will see a dramatic downturn in the wind gusts in these areas. However, I feel that the way things are aligning up, we will see those winds not really diminish. Yes, in those areas, they're just going to shift to other areas. Those of you in through Orange County, Riverside County, where the winds have already been ferocious, some of the strongest winds, we could see some wind gusts in some of those higher peaks up to 80, 90 miles per hour. So again, when we start talking about decreasing winds, that doesn't mean we start talking about, okay, the worst is over. No, because these winds are still so strong. What's really making things tough, and Eric talked about this earlier in his live shot when he said for firefighters, it's really limited. It's almost amazing they're able to do anything. I mean, the conditions out there are absolutely ridiculous to try to fight fires. They're doing the best that they can do. But those strong winds, my point is, will be shifting, or at least the stronger winds will be shifting into Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County. So what is my point in telling you this? And we've heard it not only from people, not only that are experiencing fires right now, but also our reporters. It is so important to be ready, set, go. Even Kai talked about that. When these fires start, and we would be naive to think that there may not be, that the fires are done starting. I mean, the potential for more out there this afternoon, unfortunately, in other areas is out there. So that to be prepared, be ready. You don't know if you're going to have a minute to leave, an hour to leave. Maybe you're fortunate and you have a few hours in advance to plan. But you need to have a plan. When you're in these types of situations, you panic, and it's just human nature. So make sure you're thinking ahead. Have that travel bag, things that you might need, necessities, toiletries if you have to leave the house, obviously important documents, your pets, human life, the utmost importance, but almost put together a list of priority. If I have a little extra time, where are those photos that I want to get? So again, this is I'm speaking ahead. For the morning hours, the afternoon hours, when these stronger winds and start to shift into other areas of Southern California. Unfortunately, we are not looking for 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock this morning, where dramatically we're just going to turn off the winds, and that is it. This is very unique, and that is why heading into this, for at least a couple of days, the caution was out there. Hey, we have the possibility of one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events, and we need to take it serious. And one of the issues, not just so much the strong winds, but just the length of these winds. Even when they start to diminish in the intensity, we're still talking 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds and wind gusts that will extend not only through the afternoon today, but overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. And that still poses obviously a threat for future fires, but also makes things very difficult for firefighters who are already stretched and thinned out with these 3 fires, and now we have the potential for more. So to put a bow on all of this, the winds will still be aggressively strong. By about 10 a.m., I do think that those of you in through Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, Altadena, you will notice the winds dramatically starting to taper off, but we will see windy conditions and we'll still have active fires, and firefighters will have to contend with those winds that are still out there. But then our attention will go to other areas, especially San Bernardino down to San Diego. San Diego may end up getting the worst setup of all of this. Right now, looking ahead to the afternoon models, San Diego, some of those peaks could be in excess of 100 miles per hour with winds. So again, we're just almost moving our main fears from one part of the state to another part of Southern California. So this is going to be a tough day. And the best advice I can give as we leave you with this, for those of you that live in areas where where fires are a threat, you need to be at least passively thinking, what's my plan of escape? What am I going to take with me with a limited amount of time? Think ahead. Better to put it all away and not have any problems than to be panicked and leave stuff behind.
Very smart. Thank you, Henry. We appreciate that. We want to switch gears and talk to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. She is on the phone with us right now. Lindsay, thank you for taking the time on a very, very busy and disturbing morning. What sort of message do you have for county residents?
The most important message is your partnership looks like following evacuation orders. Not only does that keep you safe, but it also keeps our first responders safe who are on the front lines, really trying to get this fire under control to protect your property and protect our communities. And so we need people to evacuate to keep themselves safe and to give our communities a fighting chance.
Commissioner Horvath, I know that yesterday you were part of a news conference that was held that explained what was going on, what we can expect, the scope of everything. I know there's another news conference happening at 8 a.m. today. Do you have anything you can tell us now that might be new and helpful?
Yes, so we know that we have several thousand acres burning in the Palisades fire, more than 500 in the Hearst fire over in Sylmar. Both of these fires are in my district, just to get a sense of how big these county districts are. We know that Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is closed today. Kenner Canyon Charter Elementary and several others are closed today. Palisades Charter High School, as we know, is not currently in session. We know that large animals in some of the rural areas also need to be relocated. So we've set up Pierce College Equestrian Center for some of the large animals, Agora Animal Center for the smaller animals. But we are working to assess what has happened. This 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. period this morning has been the worst, but we know that these strong winds are predicted to continue through at least the end of day tomorrow, if not into Friday. So we are not in the clear yet, and we have a lot more work to do.
If folks are watching and maybe they're not affected by the wildfires directly, but they want to help in some way, what's some advice on how local residents can help the residents affected, or even just today, maybe staying home from work if you have that opportunity to just stay off the roads and not interfere with traffic? What sort of advice do you have?
Yeah, so for anybody who doesn't have to commute, especially through these areas, please please stay home or choose an alternate route if you have to commute today to work or otherwise. We also thank so many businesses who have stepped up from throughout the region to support families who have been displaced, who have been providing shelter, who have been coordinating with us to open up new shelter locations as a result of the expansion of these fires. We know that there are several shelters that have opened for the Hearst fire, and so many community-based organizations that are coming together quickly. You know, at a time like this, that's what's going to hold us together, is everybody looking out for each other. We know that people are angry, they're scared, and they're frustrated. But right now, the most important thing is all of us working together to get this fire under control, so then we can make sense of what's left of it after it's out.
And Commissioner Horvath, as a county official, I don't want to get ahead of things, but we already know from talking to firefighters and our own reporters out in the field that we're talking dozens, if not hundreds of homes and structures lost. From a governmental perspective, what are you prepared to do to help these people?
Well, we immediately declared a state of emergency in the county yesterday afternoon. I know the governor joined us in this at the state level, and also reached out to the president, who is on the west side, for additional assistance. So we are completely aligned, city, county, state, and federal governments, all cities who are impacted as well. Those declarations of emergency in the short term allow us to deploy resources and put everything that we've got into contending with this fire and its complications now. But in the longer term, making sure that we have every resource available to take care of people who are going to, you know, have to figure out what they're coming back to in terms of their homes and otherwise. And so we know that there will be a lot to sort through, particularly with insurance claims afterwards. But right now we're just focused on keeping people safe, and I really appreciate those who are on the front lines doing so.
All right, Commissioner, LA County Commissioner Lindsay Horvath, we want to thank you. I know it's a very busy morning. I know it's going to only get busier as the daylight hours approach. Thank you for taking time to speak with us and sharing that information with our audience.
All right, it is 5:35. We want to go out to our reporter, Annie Rose Ramos. She has been covering the Sylmar fire this morning from the ground. Let's get the latest situation there. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hey, Megan, good morning to you. We're still in that mobile home community. I just want to let you look right above my shoulder. That is what everybody is watching and waiting to see, if the winds will push that fire over this community, overlooking the canyon of this community, and to see if it gets any closer. Now, down the street here, Dan, you can see these are all the fire trucks stationed here, pre-positioned, watching the same thing that we are, because if it gets any closer, they are going to have a fight on their hands. What this fire is going to do. This entire community is under an evacuation order. However, some folks decided, they packed up. I'm here with Michael. You packed up. We're next to your truck that is filled with your belongings. But, you know, what Chris has said, what Megan has said, this mobile home park burned down in the Sayre fire. Your home was one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
So talk to me about it. You know, unfortunately reminiscent of that 2008 fire. What happened today? I see that you packed up all of your things here.
It was about 10 o'clock last night, and the winds were fierce, and the power lines arced together. They shorted out. There's a bright light. There's a slight boom, and then I looked down at the bottom of the standard, and there was a small orange ball of flame, which within minutes.
The transformer blue.
Yes.
The transformer blue.
The same transformer, or the same wires arced out about 4 or 5 years ago. The same exact tower, the same exact spot. Same thing happened last night. I was hoping earlier in the evening, they were talking about cutting off the wire because of the impending windstorm. Apparently they didn't.
And so you packed up all of your things. We're looking at some of them here. I see you have, Michael, some of your frames here. Talk to me, come over here and tell me a little bit more about, I mean, we've been talking about it all morning long, about like, how do you grab, what do you grab? I mean, it's so hard to decide.
Okay, I got off early yesterday afternoon, and I knew it was going to be bad. And I knew, so I figured, well, I didn't want to get caught unexpected. So I staged everything in the garage. I should have packed it in the bed of the truck, but I didn't. I figured, well, I'll just kind of wait. So at 10 o'clock, when this incident happened and it shorted out, I just started packing frantically, as you can see.
You've got your blankets,
So I got my guitars, I got some clothes, I got some of the wife's clothes, just anything that I valued I put in here. The rest, it can.
And I know in the Sayre fire, you said you were living here, you lost everything.
Yes, yes. Came out with 1 cat, 2 get fiddles, and 3 kitty cats. That's all we got out with.
And your family was okay?
Yes. We came out unscathed. We were grateful for that. But that
But
was
you
a horrendous
rebuilt. I mean, it was something like what? 480 of the 600 mobile homes
all
were
but
lost.
Approximately 200 were destroyed. So we rebuilt in the same spot, and
now you
we're
were
glad we
scared it
were.
was going to happen all over again.
Well, there's always that possibility, but
Yeah.
we really like this community. It's a beautiful community. It's well run. You're nestled up here in the foothills, foothills of Somar. You're sort of, it's just this tranquil enclave that really not a lot of people know about. As soon as you pull through the gates, it's just like, it's quiet, it's peaceful. Families walk, moms with their strollers, there's kids. There's elderly folks. It's a very, very nice place.
Having said that, though, you know, we're looking up at that canyon.
Yes.
We're looking at that fire. What is your biggest concern? Do you feel like, I mean, the firefighters that we spoke to on this street, literally right here, outside of your home, they're confident that this is going to stay a little bit away from this community, but you still have obviously that fear that this wind could bring it back towards us.
Yes, I still have the fear, but judging by the wind, we're okay. It all hinges on the wind. If the wind can change it in an instant, and if it changes directions, the wrong directions, then we'll have to flee.
You were very sweet. We met you because you were walking down this street offering water in the restroom to any of these firefighters who are staged over here. They've got their hoses out ready to go, and you were offering that. You said you stayed the night actually in your home, even though it was under evacuation order, but you had your truck packed and ready to go to drive out if you needed to.
That's correct. Yes, Annie.
Were you not concerned overnight that you were too late past the evacuation order and you might get stuck in a sticky, hairy situation?
No, because at that point, most of the residents had already left, so there was very little traffic, hardly. Plus, there's another exit on the east side of the park.
Sure.
So I figured if the winds changed direction and started coming eastbound back to the park, I could just head on out in front of the flames.
You know, we just were talking to one of your neighbors here who lives at this mobile home park, and a lot of folks have been kind of trickling in on foot or in their cars, completely packed to the brim with their belongings, trying to come back to their home to see if it's still standing, if they're going to stay, or if they're going to leave. You know, is that sort of what you've been hearing in this situation in your community, that they're just kind of weighing what to do at this point?
I haven't had an opportunity to speak to any of them, but I'm certain that's what they're doing. They were probably bivouacked someplace within the close vicinity, and now that, you know, dawn's beginning to break, they are probably anxious to see how things are going. So,
what are you going to do you think?
Well, I'm just going to hang out and watch the flames, watch the wind, and I'm still ready to leave in an instant. So it's just, we'll see what happens, you know. But if things go sour, we're ready to go. And if we get through this unscathed, we'll be forever grateful, and we'll continue living here in this wonderful, beautiful community.
It's why you stayed after the 2008 fire, right?
Of course, of course.
And rebuilt.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Michael, thank you so much. I'm so glad you're safe. You're so sweet to be out here offering folks water and restroom and anything they need.
And you folks do a great job. Give my best to all the crew at the station watching every morning. They're all great.
Thank you so much.
Truly are.
Thank you. Please be safe. Please be safe. All right, guys, we're going to watch and wait and do exactly what everybody else in this community is doing, and that is look at those flames, see which way the wind pushes them here in Silmar. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys.
Pasadena Police! Mandatory evacuations!
Officers going door to door after a mandatory evacuation order was issued. This about 6:20 last night. This is at the Altadena home of our audio engineer, Eric Pierce. Eric says his family is okay, thankfully. We do have updated numbers right now on the Eaton fire. CAL FIRE has the acreage right now at just over 2,200 acres. That is up from 1,000 acres overnight, and we do expect it to get even larger. And we want to show you this video again as well about 95 senior living residents. They had to evacuate last night. We're going to show you that coming up shortly. This was the video was from the terraces at Park Marina due to the Eaton fire.
All right, this live look, though, they switched the video on us. This is actually from our Mount Wilson cam, looking down on the Eaton fire.
Gotcha.
So that's what we're looking at right now. That's a live look. You can tell by the way the trees are blowing, just how strong the gusts are. Henry DiCarlo, what are we talking right now in terms of gusts and the strength of those gusts?
By the way, I want to mention those residents, those senior residents are all doing okay. So we'd love to hear that this morning.
Last night, if you were watching KTLA, you could see them trying to get and just it was the amount of people that were out there helping and just how quickly they were able to do that. Great work. But to answer the question about the wind gusts, very tricky because with wind gusts, we'll see the strongest gusts high up in elevation where we don't have obviously residences, buildings, things of that nature, but it still fans out. So when we talk about these zones where we have active fires, we're still talking gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour. Those sustained winds, 22 to 30. So it's the gusts that are really tricky for firefighters. If they can at least account for sustained winds and direction, it gives them a really good idea of how they can stay ahead of things and look down the line a little bit and be prepared for any further movement. But it's the gusts that come and they go and they change directions, and that is what makes things extremely tricky. And we're still looking at 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. We're going to see this through the morning. I would say by about 9, 10 o'clock, we'll start seeing the winds, sustained winds, maybe go more towards 17, 18, wind gusts maybe 35 to 30. So that will signal at least a change to better conditions, but not great conditions, still challenging conditions. Humidity at 15%. We do see the humidity generally rise a little bit overnight. Even though it's a strong offshore flow, the atmosphere does pick up a little moisture from the ocean onshore effect at the surface, so that helps. But my point in that is the humidity will continue to lower after sunrise. So it's not just about the wind, it's about the low humidity. And even though this is not a hot Santa Ana wind event, it is warmer than average, so it makes things extremely difficult for firefighters with the low humidity and the wind gusts that will still be with us. And again, I do want to mention this. Just because you're in areas that are not affected, at least as far as fires are concerned, Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, I do expect the winds in those areas to actually increase during the morning and at times during the afternoon. And that is where we will see an uptick in at least danger. So even when the winds psychologically feel a little bit better to us because we're saying, oh, they're starting to lay down, they're still very aggressive, very strong, and could create very damaging and dangerous conditions. So we're going to be doing this all day long, possibly into tomorrow, and be talking about other areas of concern as these winds really slowly just shift from one area to another.
Henry, thank you so much. I want to show you now powerful winds making it really dangerous for folks to be on the road this morning, especially in high-profile vehicles. We were going to be showing you some video of that. There you go, in Fontana. 30 to 60 mile per hour winds caused several big rigs to overturn overnight, including a FedEx truck. It flipped on its side on Interstate 15 near Sierra Avenue. Several trucks also overturned on Interstate 210 near the I-15 interchange. Only minor injuries were reported, but it is a reminder that if you do have to be out on the roads today, as Henry mentioned, the winds are going to continue throughout the day. They are going to be strong. You need to be extra cautious.
There was reports of some trucks tying themselves to guardrails so they wouldn't tip over. That's how extreme it was along the 15. All right, in Los Feliz, winds knocked a large tree down on top of moving cars, trapping the drivers inside. You can see it there. It happened on Hillhurst Avenue near Melbourne Avenue. Witnesses say a Jeep and a sedan were driving southbound when the tree and power light pole came crashing down. Witnesses say Good Samaritans helped to get the drivers out. Also in Los Feliz, the strong winds toppling a big tree onto parked cars on New Hampshire Avenue. No one appears to have been hurt. The city crews that have to come out and remove all of these downed trees are going to be very busy, they say, in the coming days.
In Hollywood, a power outage overnight left more than 2,200 customers in the dark. An affected neighborhood is near the area of Vine Street and Franklin Avenue. Crews are working to restore power and expect to have it back on by about 8 this morning. But really, it was a similar scene all across LA County overnight. According to the LADWP, about 130,000 of their customers are without power. We also talked to SoCal Edison this morning. They had about 83,000 customers with power shut off as well. And those were planned. Those were on purpose. They de-energized the lines to keep folks safe.
This is one of the most important traffic mornings we've had in some time. Let's get over to Ginger.
And you know, you guys were talking earlier about some of those big rigs in Fontana. You know, the top of right at 2:30 this morning, we discussed that, right? That Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, Rialto, and some of those areas where we know we have those strong winds. I mean, even when the winds aren't that strong, you are affected by them, especially if you're in a high-profile vehicle, you're towing something, you're in a semi, and those winds will continue to whip in those spots. The good news is we don't have anything active right now, but we did earlier this morning. This camera shows us the drive if your plans take you in or out of Santa Monica. It doesn't look like any cars are let through for now. That our understanding is still the east. That would be the cars that would be coming at us. That is the open spot. That actually is the westbound side where you see vehicles. Those look like emergency vehicles to me, but the westbound side is closed at Lincoln Boulevard, and you see it. And then you cannot continue onto the McClure Tunnel. And I think part of that also so that they could get some of these units to the scene that need to get to the fires, whether they are heading into areas of Malibu, Santa Monica, obviously the Pacific Palisades as well. And then we know there are a lot of closures, whether Malibu Canyon Road at Payuma, PCH, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, all those closed as well. We want to remind everybody about something that we've been discussing because of the Hearst fire. 5 Freeway, the South connectors, the 5 Freeway South and northbound side connectors to the 210 East, those are closed, okay? So the 5 in general, the 14, those remain open as you move through the Newhall Pass. You need to head into you need to head into Burbank, North Hollywood, and some of those spots. But if you normally travel 5 South to the 210 East, you will not be able to do that. And the 210 East and westbound side are closed between Roxford to the 5 and vice versa because of the Hearst fire, and some of those surrounding streets will probably be shut down as well. So this has been an interesting situation because Sunset Boulevard that's closed at Temescal Canyon Road over to PCH. That closure, I mean, yesterday, I would say within about an hour and a half, maybe even less than that, an hour 15 minutes, when the fire broke out at 10:30, within an hour and a half, Sunset Boulevard was at a standstill. People could not get out, and so now they do have that official closure here. And we mentioned as well, portions of PCH at Los Flores Canyon Road to Temescal Canyon Road, those are shut down as well. This is a situation, I do want to explain it, okay? So now traffic control needs to take place here. There is a possibility that people will have to detour away from this area because Angeles Crest Highway at Angeles Forest Highway, what people are doing is they are driving to this particular stretch of road, Angeles Crest Highway to Angeles Forest Highway, parking their cars and taking pictures of the fires. That is a big no-no. And we're talking about a stretch of roadway where when it's windy, it's dark, you have debris, it's dangerous. And now taking pictures, yeah, you're obstructing a lot of people who are trying to get through the area. In fact, it's our understanding that they will have to maybe remove some of those cars for the people who are standing there taking pictures. That is a big no-no. Moving over to look into South Orange County. You know, earlier Henry was talking about San Diego, and it reminded me that yes, we need to check San Diego because Temecula had these strong winds. I mean, they were really whipping in the overnight hours, and Henry's mentioning that they're only going to be kicking up even more. I know that there are different stretches of the 15, the 5, the 8, all in San Diego County that are going to be affected by the winds, but also by fires, and then some parts of the 5 through Oceanside as well. So you know somebody heading into those areas will be a big deal. But really the bigger story to me would be for our friends heading into Elsinore as well as Temecula because of those strong winds. We're going to keep track of all these things, reminding everybody the things they shouldn't do, like take pictures on busy stretches of roadways. I'll send it back to you, Megan and Chris.
Ginger, thank you. We want to go back out to Eric Spillman, who is live at the Pacific Palisades fire, where last time we were joining you, the winds had really picked up. It looks like they've died down a little bit, but tell us what the situation is.
Well, you get gusts every now and again, but what a scene of devastation here. We're on Pampas Rica Street at Ocampo here, and this was one of the most beautiful sections of the Huntington Palisades. And this morning, numerous homes here have burned to the ground. This one is completely gone except for some steel beams. But let's take a walk further down here and we'll show you what else is happening. From my vantage point here, there are about 15 to 20 homes that are either burning or have burned to the ground. Many of them with cars still in the driveway because people didn't have time to remove them. And there are firefighters here. They're doing their best to protect what homes are still standing. And Meredith, watch out. There's something in front of you here. I'm going to move you that. Yeah, there's debris all over the place here. But taking a look at this very large two-story home, and these are extremely expensive multi-million-dollar homes, and this one fully engulfed, and we've seen this all over the street. I would say probably 60 to 70% of the homes on this street are burning or have already burned to the ground. I mean, as an example, look across the street over there at that corner. That one's gone. And there's several more down the street that are also gone as well. And again, there's firefighters here really from all over the state doing their best to save what they can. But with the situation that we've faced here with these howling winds blowing the embers horizontally, there's not much they could do. Also, water has been a problem in the Pacific Palisades overnight. Water pressure from hydrants, especially in Palisades Village. There was a problem getting the kind of water pressure that firefighters need. But to be truthful, when you take a look at this fire here, or these fires, you know, in many cases, there's not much the firefighters can do. When the winds are blowing 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, the embers are traveling several miles perhaps in the air, catching new homes on fire. There's just really not a whole lot that you can do. I mean, there's no aerial support. It's not safe to fly helicopters overnight. It hasn't been safe to bring in aircraft since about 8 o'clock yesterday. So there's not that many tools available for firefighters to use. And again, you could put water on one house and try and put that fire out, but the flames are creating these embers that go over the top of you and catch the next home on the other side on fire. So it's just kind of like an impossible task that they're faced with. And, you know, when the sun comes up in a little while, we're really going to see the scope of the devastation here. We don't have an accurate count on exactly how many homes have burned. There's another one across the street, or maybe that's two. It's hard to tell where one property starts and the other one starts or ends when the homes are gone. You know, it's hard to know what's what. But yeah, from just this one section that we've been at this morning, I mean, I want to say, yeah, like I said, 50, 60, 70% of the homes on this street are burned to the ground. And we haven't really traveled around the rest of Pacific Palisades to know. There goes a big piece. Things just collapse when the houses burn to the ground. You know, pieces of them occasionally come to. You hear a crashing sound. That's because a large portion of house has just collapsed, and I'm sure just burns to the ground. And I want to take a minute and talk about insurance, because the next stage for these homeowners is going to be filing a claim, and that is a very long process. You know, to rebuild a house like that, if people are intending to do that, that's a process that is enormously frustrating and takes years. I mean, we've seen it so many times. People in Malibu have faced that over and over again, and you know, it's a 3 or 4 year process. And we have an insurance crisis here in California as well. I don't think we've talked about that very much, but you know, people have trouble getting homeowners insurance in California, even people who don't live in fire-prone or hillside areas. And I want to say that Pacific Palisades is not what I would consider to be a hillside or fire-prone area. I mean, yes, there have been fires here, but it's not like Malibu or other places. And with this kind of disaster here, multiple, perhaps hundreds of homes that have burned, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to get homeowners insurance in Southern California, even more difficult than it is right now. And that's sort of another aspect of this disaster that is really going to affect all kinds of people, not just the people who've dealt with total loss. And yeah, I don't know what the answer is for that, because what's happening with insurers is they're canceling, or not renewing, I should say, policies for people even when they don't live in hillside or fire-prone areas. And this type of situation here, where you're going to have a huge, who knows how many billions of dollars here have been lost. They're going to have all these claims. That's going to make it harder for insurers to want to insure sort of regular homeowners in Southern California. That's another aspect of this to think about. At any rate, for the immediate future for these folks is to come back here, and the sadness that we see so many times over and over again when people come back to their homes and find that there's nothing left but a chimney and there's nothing to recover at all. There's no belongings to get. All the memories are burned. And how to handle, the next steps. Where do you stay? Where do you live for a long period of time? Should you rebuild? What is your normal life? What is the new normal going to become for you? And that is what these homeowners are going to be facing here once we get through this. And I'm reminded of the early 90s, where we had a period where there were major fires that burned hundreds of homes in several days. And this morning we have 3 major fires. And we have, again, that situation like this, a kind of an insane windstorm where there was really nothing that the firefighters could do. And that's what we're facing now. At any rate, it's all very, very sad. And you hate to see it. Again, this is one of the loveliest parts or it was one of the loveliest parts of Pacific Palisades, the Huntington Palisades, and this particular street, Pampas Ricas. For those people who are familiar with this neighborhood, it's just the most beautiful street. It's got this center median with these palm trees, and it's just gorgeous, gorgeous homes. And most of it is gone. So we'll stay here, keep an eye on what's going on, and let you know. But that's pretty much all there is to say. We'll send it back to you.
Eric Spillman, thank you so much. The devastation is just, there's so many layers to it. We'll check back in with you coming up shortly. If you're just joining us, it is 6 a.m. We appreciate you being with us here on the KTLA 5 Morning News. We have been on the air for,
nonstop.
Hours and hours.
Nonstop.
Yeah, nonstop here at KTLA. If you're just waking up, an unprecedented fire emergency in Southern California has caused catastrophic damage all across LA County overnight. 3 major wildfires have forced more than 50,000 people to evacuate. Residents in Pacific Palisades, where Eric was, residents in Malibu, parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning. The fires are being fanned by those 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Gusts reported, over 80 miles per hour in some spots.
1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground, but the use of aircraft, and you've probably noticed this, was stopped before 8 o'clock last night because of the winds. That's also why we don't have our helicopter in the air to show you aerials of what's going on. The winds are just too strong. Plus, with President Biden in town, there is what's known as a temporary flight restriction, so we can't cover it for that reason as well. But hopefully both of those will be lifted in the near future. One firefighter has been injured. Multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are without power across Los Angeles County. Specifically, SoCal Edison has told us they have 83,000 customers in 5 different Southern California counties who don't have power. They say it could take up to 24 hours to get power back on, so be ready for that.
There are dozens of school closures today because of the fires. All Santa Monica and Malibu schools will be closed today due to the Palisades fire. And the Eaton and Hearst fires have led to the closure of 18 school districts, including Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Duarte, El Monte City, Glendale, La Cañada, Los Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, South Pasadena, Temple City, and Valle Lindo.
Los Angeles Unified School District has closed 7 schools for today. They include Cantor Canyon Charter Elementary, Canyon Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, and University High School.
And here's a list of college closures: Santa Monica College, Azusa Pacific University, Glendale Community College, Pasadena City College, and Caltech. All of these colleges closed today as well.
For the Palisades fire, evacuations have been expanded to East Kenter Avenue and north to Mulholland Road. The evacuation orders still stretching south to the Pacific Coast Highway area and west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. For Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everyone north of San Vicente Boulevard between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. An evacuation warning has been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard. The Westwood Recreation Center now serving as a shelter, allowing residents to remain overnight. Also, it is accepting small animals.
All right, we want to go out live to our Megan Tellis, who is covering the Eden fire in the Sierra Madre area. She's giving us the latest from the ground there. Megan, good morning.
Yeah, Chris and Meg, good morning to both of you. You can see behind me, we came here thinking a home was up in flames, but in fact, this is a new community about to be built. You see the framework of a lot of homes starting to go, and it goes all the way up. You see the flames over there to my right. This is going up. We're at the corner of, what was the corner here? Barker, and I'll have to get the crossroads, Baldwin and Carter, I want to say. But you can see here, I just talked to some firefighters who've been here since about midnight, and they're just monitoring the scene. They're not trying to put out these flames over here. They say these are just pallets that are going up in flames. They're letting that do its thing. Embers are flying. And if you go again to the left, Patrick Heitlinger behind the camera here, you can see on that hillside here in Sierra Madre at the very top of Baldwin here, you can see that the fire and the flames seem to be crawling down. Hear the sirens coming now. But again, firefighters down here on the base of the road just trying to monitor the scene to make sure that these flames aren't expanding north, south, east, or west. But it's just interesting to see here. You mentioned all the schools that are closed in this area today. 2,200 acres burned. Talking about the Palisades fire, 2,900 acres burned. So not a huge difference when you come much further east over here. I know the winds, I'll say, they have not been as strong as I felt last night. Much calmer when it comes to the wind speeds. But you do see the flames here and the embers flying. This fire started at around 6:30 last night. Only 10 acres burned. That's what was initially reported. And then acres burned. By 8 p.m., 400 acres burned. As of this morning, 2,200 acres burned, more than that, and it is growing. So again, firefighters, take a look at the scene. See them hanging out next to the fire truck there. They are just trying to make sure that everything is okay in this community. It doesn't seem like any people currently lived in this community, as some of the homes, if you go to the base of the map of the homes in this area that were up and coming, some of the properties had been sold, some were up for sale, but at this point, at what I'm standing next to, it is up in flames this morning. So whatever was started here, they're going to have to start from scratch again. If you come closer to the flames, you can see just what this piece of land looks like. But the good news is, unlike a lot of the visuals we were seeing overnight, you're not seeing people in this community having to evacuate. There are a ton of evacuation orders and warnings in place here in the Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Altadena area. I know I spoke with Carlos Herrera a couple of minutes ago, and he is west of where I am. He is in Altadena, which is just north of the 210 in Pasadena. And I am probably the furthest east that we have here today. Again, we are here in Sierra Madre. So here we go. This is what's happening here. We're going to keep an eye on the Eaton fire. I don't want to get too close here, but you can see this is what's burning this morning. Firefighters paying attention to what's happening on the outskirts of these flames here, making sure that nothing does expand beyond this point. So that is the very latest out here. I'm going to send it back to you, Chris and Meg. And we're going to see, because we can see that hillside burning. So we understand more homes are on fire, and we will bring you the very latest in just a little bit.
All right, Megan Tellis reporting live from the Eaton fire, one of 3 major fires. There are even more than that burning throughout Southern California, but the 3 major fires are where Megan was: the Eaton fire, of course, the Pacific Palisades fire, and then the Hearst fire, which is burning right there. Kind of like if you had to pinpoint it, the crux of the 210 and the 5 freeway up in the hillsides over in that area. Henry DiCarlo, the winds are driving all of this. What can we expect both now and moving forward?
You know, the winds are still going to be an issue through the rest of the day. When we're dealing with winds as strong as we've been dealing with, even though we're talking about winds diminishing, we're still talking about a major Santa Ana wind event. So my point is, yes, I think psychologically we're starting to feel a little bit better in these places. We've heard and we've seen from the live shots from Eric Spillman, Megan Tellis, that the winds at least appear to be starting to taper off a little bit. We still have the strong gusts that come up, but overall, those sustained winds appear to be, and that would make diminishing, and that would make sense because between now and about 10 a.m. we do anticipate the winds will dramatically start to taper off, not diminish and end completely, but the strongest wind gusts will finally have turned the corner on that. That does not mean the system is dying out. It just means the system, these upper level lows that working in unison, bringing us this very strong offshore flow, is just slowly shifting off towards the east. I still anticipate where Orange County has seen some very strong winds, the Inland Empire, Riverside, San Bernardino County. I do think you will still find there will be pockets of really strong winds throughout the afternoon, and I think as we may see at least some of the fire concerns ease a little bit in through Ventura and parts of LA County, certainly Santa Barbara County, we will increase at least our concern for Orange County, the Inland Empire, and Riverside County, because we're just shifting these stronger winds, moving away from the coast, moving off towards the east. So many communities in through Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, you can start feeling better. Malibu, you could start feeling a little bit better. And again, I don't want to say you're completely out of the woods because the winds still shift and get gusty and change directions. But with each passing minute, the main core of the winds start to extend off towards the east. San Diego County, definitely we'll be looking at strong conditions. You know, I just had a report to Divine, if it please in my ear, if you could tell me, is it Coachella? I may be getting a report of a fire in Coachella, which would take us out towards Indio on the border of Riverside and also San Diego County. So I'm going to try to, if I can get some, and again, I mention this because I'm starting to get concerned about those areas eastward and through Santa Barbara, Riverside County, Orange County, not because I want to cause concern. I just want those areas.
Tyler Fire, 10 acres has burned so far.
10 acres, which means it just started. With these winds at 10 acres, this is probably something that just started within the last 15 to 30 minutes. This is in the Coachella, not Coachella Valley, but in Coachella.
It is, yeah, it's Coachella, Tyler Street and 47th Avenue.
Okay, so we're talking out towards Indio. Those of you familiar with the Coachella Valley, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but this does speak to what I was talking about earlier, that my main concern, the concern is across the board. I'm not saying I'm any less concerned about any of these areas, but when we start focusing on these winds diminishing where we actively have fires right now, that is great news for firefighters. That does not mean that we can all start taking a little bit of a breath and feeling, okay, the winds are over. They're not over. They're just shifting. The main strength is now going to intensify in through Orange County, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. So those areas, again, start thinking ahead. Be prepared. What am I going to do? It's the old ready, set, go. I cannot tell you how important that is. Even if you have to inconvenience yourself for 30 minutes this morning to get some proper paperwork together, get your medicine together, maybe an overnight bag. Again, not trying to alarm anyone, but we don't know where these things are going to pop up. And we do know within the last 15 minutes, we've had one that has popped up in Coachella. So those areas that I mentioned, we know where they are, where they're prone to fires. Winds are still going to be an issue, guys. Issues will still be, winds will still be an issue. And even when they start to taper off a little bit, we're still dealing with 40, 50 mile per hour winds, which are damaging and concerning. And that's what we'll watch throughout the morning into the afternoon. Ginger, let's send it over to you and we'll get any updates. I'm sure things are looking a little rough out there. A lot of debris on the roads too.
Oh man, I mean, we're talking about the debris on the roadway that you have to dodge. And then of course we have those strong winds. I just want to mention really quick as we look at this real-time traffic map of the 10 in Santa Monica that there is an evacuation order that's fairly new, just issued for anybody who lives. This is for Glendale, Chevy Chase Canyon residents. So you cannot proceed anything north of Chevy Chase Canyon or Emerald Isle I mean, those streets are really narrow. It's such a beautiful area, but it is one of those things where, yes, the evacuation order is just coming in within the last few minutes for our friends who do live in Glendale. This is the 10 westbound side right here at Lincoln Boulevard. So we've been talking about the closure. You cannot advance and continue into Santa Monica proper. You cannot continue onto PCH, the California Incline, all that shut down. Now, if you want to go east, coming off those areas and then going east in towards, say, Brentwood, West LA, you're okay to do that. But the westbound side closed again at Lincoln Boulevard. I mean, if you want to take, Olympic and Pico and some of those other streets, those are still open and available. Still worth us mentioning that 5 freeway. Remember, the southbound closure is only the connector road to that 210 East, right? Because they don't want you to run into the Hearst fire. But you see those massive delays that are really starting to form if you have plans to be on the 5, the 14 freeways, definitely affected by the connector road being closed. And then the 210, the closure for you will be between the 5 over to Roxford and vice versa. 5 northbound side, that closure, again, you cannot connect to the connector road to that 210 heading east. So here's a look if you're heading out of areas of, say, Eagle Rock, and then you need to continue towards JPL, towards Altadena, not necessarily in towards Old Town Pasadena, but the closure 134 east to the 210 westbound connector roads, that's what's shut down. Again, not so you won't run into areas of that Eaton fire. This is something new that may not be related to the fires. 5 north at Culver Drive. It's our understanding that the 4 right lanes are now closed for your plans heading into Irvine, and that's because of a very serious crash, but they are anticipating it to be here for a little bit. And you already see some massive delays that are starting to form. We do have a lot of fires in a whole bunch of different spots. We're trying to cover as many bases as possible and letting you know about some of the new closures that have popped up. And remember, the ones that we had from yesterday, whether it's Topanga Canyon Boulevard, stretches of PCH between Los Flores and Temescal, all of those are still in effect. And it does look like the 210 freeway is still open and available unless you want to continue in towards Altadena. We're going to keep our eyes on all these things. Public transportation, there are some areas that are affected, but for now anyway, in terms of like the L line, you should be good to go into areas of Pasadena. We're going to keep our eyes on these things. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Ginger, thank you. An update now on the Eaton fire burning in the foothills just right there in the Altadena, Pasadena area. The city of Glendale has also issued an evacuation order for Chevy Chase Canyon in Glendale. They are instructing residents to evacuate south on Chevy Chase or via Emerald Isle. An evacuation center has been set up at Pacific Community Center. Also, all of La Cañada Flint Ridge has been ordered to evacuate due to severe wind conditions and the fire. Everyone living in that area being told to leave now. Our Annie Rose Ramos is heading there from the Hearst fire in Sylmar. She's now moving to this new location, which is part of the Eaton fire impact area.
And we'll check in with her coming up shortly. We want to go out to our Carlos Herrera, who's live once again at the Eaton fire location, giving us the latest from the ground. Still bad. Good morning.
Yeah, not getting any better, worse here in Altadena, specifically this stretch of Allen Avenue. This is Homewood Drive, one of many homes that is now burning here in this area. You can see it there. Firefighters were here earlier. They're now deciding to let it burn. Part of the concern here is having the roof collapse. We did see, sadly, inside the house, a family portrait falling to the ground. Very dramatic, at least to see it from here. You can only imagine how devastated the family is going to be when they see that their house is up in flames and will likely burn to the ground. Behind this house, about 5 or 6 other homes also burning. Firefighters deciding to let those burn as well. Again, you can hear the glass there breaking and a lot of pops in that area. Going back to Henry's point about the winds significantly tapering off here. Yes, we've noticed that, we felt it, and we've seen it as well. But that's not helping the situation because the wind is still strong here. We get those gusts coming up here, 20, 25, even 30 mile an hour here. And what they do is that they have embers flying around. What we see is them hopping stretches of road. This here is Allen Avenue as we approach and keep moving north. And they burn properties here. This house also burned to the ground early this morning at around 3 a.m. Firefighters try to get here, try to do their best to save it, but they weren't able to. But again, you can see over to the right here, Jose, to the other side. that's a burned vehicle. But over on this side, to my point about embers flying and hopping roads, you can see it there. This has happened in the last 5 minutes or so, where we had a wind gust come up and had embers flying horizontally, crossing the road and starting spot fires here. We do see several LA County Fire Department units here staged in this area along Allen Avenue. It appears that this neighborhood has gotten the worst of it in the last 2 hours or so. They're staged here trying to protect property, trying to protect lives and homes, but there really isn't enough resources, enough manpower to do so. Yes. Let's see here. Yeah, we're good. Sorry, checking on signal here, but this is Allen Avenue again. Many of these homes, wow, we can just count them just on this corner. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes. 7 homes in just this stretch of Allen Avenue that are damaged or destroyed. Things are not going to be improving. Yes, the winds will taper off through 10 a.m. But the wind is still there. Gusts are still popping up, and we get those embers flying. I spoke with an LA County Fire Department firefighter just a few minutes ago before getting on air. And I asked him, hey, what have you noticed? Have you been speaking to residents? And he said, what's really helping us, believe it or not, is that about 90 to 95%, you see, we got to stop here. We do see down power lines and down trees, so we got to stay here. But going back to that point, that LA County firefighter telling me, anywhere from 90 to 95% of residents who have been evacuated have decided to evacuate. They've left the area, packed their belongings, gathered their family members, and left. They had an evacuation plan, so they're staying away, not interrupting firefighters in this area. So that's helped them a lot in their efforts. So very few have decided to stay and matters into their own accounts and protect their homes, protect their properties. So that is a lot of good news. Now, in terms of the evacuation orders, you just mentioned it. Glendale now part of that. Most of the northern end or northern section of Altadena still evacuated. Part of this location also still without power. Unlikely it'll be coming back anytime soon.
All right, it looks like we lost Carlos's signal. Carlos, thank you so much. You're really getting a sense for really how serious the situation is still on the ground in so many of these areas. As you saw, the winds still blowing quite fiercely. Henry's warning us they are going to die down a little bit, but not by that much all throughout the day. He's going to talk more about the winds coming up shortly. First, we want to show you this new video that is just coming into our newsroom this morning. The Palisades fire still burning over 2,900 acres. It has reached the Pacific Ocean. You can see flames burning right along the water along PCH. Structures are continuing to burn all along the highway. We've gotten reports of several restaurants possibly being destroyed as well. The difficult situation has been the fact that, there hasn't been daylight to get a real sense of what exactly has been destroyed and what hasn't been destroyed. Right. 8 a.m. this morning is when we're going to hear from fire officials. They're hoping by that time we're going to have more of a sense of the exact numbers and exact communities.
And I'm going to say them. We don't know the status of these restaurants, but there's 2 in particular along PCH that people are really curious about: Gladstone's and Duke's. We don't know the status of those restaurants. People are they're iconic.
Yes.
In Southern California. So we're very concerned. We want to find out, in addition to the homes that people have lost, these iconic locations that people are so very familiar with. If you drive PCH, you know them.
Rosenthal's is a very popular wine tasting restaurant that was destroyed. According to LA Times, reported that they had photos of it. So I just have this feeling this is going to be quite devastating. Yes.
And here's the thing.
This is already devastating.
Technically,
it's going to be a whole nother level.
Exactly. Technically, the sun comes up right around 7 o'clock, but as you know, the daylight peaks before that. So really in the coming minutes, and you can already kind of tell it's getting lighter out there, aside from the flames making it lighter. But literally, we're going to know in the next few minutes. We're just going to have just a heartbreaking look at what's going on. And we still can't fly yet to give you an aerial view because of the wind and the flight restrictions. All right, here's video that shows a time lapse of the Palisades and the fire there. You can really get a sense of everything. This was taken near Sunset Boulevard over a period of many hours. And you can just see how the flames build, the smoke builds, and especially this is facing east. So you can see how the wind is blowing west or southwest, if you will. It's just crazy.
All right, we want to go back out live to our Megan Tellis, who is live in the Sierra Madre area with the latest on the Eden fire there. You can see talking to firefighters there. Megan, what's the latest?
All right, well, we're here at the corner of Carter and Baldwin. This is what I was saying moments ago. If you just swoop over here, you can see the flames. That's what I was standing in front of about 10 minutes ago. That's a new community up here in Sierra Madre, so there are a lot of homes that were about to be built, a lot of the lumber on fire up there. There are different fire crews of 2 that I'm seeing at every corner. When I was up there, we actually saw a deer coming right in front of us and scoot away, so you have to think about the wildlife and what it's doing to the wildlife this morning. But back to the crews, they're stationed in separate pockets so that if small fires pop up, these firefighters are able to spot it and put the fire out. And on that note, if you come over here, this house here, you can tell someone does, or people, a family, who knows who lives here at this corner of, again, Baldwin and Carter. But there was a small fire that started just beyond this tree here. We saw it, firefighters are here, and we were like, we see this, and they came over, and within 3 minutes, they put it out. And that's exactly what they're doing. I had just asked them, let me grab my phone here because I hear this truck is possibly about to get out. And my phone's on there, but these firefighters here all night. They're monitoring the scene, making sure here in Sierra Madre, with all these evacuations in order, with all of these schools that are shut down, that everyone does remain safe. This is Arcadia Fire Department. I just spoke to one woman who is leaving in her vehicle, asked if she could be on air, but she's like, no, sort of in a panic. She had to go. She works for emergency services down here, Sierra Madre, Altadena, Pasadena, but she did tell me what it looks like up the way where she lives. Her family has evacuated. She went back to get some things, and she discovered that the house behind her had burned down. To the side of her was on fire, but her home was okay at that moment. But if you come over here, you can just see it's because the embers are flying from every which way that these small fires keep popping up, again, like this one in this neighborhood. Let me see if this gentleman here can say something. Hello, sir. Yeah. How long have you been a resident here?
Long time.
Long time? Is this the worst you've seen? Pardon?
Yeah.
Yeah? And for you, have you evacuated from your home?
Oh yeah, we evacuated. I just got back.
Okay. Everything okay with your house?
Yeah.
Okay, he says everything's okay, obviously covered up there, but there's his vehicle right there. You know, people, it seems to be that's what they're doing. They evacuated last night when the winds were really bad. I have my family out in the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana. My mom's saying this morning, winds are terrible, the worst they've ever been, and we've been there most of our lives. But I'll say it's kind of eerie right now, Chris and Bay. Being here in Sierra Madre, it's not windy. It's not windy at all. I did speak to some firefighters, and he said around 4:30 this morning that here in Sierra Madre, the winds were pretty bad. There was a house that was, the perimeter around it was going up in flames, and so they put that out. But he says right now it is quiet. And they seem to have everything under control. 2,200 acres burned, more than that. At this hour, we're talking about the Eden fire, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Altadena. Carlos Herrera also on this. He's a bit more west than I am. But this is the scene out here. Sort of, things are calm until they're not. And in which case, firefighters are here to put out these small fires. This is the second resident I've seen this morning who seems to be doing all right. But again, this is a scary situation for all. So we wish everyone lots of luck as they wake up this morning. I know, Chris, you've been mentioning the sun will be coming up around 7 o'clock. That will be an interesting sight. So you can see off here in the distance, the sun is starting to come up there. We'll get a better idea as to all the damage done. But that is the very latest from right here in Sierra Madre at the corner of Carter and Baldwin. Firefighters taking off now. Seems like they've done their thing here on this corner. So we're going to continue to chase this fire. I'll send it back to you in Hollywood.
All right, Megan Tellis reporting live from the Eaton fire. In that particular location, we have multiple reporters at multiple fires. Let's go back now to the Palisades fire, the Pacific Palisades fire, where Eric Spillman has been live. Eric, you're providing us with some of the most devastating images we've seen from this entire situation. What's the latest from your location, and exactly where are you?
We're on Ocampo Drive near Pampas Ricas in the Huntington Palisades section of Pacific Palisades. And this fire, which has been burning since 10:30 yesterday morning, just carving a trail of destruction here. So many homes destroyed, so many burned to the ground. And this is an example. And you see, for example, what it's left behind. This was somebody's basketball hoop here that burned. The home completely gone. Come on over here and I'll show you. This is, believe it or not, is a car that was, I mean, it's hard. Broke up. Okay. It must have gotten so hot for us not to be able to see anything that remains of it, or very little of it, just the shell of the car. Come on down, let's take a walk down the street where more homes here are on fire. Here's another one where only the chimney is standing. It has burned to the ground. And in this neighborhood, on this street, from my vantage point, I want to say at least 15 or 20 homes that I can see from where I'm standing are either burning now or have burned to the ground. And here we have firefighters trying to prevent this fire from moving on to some of these homes that are still intact here. And it's a very difficult task. They're putting water on this one fully engulfed house. And you know, that house is a total loss, there's no question. But they want to make sure that they could possibly save, for example, this home over here, which is still okay. And the goal is to perhaps, by putting some water, a stream of water on this house, you could shut down a little bit of the ember cast, the embers that are flying up, and perhaps prevent it from spreading to more houses. But it's sort of a losing task. It's a losing, impossible task, because there are so many embers from so many different sources here, trees and homes. And you see, for example, here, this is what's going on here. This house fully engulfed. Look at how high those embers go into the sky. It's almost like no matter what, there's an explosion, because every so often you hear when these homes are going up, you hear building materials heated to a particular point, or maybe it's a propane tank or something, but it just explodes. And here, another house. I mean, you can't even count the number of homes that are going up in flames right now in this neighborhood. And firefighters are doing the best they can. These are from Pasadena, these firefighters. They're doing the best they can. There's another explosion. Something else blew up inside there. And they're doing the best they can, but with these winds, I mean, they're just ridiculous. And at some points it seems like it's calm, and you say to yourself, well, maybe it's calming down. But it's not, because then the gusts resume again, and you know, you get 50-mile-an-hour gusts of wind, and there's just not a whole lot you can do. And this situation here just demonstrates how frustrating and difficult and almost impossible it is to fight a fire when you have weather like this. I mean, look in the sky here down this street. Just nothing but embers, you know? There's so many. Look at how high they go. It's a cloud of embers that flies. You know, do you think that with these embers flying over in that direction across the street, do you think that house over there has a chance? I mean, I don't. I mean, you can see the embers landing on it. So, you know, the firefighters, and these firefighters are from Downey and Pasadena and various other communities. We've seen people all the way from San Luis Obispo. They're doing the best they can, but when you have winds of this magnitude, and thankfully we don't have them very often. I mean, this is a once in every 11-year event or so. There's just not a whole lot you can do. Thankfully, in this neighborhood, we've not seen any residents at all. They've all heeded the warnings. They've gotten out of here. They've understood that the safest thing to do is to go somewhere else. But when they come back, and they will eventually, and they see the amount of destruction here, it's just going to be very, very, very sad. because this was one of the loveliest neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades, and the homes here are extremely beautiful and expensive, and many of them are gone. So as we watch yet another home, I mean, we've seen countless homes burning so far this morning, and I don't even know, we haven't really traveled around a whole lot this morning to really gauge, you know, or count how many have burned. There's another explosion. There's another one. So it's hard to know the scope of this disaster. But if you game it out and you say to yourself, well, what I saw in this one neighborhood, if anything like this is similar throughout this community, then this is really, really terrible. And you know, it's a huge loss. And again, we can't quantify it because there's no way the fire officials haven't had time to look at this and go around these neighborhoods and accurately count and figure out what the damage is. They're busy trying to prevent it from spreading to the homes that did survive. And they're putting a lot of water on this, but it's with these weather conditions, it's just sort of pointless almost. I did talk to one fire captain from San Luis Obispo County who said that he and his crew have managed to save a number of homes. So there's that. It's not easy, it's frustrating, but they have had some success. Unfortunately, you take a look at this and nothing left but the chimney and the foundation, and the one next door, it'll soon look like this, and same with the one across the street. That's the latest from Ocampo Drive near Pampas Ricas in Pacific Palisades. We'll send it back to you.
Just heartbreaking. Thank you, Eric. We appreciate it. We'll see you in a little bit. We want to go out to Annie Rose Ramos. She is covering the Eden fire for us, live on the ground with the latest situation there. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you. We are over on the border of Altadena and La Cañada, just off of Altadena Drive. We were standing on Lincoln Avenue, and you can see sort of the flames coming towards us on this side. There's a man here on the left side of me who is calling his boss because apparently there is a landscaping firm up there and his truck is there. He says it's full with gasoline. He's very concerned that it could blow up. We have been hearing explosions and popping all morning long. Dan, if you come over here, you can see the sheriff's department. This area under mandatory evacuation, people have been coming to try and check back on their homes, and the sheriff's department saying you are not allowed in here. He actually just drove down from the street up here on the top of Lincoln Avenue where you can see these flames, and he said it is undrivable. He did say that fire engines are up there trying to fight this fire, as you can see it moving down the street towards us. However, he said there are down power lines that have exploded. There are down trees that have caught on fire and are blocking the road. And that's actually what happened here over this part of the street. I don't know if you can see there on the bottom. Oh, there's explosions there that you just heard because this fire is now sort of spreading to this block into some of these homes, and there's explosion after explosion. But what happened when we drove up is one of the power lines that was down kind of caught onto a tree, brought down a tree, and then that tree fell down, caught on fire, and completely blocked the road. One woman drove up here just a couple minutes ago. Her dogs were in the car barking. She said her husband is in their home just around the corner in this block. She's very concerned. The sheriff blocking her from going any further because, I mean, look at the road. You just can't drive any further up it. It's incredibly dangerous in this area, and it seems to be moving down toward this direction. Just to give you a little bit of perspective as to where we are. Oh, look over here. Dan, look over here. See the wind with the embers just pulling it all over here into this driveway, and all it takes is some of those embers going to some of those bushes here, and then it spreads down the road. But to give you a little bit perspective as to where we are right here, this road is Lincoln Avenue, and we are just coming a couple blocks over from JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. That is a huge place for a lot of Pasadenans, for a lot of La Cañadans who know it, this area. JPL, that area is just a couple of blocks away. And so this fire really impacting all of the area. La Cañada now under a mandatory evacuations. When we drove off of the freeway here on the 210, it was incredibly busy, just with people evacuating. The signals, the power is completely out, so folks could not see. Take a look at this. See, there you go, the wind picking up with all those embers, just blowing that right into this driveway. And you know that one sort of ember getting into some of the roofs, getting onto the bushes, and then you have a whole other fire, and that's just simply how it spreads. And look over here, Dan, look over here. You see that fire coming down. And again, that woman who drove up with the dogs in her back car, very concerned for her husband, who is still in her
Annie
still
Rose,
in their home up the street.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the question we're all having is: have you seen any firefighters in this area? I mean, we know how stretched thin that they are, and that's an indication of what is happening right now in so many areas, and that is what is so incredibly scary. Is that, you know, I'm sure the firefighters don't even know about this situation happening right now. We need you to be very safe, by the way, please. We can hear the explosions happening all around you. Oh, we see a firefighter.
I mean, you can
there.
see, look, there's a
that's
person
you.
right here
I
who
swear,
just
I thought that was
drove up.
a firefighter. I'm like, oh no, that's Annie Rose.
No, this is me.
Oh.
No, you can see people driving up this road and then seeing it's impassable and turning around and going back down. The sheriff was here for a little bit, but he had to go and respond to another area up here. He said, which is hard to believe, that engines are up this road. But again, really hard to believe when you look at this road and you see how much fire is blazing down it. It's hard to believe that there are engines further up it, but that is what he told us, and that is what he told the concerned citizens who are driving up here trying to get through, to get to their home, to get to some of their things, some of their belongings that they wanted to evacuate. They just never thought that it would actually spread to this area. Again, right where, you know, Altadena sort of bleeds into La Cañada. I mean, I grew up in this area. It's incredible to believe just by JPL that this is where it has spread to. And I think a lot of the folks that we have been running into on this road who are trying to get back to their homes, to get to their belongings, were just shocked that it actually spread this far and this fast. And I know we've been hearing that all morning long. But Megan, to answer your question, not one single fire engine have we seen. We have been in this area for about 35 minutes now. We have only seen 2 sheriff's deputies, and he was doing all he could to just keep people from coming up this road. He said, please don't go up there. And then he was like, but I have to go. And so he had to go and respond to a whole different area. And so really resources so incredibly spread thin here as we just see this fire continue to spread as it heads towards La Cañada, which is why that is under a now mandatory evacuation.
And Annie Rose, we need to mention that firefighters, you know, they mentioned to us earlier, they have a system on how they prioritize the areas that they're in. So again, they are stretched so thin. There's a reason why they choose to go to this area versus that area, but it is still just...
It's whack-a-mole. They can't be everywhere.
Exactly.
You know? And these embers go for up to a mile, they tell us, and you just can't keep up with it. They can do their very best, which they clearly are doing.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just a no-win situation, and they're
And
doing
look,
the
you
very
see
best.
there those embers spreading to those trees just behind me, as you said, Chris, to your point. They just spread to those trees, and we're hearing more explosions, and so that is how it goes. It's just block by block by block.
We're going to bring Henry in because I'm so curious about where the winds are at right now.
And also, do you need a mask, Annie Rose? Do you feel safe? Are you okay breathing?
Chris, thank you. I'm going to get a mask right now.
Let's go get a mask.
We never saw it.
Go do that. We're going to bring Henry in and get a sense of these winds because obviously that's the big issue here.
Winds are an issue, and that's been the main focus of concern, rightfully so, especially where we're seeing the fires that are just, it's so tough to watch. And to see here in Pacific Palisades, also Altadena and parts of Sylmar that have been affected as well. For me, it's frustrating because, you know, like many, I watched coverage all day yesterday, watched coverage into the evening hours, and you know, my job is to give out information, not just regurgitate information. And we've been really hyper-focused on winds, and rightfully so, because the winds have been, I mean, winds that we don't see here. I mean, these are decade winds. Now, we had been warned about the possibility of this. I knew we were in trouble yesterday at 9 o'clock in the morning when a cold front blew through and it almost looked as if it was a storm. We had what was to be trace amounts of snow in the mountains that ended up being 5 inches of snow, rainfall. So what that said was that cold air that was already planned to be here that would be fueling these offshore winds really was even colder than anticipated. So this tells us this system lived up to the hype, without question. Now the winds are the issue as we're looking at various parts of Southern California. So we've been hyper-focused on winds, and it's great to see Carlos and Annie Rose and Eric talking about the winds tapering off a little bit in those areas. But for other surrounding areas, this is not a magic elixir. This is not a turn on, turn off switch. Yes, it's great for those areas. It will be great for firefighters. They will be able to get a better handle on things. But the winds are not effectively just dying out. They are shifting. So now my main point of focus is going to be for those of you in through Riverside, San Bernardino, Orange County, as we look at Carlos' shot here, and I'll wrap this up here.
Yep.
This is Carlos Herrera's shot.
Exactly. Eaton.
Okay, and you can see the winds. So we know that the winds overall are starting to relax in these areas, but we're still seeing gusts. We're going to see this. We still have a wind event all the way into the afternoon and into the evening. So when we're talking about winds of 60, 70, 80 miles per hour that are tapering off, and we see wind speeds start to go down, and we start saying, okay, things are better. We're still dealing with 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds into the afternoon that are shifting, and those would be dangerous winds on its own. So we're looking at such a high number, and we're looking at it decreasing and feeling better. And my point in saying this, these winds are not effectively shutting off. They are shifting. They are moving off towards the east. Those of you in through Santa Barbara, you can start feeling a lot better. Those of you in through Ventura County, you can start feeling a little bit better.
Henry,
But
that's a live shot to the left, right?
that is a live shot from Carlos Herrera, and it is just a blazing shot there.
The Eaton fire.
The Eaton fire. My point as I wrap this up, Altadena, excuse me. If you are in Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino County, where things have been windy, but we don't have any active fires as at this point. You're in places like Temecula, Laguna Hills, Silverado Canyon, Anaheim Hills, Rancho Cucamonga, Brea Canyon, Norco, places where we know we get windy conditions. These winds are just shifting. This system is just a slow moving system, and it's taking this energy and it's dragging it off to the east. It's not until we get these systems to break apart, relax a little bit, and the winds taper off.
When do you think that will be?
That is
we say, okay, we're done with this wind event.
And that is the issue, because we're looking at a timeline. So I can tell you by 10 o'clock this morning, things in through LA County will be effectively much better. Does it mean the winds are going to stop completely? No, it doesn't. But it does mean that we'll start to see some stronger wind gusts in through Orange County, the Inland Empire. They've already been strong in those areas. And the threat of fires is going to be a big concern into the afternoon, because we're just tracking the winds as it moves slowly off towards the east.
The red flag warning was extended till, 6 p.m. tonight?
Was extended because even if we go winds that get down to 30 miles to 35 miles per hour, yes, that's far greater than the 70 and 80 mile per hour winds, but there's still 30, 40 mile per hour winds that we know can, during Santa Ana conditions, can create a lot of problems.
And we would be making a big deal about those.
We would be making a big deal.
We're thinking, oh, things are better, but normally we'd be warning people as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so for me, I want my messaging to be different and give you something you could use, put your handle on. Yes, it is good news that effectively the winds will start to taper off in these areas, but that does not mean other areas should not be preparing, thinking about what they should do, the old, ready, set, go plan that we talk about. Just an hour ago, we told you about a fire. Now they're calling it the Tyler Fire, which is near Coachella. I am trying to follow up on a report that I have from one of our viewers out in the Anza area, just to the southeast of Temecula, who feels they're seeing flames.
Well, now we have a new fire in the Sepulveda Basin. It is the Woodley Fire, 75 acres. If you drive the 405, you're probably going to see it, or at least the smoke from it. So we have another new major fire.
Correct.
And this one's in the city.
And just to wrap a bow on what I'm trying to say and get to Megan's point, we are focused on when does the wind start to taper off. These winds are so strong that even the tapering off doesn't mean that we are effectively out of fire concerns. And so as a meteorologist, my job, I want to tell you what to expect, not just when these winds are going to start tapering off, but other areas. I want you, if you're sitting on your couch and you're looking at this and saying, oh, this is devastating, it's very windy, think about what you're going to do. We don't know where these can pop up. Chances are it's not going to be in your neighborhood, but people in Altadena didn't think it would be in their neighborhood. Pacific Palisades didn't think it would be in their neighborhood. We just don't know. And this is going to be an issue we're going to deal with through the better part of the day and through tomorrow. Maybe not the winds as strong, but the winds are still going to be a major force.
Right. All right, Henry, it's just amazing what we're dealing right now with. Carlos Herrera, we saw his image. His shot is apparently frozen now, so we can't go to it, but we saw his shot from the Eaton fire, and it was just raging. Yet another home going up in flames.
Well, let's go over to Ginger Chan. Of course, a lot of commutes are going to be affected this morning. We were talking to some county officials a little bit earlier, fire officials earlier, saying, you know what, if you can stay home, please try to today. Just stay off the road so firefighters, so officials can get where they need to be.
And if you're an employer, cut people some grace.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we get it. You have a business to run. We all have jobs to do. But if there is a possibility, if they have the ability to let their employees work from home, this would be the day to do it.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. And you know, we were on the road, all of us here, right, very early this morning, and there was so much debris that was kicking in and out of the lanes. And you also were talking about the ash that now was starting to build, and then the smoke. All of that a factor for why we suggest everybody to stay home. And then even the roads are going to be inaccessible. I mean, we're talking about, as you look at that 5 freeway with the arrow that is pointing in both directions. So we know both directions of the 5, the connectors to the 210 eastbound side remain closed here. So the 5 freeway in and of itself is still open and available, but you cannot continue into areas of Sylmar, Lakeview Terrace, along that 210 freeway, and that's all because of the fire that is burning there in that Sylmar area. We want to move you over to look at some other things. So because there are some evacuation orders that are now coming up, like we mentioned, the one off of Chevy Chase Canyon Drive, off of Emerald Isle in Glendale, we are seeing delays, whether it's on the streets. I have somebody telling me that Riverside Drive is packed with people trying to get out of the area, or they've been able to get out, but now they're utilizing main streets like Riverside Drive. In this case, we are also looking at the delays along the 170. I mean, you see it. We don't have anything in lanes. We have so many other things that we want to break down. We'll get back to those in a little bit, but for now, you guys, I'll send it back to you.
Ginger, thank you. We want to go back out to Carlos Herrera. He's with the Eaton fire all morning long. We just saw his live pictures of another home going up in flames, those strong winds. Oh, it's just really hard to see. Carlos, good morning.
It seems like his shot is frozen once again. It's tough. There's a lot of elements going on at the same time. So, Carlos, it's unfrozen. Well, now it's frozen again. Can you hear us? All right. We'll get back to Carlos as soon as we can.
All right. The powerful winds making it very dangerous on the roads, really overnight, especially. Those high-profile vehicles, a lot of them affected in Fontana. 30 to 60 mile-per-hour winds caused several big rigs to overturn overnight, including a FedEx truck. It flipped on its side on Interstate 15 near Sierra Avenue. Several trucks also overturned on Interstate 210 near the I-15 interchange. Only minor injuries were reported in these cases, but it's a really good reminder that you're going to need to be extra cautious out on the road today in those strong winds.
In Los Feliz, winds knocking down a large tree. In fact, it did so on top of a moving car, cars plural, trapping the drivers inside. This happened on Hillhurst Avenue near Melbourne Street. Witnesses say a Jeep and a sedan were driving southbound when the tree and a power light pole came crashing down. Witnesses say Good Samaritans helped get the drivers out.
Let's go back over to Ginger Chan. Actually, no, let's tell you about this one first.
All right. Also in Los Feliz, the strong winds toppling a big tree onto parked cars on New Hampshire Avenue. No one appears to have been injured. The city crews that have to come out and remove all of the downed trees say they expect to be extremely busy in the coming days, so they ask for patience.
All right, in Hollywood now, a power outage overnight left more than 2,200 customers in the dark in this area. The affected neighborhood is near the area of Vine Street and Franklin Avenue, just around Beechwood Canyon. Crews are working to restore power here. They are expected to have it back on about 8 this morning, but it was really a similar scene all across LA County overnight. According to the LADWP, about 130,000 of their customers are still without power. We also spoke with SoCal Edison, about 83,000 of their customers without power as well.
All right, what you're seeing right now is our camera positioned there at LAX pointing northward. And if you saw this same camera yesterday, the plume of smoke that was emanating throughout the LA basin was so incredible to see. But as daylight is starting to peek through, we're getting a better look. And right now it seems more like a hazy, thick, lingering smoke that is over the LA basin. You can't see the flames right now, but this is the live look from our camera from LAX pointing north. You can certainly see the plume.
Absolutely. We just got a report that Universal Studios Hollywood as well as City Walk will be closed today due to the air quality conditions, as well as obviously the surrounding issues. So again, Universal Studios Hollywood, if you're planning a trip out there today, it will be closed. Let's go back to Ginger Chan with the latest on the roads.
Yeah, we really have so many things to cover. And so this is a situation where it's our understanding that about 75 acres have now burned in the Sepulveda Basin. You know, it is a spot where oftentimes when we have any kind of fire and then the roads will be closed here. So they didn't officially shut it down, but I believe, and it floods as well sometimes, right? I believe Burbank Boulevard will be closed, moving you through the Sepulveda Basin. So we're talking about that little pocket that sits between the 101 and that 405 freeways. You see the spot. But in addition to that, that will mean extra delays on both the 405 as well as the 101 freeways. People can see it. They can smell the smoke. And so I would stay away from this area if you can. I want to move you to some of the other things that we have going on. This 91 westbound side at at La Sierra Avenue is where we have this crash. They have all the lanes that are blocked here, and so you see it delays in both directions as a really tough spot to be able to get around it. So we have to be prepared to what's developed here. This is a look at a brand new signaler that is most definitely related to the strong winds. The 241, I mean, anytime you drive this stretch of the 241 and then points farther to the north and closer to the 91, it can be really windy. So this is another situation with a big rig that is overturned. They're only saying one lane is blocked, but they're saying it could be a hard closure, so the closure could be in effect for a while. You may want to stay off of it for sure, because when we talk about strong winds here, as well as along the 261, I don't think that's a good idea to be on some of those roads. So we're kind of just tag teaming with what we talked about earlier with some of those other closures, whether it's the 5 and the 210, the 134 heading into Altadena, obviously the 10 freeway into Santa Monica. We'll keep track of all these things. A lot of new stuff now popping up, you guys. I'll send it back to you too.
All right, Ginger, thank you so much. Take a look at this. I know you're probably busy doing a lot of things right now, but just stop for 2 seconds and take a look at your TV. This is from our camera atop Mount Wilson, and below is that plume that's emanating, just really thrusting itself into the sky. This is from the Eaton fire, which is burning in the Altadena, Pasadena area. Henry, this is exactly what we feared.
Well, here's the deal too. You're going to walk outside. We've been reporting in the dark for the past several hours, and what we keep saying and really keep trying to reiterate is that I think a lot of us are going to be extremely shocked and extremely saddened by what we see once daylight. In the day. Exactly, once daylight comes. And we want to mention, by the way, that fire officials are going to be meeting in LA County at 8 a.m. for a live report to hopefully give us the latest on the situation on all of these major fires and everything that's happening. But as you can see, it is just a very serious situation out there.
It's disturbing and shocking. Megan, tell us, you're at the Eaton fire with the latest.
Hi, Chris and Meg. Yeah, you guys were just talking about the plumes of smoke, and that's exactly what I'm looking at right now, the black plumes of smoke. I'll tell you, I've been here in this position for about 10 minutes, and it already has started to creep down just a bit. That is a home. It seems to be a home that is up in flames there, and trying to get up there. The one thing about Sierra Madre, one thing about this foothill community is that the roads are very narrow. Most times they're one way. Most times it's not even safe for our news van to get up there with the mast. And oftentimes, at least according to some of the firefighters I was speaking with at my last location, they can't even get up there because it is so tight. So this is what's happening right now. If you take a look around, you can see how tight-knit of a community this is in terms of homes stacked next to each other. This is right here in Sierra Madre. The sun is up now. We've talked a lot about how, Megan, you just said it, we've been reporting in the dark. since last night. And so as the sun comes up, we can sort of see the devastation much more. Very smoky in this area right now. It looks like the fire, and again, speaking with one of the firefighters, it is moving east. So Sierra Madre moving east. You can see that smoke going toward the east as well, but no winds right now. I mean, like a slight breeze, but no winds to report in this moment, which is the ounce of good news, the silver lining in all of this. Those winds seem to have subsided at this point. And the experts I was speaking with earlier, they said around 4:30 this morning it was pretty bad. Homes were up in flames. They were able to save those homes. It seems as though these neighborhoods are pretty quiet. People have all evacuated, heeded that evacuation order, thankfully. And you hope that whatever is burning right now, that home up there on the hilltop, that no one is in there and that everyone did heed the evacuation order in this area. We see that there are different pockets of this neighborhood that have firefighters in them, just making sure that if flames kind of sprout up, that they put them out right away. 2,200 acres burned at this point. Evacuations are in place for over 52,000 residents, we're learning, involving almost 21,000 structures. Evacuation warnings are in place for almost 47,000 residents in this Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre area, involving more than 18,000 structures. We also know classes canceled today for schools in the Pasadena, Glendale, Alhambra, South Pass, San Marino, La Cañada, Burbank, Arcadia, and Monrovia Unified School Districts. That was about 1 hour ago when we got the confirmation of that. So we'll keep you updated as to what schools are out of session this morning, or at least what schools have been relocated. We do know that one of the structures that was destroyed in this Eaton fire so far was the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. Devastating for people to learn that this morning. This fire, if you've been watching the news overnight when we've been on the air, this fire broke out. This was last night around 6:30 in Altadena, initially reported at 10 acres. It erupted in no time to 200 acres burn, 400 acres burned by 8 p.m. And then again, more than 2,200 acres burned. Here we are, 7 o'clock, seconds away from 7 o'clock this morning. So as we continue to watch this hillside burn here, again, it looks like it's inching down, and firefighters did tell me that the fire would be moving eastbound at this point. We're here in Sierra Madre, quiet neighborhood at this point. Winds seem to have died down at this point. Frank and Jess, I know you're just starting the show, so I'll go ahead and send it to you for now, and we'll be back with you in just a bit.
Okay, Megan, we thank you for that. We are nearing here our 7 o'clock hour, and if you're just waking up this morning, an unprecedented fire emergency in Southern California has caused catastrophic damage across LA County overnight. Multiple wildfires burning right now, including a new fire sparking within the past hour in the Sepulveda Basin.
Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre, all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning. The fires are being fanned by strong winds, gusts over 80 miles an hour in some spots. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground. The use of aircraft halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the winds. One firefighter has been injured. Multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are without power across LA County right now.
And there are dozens of school closures today because of the fires. All Santa Monica and Malibu schools will be closed due to the Palisades fire. And the Eaton and Hearst fires have led to the closures of 18 school districts, including Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Duarte, El Monte, Glendale, La Cañada, Los Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, South Pasadena, Temple City, and Violindo.
Los Angeles Unified School District has closed 7 schools for today. They include Canyon Charter Elementary, Canyon Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, and Uni High. LAUSD Superintendent Albert Carvalho is one of several officials speaking at Alberto Carvalho, speaking at a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning. We're going to bring that to you live when it happens.
We also have a list of college closures happening today. Santa Monica College, Azusa Pacific University, Glendale Community College, Pasadena City College, Caltech, Pepperdine University as well. So there's a list of some of those closures today. I want to get to Carlos Herrera this morning, who is covering the Eaton fire in Altadena. Carlos, good morning. What's the latest there?
You know, it just keeps getting worse for folks here in this area of Altadena. This is Mendocino Street. This neighborhood, at least in the last 30 minutes or so, really getting devastated with active flames. Home after home getting burned, destroyed, burned to the ground. You see one of them here. We can count, as far as the eye can see, at least 8 on the western end of Mendocino Street. This pocket really getting hit hard. Over to the left, you can see, Jose, one of the homes actively burning there. That one started actually when we arrived about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Firefighters actively hosing the roof down, but it's just uncontrollable because, yes, the winds have calmed down a little bit, but we've been talking about those wind gusts popping up. We get 15 seconds of them, and then it's an embers flying, and then we get other homes starting to burn as well. Now, over to the other side of the street here on the left, Jose, if you can pan over. Most of these homes were okay, but now you can see the smoke billowing into the air from the home on the eastern edge of this neighborhood off of Mendocino Street near Sinaloa Avenue. So again, you can only imagine more homes on that side of the streets are burning. We are not able to access that road right now because of the signal issues, and firefighters also telling us to, because again, there's active flames, down power lines as well, trees, and they want us to keep the roads clear for them because they're so narrow. They want to get those engines through those neighborhoods and access them as well. Now, I want to tell you about a home just down the street here. You can't really see it, but it's off of Sinaloa Avenue here near Mendocino Street. We went there earlier. We tried to bring you a live segment there, live shot there. But the signal was just not holding down. We went there initially because a viewer reached out to me on Instagram saying, "Hey Carlos, I evacuated at midnight. I'm fearing that my house is gone. It was okay when I left. Can you please go check it out?" She gave me the address. We went to that location. Unfortunately, that house burned in the last hour or so. Firefighters really trying their best to save homes in that neighborhood. But they weren't able to. There was about 6 homes on that stretch of Sinaloa Avenue that burned to the ground. Let's try to walk here and see if the signal holds. You can just see more smoke billowing into the air and things not improving for firefighters here on Mendocino Street. This home is the one that they've been really actively trying to put out within the last 10 minutes or so, but it's really hard because you can see the smoke billowing into the air. 10-foot flames as well. Amber, even with the winds dying down. And then these winds, Frank and Jessica, are just so unpredictable. Yes, they've calmed down, but they're still blowing. And they shift directions. And you don't know where these embers are going to end up. They don't know how to protect properties. Obviously, they're trying to protect this home here that is adjacent to it, right next door. They're trying to save that one, but there's only so much that they can do. There's not enough manpower. There's not enough resources. Yes, there's a strategy in place, but at this point, they say, what they want to avoid mainly is the flames to reach the 210 freeway and hop the highway and start on that side of the freeway. And that's their ultimate goal. At this point, they say some homes are just going to have to burn. They don't have enough resources. And you can see what they're dealing with here. This house still burning. There is a concern of the roof collapsing. But this happened within minutes. We drove by this location within the last 10, 15 minutes. These houses were okay. Jose and I were looking at them. We told each other, hey, it's just a matter of time before these houses go up in flames, and sure enough, this is what they're dealing with now. Very unfortunate for folks here. Evacuation orders, as we mentioned, still in place. I spoke with an LA County Fire Department official just a few moments ago before going on air. He says what's encouraging about all this, and it's really helping their efforts, is that about 90 to 95% of their folks who are evacuated on the northern end of Altadena have evacuated. They've listened, they've left the area, they're staying out of their way. So that's a good part about this. Very few folks have we seen here that have stayed behind to try to protect their property. But you can just see, just devastating. Wow, so many homes, vehicles as well. And then you get some stretches of road where these homes are okay. The embers haven't reached to them yet. But and this house is starting to collapse here. But again, it doesn't mean that all these homes have been saved ultimately. It really is unfortunate. There's a vehicle. This is a classic vehicle that we were talking about that was parked right in front of this house. There's about 6 vehicles here parked right now that I can count. 5 of them are on fire. The home also burned to the ground already so quickly. We just drove by this location, Frank and Jessica, literally a few minutes ago, and it was okay. It's safe to say there are hundreds of homes here in Altadena that are gone now. Many folks left. They evacuated last night thinking they were going to be okay, but now everything's gone. All their memories, they have nothing to come back to. Their homes, their cars. Over to the left, you can hear more explosions here. It's about a matter of time before this house here collapses. Again, this is Mendocino Street near Allen Avenue. Several homes being impacted here within the last 10-15 minutes. And you're wondering, well, why aren't any firefighters trying to put the flames out on this home? Unfortunately, it's just too late for them. And as I mentioned, there's only so much that they can do. They're stretched very, very thin. And they've come to a point where they say, well, you know what? Unfortunately, we got to let this house burn and we will move on to the next. And as I mentioned as well, they want to avoid these flames from hopping in the 210 freeway. But you can see we get these gusts. Very, very sporadic.
It sounds like
and again, these embers start flying and then send smoke billowing into the air horizontally. You can hear those explosions there. Not sure what those are. They sound like gunshots to me, but again, we wonder what exactly is on fire there, what exactly is making that noise. But again, that's what we're dealing with. That's what firefighters are trying to put up with here. They're trying to put these flames out. We saw a neighborhood on Sinaloa Avenue, McGuire Avenue also losing several apartment complexes. Earlier this morning, the fire was not burning as close as it was to the foothills. The winds shifted overnight, so they did this morning, and now they're dealing with that as well. But as you can see here, Jose, only 2 fire engines here to deal with all these homes that are up in flames. It goes back to the point that they're stretched very thin, and there's only so much that they can do. This is just so heartbreaking to see the devastation here in Altadena. Frank and Jessica, these homes were, I can't stress this enough. We drove by here 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. And these houses were okay.
And Carlos, to your point, those 2 engines that are there, they are doing the best they can, but the reality is that, and we've said this over and over again, in these wind-driven fires, there is virtually nothing they can do. They can knock down a spot with hopes that will not flare and shoot embers downrange, but there is very little they can do, and they will do their best to protect those structures that are defensible. But in most cases, in these wind-driven fires, once a home is on fire, it is very difficult to do anything about it.
That's it.
And so, folks who are who are familiar with this neighborhood, you're near Mendocino and Allen. I have friends who have homes in that area, and obviously everyone is very concerned. We see homes that are burning. There are a number of homes that it looks to your left, the opposite direction. While those homes are burning, the opposite direction, it looks like the fire has not crossed the street, or is that, or has it? Oh, it has indeed.
No, it has. It looks like it has now already. It wasn't the case a few minutes ago, but it has already. There are several homes behind this one that are already up in flames, and firefighters really just can't get to it. Again, as I mentioned, the roads are too thin, they're very narrow. This here is to Noble Drive, and let's walk over. Hopefully the signal holds as we walk over. Very spotty here, but you can see far in the distance there, if you can zoom in, that's a house that's burning right there, and it wasn't burning 5 minutes ago. And firefighters are just letting it burn because, again, there's just only so much that they can do here. They've been working hard, 12 hours, 13 hours into their shifts. The vehicles down the street as well here on Noble Drive. that are charred. This is
Look at
just
that.
this is just so devastating.
And Carlos, you had mentioned
Apocalyptic, yeah.
you spoke to a woman who said, please check on my home, and you just had, your heart breaks for people that left their home last night when this fire broke out. It was dark. They probably had very little time to get out of there, and as we see daylight now, I can only imagine how people must feel wondering, is my house okay? Where is the fire now?
Yeah.
And you can't get in there, and we don't know when we'll be able to see how widespread the damage is in this area. Some 52,000 people have been evacuated due to this particular fire, not to mention the other major fires we have burning.
That woman that you just mentioned, word for word, I can't remember, but she said, hey, I evacuated at midnight. Things were okay. The fire was burning west of me. But I'm looking at the news now. It's shifted a little closer towards the foothills. I'm hoping my house is okay. We drove here, and sure enough, her house is gone.
Oh.
Is gone. So this is just sad.
And is there any doubt? That neighborhood appears to be completely evacuated. Has anyone tried to stay in the neighborhood that you've been able to see?
Very few. So usually when we cover these fires, we find people trying to stay and protect their homes, hosing their houses down, their lawns as well. We haven't seen anyone do that. We haven't been able to talk to folks like that. I spoke to a friend who works with the LA County Fire Department. He says, thankfully, anywhere between 90 and 95% of the folks who were evacuated here in Altadena left. They decided, you know what, it's just this fire is too crazy, it's too insane, the winds are too strong for me. We're going to get out of the way of these firefighters. We're going to let them do their job and not interrupt them in any way, shape, or form. So that is at least the good news, and it's hard to say good news with all this. So people heeding those evacuations and leaving, and many of them, unfortunately, are just not going to have anything to come back to. You can look at this. Look at this house here. They had it under control just literally like 2 minutes ago, and look at it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you see that fire hose, and we know how powerful fire hoses are, it's like a drop in the bucket when you're looking at what they're trying to battle, and you just see those flames roaring out of the rooftop like that. And Carlos, I don't know if it was you or another reporter, I can't remember this morning, talking to some firefighters fighting this particular fire, and the exhaustion, and having been at it for 10, 12 hours, and their faces covered in soot. But they push on, and knowing that we're going to have conditions like this for possibly throughout the day today, who knows, into tomorrow. But it's really remarkable, and I'm sure when they're in it, they're not thinking about that. But as we watch this, what a daunting thing, what an exhausting thing for these firefighters, as we start now day 2 of this. It looks like we may have lost Carlos's signal there.
And I'll tell you what we're starting to see here,
Okay.
as Carlos reestablishes, is with the sunrise, we are getting the scope of the devastation that has happened. At least 3 major fires burning for a number of hours across Southern California. Homes have burned in all of these areas and continue to burn, and are continuing to be fed by these winds that will continue to push embers into other homes. We will see entire neighborhoods devastated at some point today, just when we're able to actually see these neighborhoods. Until now, we've watched individual homes like this one burn. We've seen in the night sky orange flames consuming what appeared to be neighborhoods. Today we're actually going to see neighborhoods where homes are burned to the ground, entire neighborhoods. It is going to be devastating, and I wish that it was going to be over soon, but with these winds continuing to blow, Henry, it's not over, is it?
It's not over, and there's some good news to be had. I mean, we're hearing from Eric Spillman, who's been out in the field. Carlos, Megan tell us that it appears as if the winds in many of these areas are not nearly as strong, but it's still those wind gusts, and those gusts that become shifty and just flare up. They'll be around for 10, 15 seconds. So we're seeing a little bit more lulls in the wind, but we still have a very strong windy condition. Now remember, some of the wind speeds have been Really hard to believe. Magic Mountain Truck Trail last night at about 4,500 feet had a wind gust of 90 miles per hour. We had 98 Saddle Peak, which is in the eastern Santa Monica Mountains. That was last night. And as early as this morning, about 5 a.m. in the San Gabriel Mountains, Mount Lucan's Truck Trail had a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. So it speaks to, and again, we're not talking about elevations at 9,000, 10,000 feet. We're talking about inhabited places and roads and things of that nature. So it speaks to the aggressiveness of the wind. So for me, the challenging part as we look to the future is I want to give information that people can use. Yes, it looks better in the sense that the winds overall are tapering off in these areas. Now, does that mean that there's an on-off switch and by 10 o'clock this morning we're out of the woods? No, it does not. This is a very slow moving. The components to the system are very complex, very unique. That's why we're looking at a 10, 15-year event here. And the air has been so cold, and that's what's fueling this offshore flow. The core of this air is not dissipating, it's just moving. It's moving off towards the east. So as we transition into the morning, into the afternoon hours, those of you watching in through Santa Barbara, in through Ventura County, I do believe you can feel much better about your conditions. LA County, you're on the cusp. You still have those gusty conditions. And when you're dealing with winds as strong as they have been, even a decrease in winds still puts us in very strong Santa Ana wind criteria. We're drying out the atmosphere as we speak, as the sun comes up and we lose any moisture content that was trying to drive in from the Pacific. That is gone. So even though our winds go down, our temperatures go up a little bit, our humidity goes down, and the fire conditions are still really rough. What I want to caution those of you that are watching in through Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, San Diego County, which could see the strongest of winds later this afternoon, not to cause alarm, but just when you watch and we see so many, whether people say, okay, it's going to stop at this time, it's going to stop. These conditions are going to continue through the afternoon. These gusts are going to continue. There is no magic time frame here. We are in a time frame of at least through the evening through tomorrow where fire concerns are going to be up. We're going to shift some of these stronger winds in through Riverside County, in through San Bernardino. I do not want to alarm these communities. I just want you to be aware when you're watching conditions in LA County. That does not mean that they pertain to you. Your winds are still anticipated to be strong, if not stronger, and be prepared as we get to Friday. Once we get to Friday or tomorrow, Thursday afternoon, I think overall conditions improve, but we have another minor Santa Ana coming up on Friday morning. Not nearly as strong, but we're still going to be dealing with these conditions. The weekend, the onshore push comes back, the cooler air comes back, the humidity comes back. That's when we feel ultimately better across the board. But we're going to be dealing with this, and unfortunately, maybe other fires throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, touch and go throughout today into tomorrow. And then Henry brought up the fact that maybe Friday we could be looking at it again. I think you bring up a good point for many folks, not to alarm anyone, but as we've heard from so many people, sometimes they had 5 minutes to pack up their things and go. So just if you live in an area where you think there may be an issue, get your things in order.
We have Eric Scott from LA City Fire on the phone with us. Eric, there's so much to cover at this point. I'm just going to hand it over to you and tell people what they need to know.
Yeah, it's been very, very challenging. The biggest issue we dealt with last night is wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So you've been showing all morning the devastating consequences of that. You know, the Palisades fire, we're still saying is approximately 3,000 acres until we can get aerial reconnaissance over it to map it. It's a challenge to get aircraft up in this intense wind, and their ineffective water drops due to the water load absolutely dissipates. But the fire is being fueled by a combination of strong Santa winds. The surrounding topography is very difficult. It's been extremely challenging overnight for us. The concentration for us today is structured defense. The fire is burning east and west. The wind is expected to continue today and tomorrow, and you guys have been doing a great job talking about it. It has diminished a little bit, but by no means are we out of the woods from the wind. That is the biggest fueling factor. The biggest growth of the fire is pushing to the west. Our priority is to save lives and to do structured defense. We're also seeing up in the north end of the fire that is pushing towards the Franklin Fire Edge. Also, as you guys have been doing a good job reporting, you're seeing that these winds are taking down the power poles and the lines down, creating additional fires in multiple areas throughout Los Angeles. And we're also concentrating on Mandeville Canyon. That's a concern for us this morning.
Captain, if there was one message that you could give our viewers that are listening this morning, what would that be?
That these were the winds that we anticipated. These were the intense winds that we have been telling people about the days prior, and these were the intense winds that we were worried about. We understand people get notification fatigue. Wildfire season is all the time now. But I think it's really important for us all as a team of human beings living in this beautiful area to be cognizant of the weather and what that can do. And you're seeing firsthand absolutely explosive fire growth. And we need to make sure that you are prepared. We do not have enough resources to put a fire engine on every house, and we would love to. We just don't. So people need to have your kit, your plan, your ready, set, go, and we need people leaving earlier than later.
Yeah, it is so difficult. Eric, you talked about the situation in Mandeville Canyon. What is happening there in terms of evacuations, and in which direction is that fire burning? We have Omar Lewis on the ground there, and we'll get you a picture of that in a second as soon as we can. But what is happening in that area?
It's being threatened. So, these aren't the typical Santa Anas often that we see in the fall months that are very directional, often pushing towards the big blue ocean. These are absolutely sporadic, and for me, in the 20 years with LAFD, the most intense winds I've had to deal with here. It's very, very difficult. And with that comes flame growth in all directions. And so it's difficult to get ahead of it, and we're just calling for additional resources, and we need the wind to let up enough to get additional aircraft. Some of our higher flying aircraft can get up over that, but as far as helicopter water drops, they are one, ineffective, and two, absolutely unsafe. So we're hoping to get that back up today, but last night we had to, at I think 19-30 hours, so at 7:30, all aircraft was grounded due to the high winds. And aircraft are anticipated to be able to resume water drops and do acreage mapping today. It's just going to take a little time.
Captain Scott, this may be a question you're unable to answer, but do you have any rough numbers as far as how many homes or structures have burned?
I don't want to speculate. Okay. We're having multiple areas, and it's difficult to get good data when we are relentlessly and tirelessly fighting fires to protect homes. And there'll be damage assessment, but this isn't the time for that. We're in initial action, and we're giving it everything we got to try to save life and property.
I did look at some video last night that was shot by a firefighter traveling up PCH that showed multiple homes burning on the beach side of PCH. Was that accurate? Can you confirm that has in fact happened?
Well, I was all along the PCH last night, and yes, the fire, through Will Rogers Beach and came clear down to the PCH, spotted even across the parking lot to the sand and ocean side, and caught anything combustible on fire over there. We are having to move our base camp out of that area, more up to like the Zuma area due to the intense flames that went through last night. So again, it's absolutely burning in all directions. And we did have other people down by that Duke's restaurant where we had multiple burn victims that were reported walking towards that restaurant. And so we took our operations and redirected our medical resources to the location they were walking to provide them a quick medical evaluation and treatment. So again, that's down in the area you're talking about. due to the arduous, relentless work, we're having firefighters that are getting injured as well. We had a 25-year-old female that sustained a serious head injury around 8:30 last night. We had to take her to the hospital. We have reports of maybe 8 firefighters suffering some injuries. So that just shows how difficult this chosen profession is and how much they're putting it on the line.
Just want to let folks know the images you're seeing there, live pictures, the Eaton Fire, Altadena area. Captain, also want to ask you, Governor Newsom issued a state of emergency. More than 1,400 firefighters and first responders have been deployed. How helpful is something like that being issued, and do you have the resources?
It's an absolute necessity. You know, we have automatic aid, which is dealt with closer neighboring fire departments like LA County, Santa Monica, etc. And we have a large state mutual aid program. The whole state of California is broken up into 6 different regions, and we systematically send resources to help each other. It's essentially neighbor helping neighbor. So as Governor Newsom said, that is extremely important to any sort of mitigating a significant, configuration like this. We had a recent Standards of Cover, which is an independent resource that went out and evaluated the Los Angeles City Fire Department in reference to the quantity and type of resources, the number of firefighters, the number of fire stations, and it's staggering how much more it's telling us we need. It's not 5 fire stations. It was, I believe, 64. So we definitely are doing the best we can with what we got.
We're looking at an image on the left from the Palisades downtown, looking out toward the Palisades fire. I wanted to ask you, Eric, about some specific landmarks that people are concerned about. We know the Real Inn burned. We know Pali High burned, but do you know to the extent that was Palisades High School completely burned or damaged, or do you know? How about Gladstones? Any other major landmarks, Dukes, that folks may be concerned about?
Yeah, that's a good question. We can't itemize it right now. We're just getting daylight. We're going to do damage assessment this morning and get that back to you. As a matter of fact, I have people pulling me into another meeting right now.
Understood.
But we appreciate the great job that you do at KTLA. Thank you for informing Angelenos and being part of our team.
Well, you know that it goes right back to you, sir. We are grateful for the work of LAFD and all of the firefighters and the fact that they are putting their lives on the line for us every day, but especially in these very difficult conditions. Eric Scott from LAFD, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I want to get to Omar Lewis this morning. Omar, we heard you may have moved positions, but let us know where you are and what you're seeing.
We are right along the PCH here this morning. I want to step out of the way and show you here. This is the Bel Air Bay Club behind us here, which is on fire right now. This building has been around since 1927, an event space, hosts different venues and filming opportunities right here. You can see those flames right here at the Bel Air Bay Club. We were just down the street moments ago at PCH and Sunset. We could not get up Sunset, so we came a little bit further south, and here we are. You could see these flames right here at the Bel Air Bay Club at this moment. We heard several loud explosions, which we think is from natural gas, of course. And I'm going to get my photojournalist, Dave Lopez, to turn the camera just down the street, and you can see up the hillside here another structure on fire right there. And coming here to this location this morning along PCH, we saw this up and down this road, down power lines on the middle of the street here, as well as fires jumping on both sides of PCH this morning. And so this is the scene here right now. Of course, PCH is shut down. Some folks who we spoke to at the corner of Sunset and PCH were telling us that they live in the area. They decided to stay here overnight, hoping to try to get back to their property. But of course, the word is to evacuate at this point, and this is exactly why, as these flames continue jumping on both sides of PCH at this point, and it looks like those embers are starting to travel. If we pan the camera, there's another structure right here, and those embers are making their way over here, and that's exactly what you see up and down this road here at this point. And it should be daylight out here right now, but those winds again picking up the smoke just so thick. Firefighters trying to do their best to gain some kind of control over this situation, but at this point things are burning rapidly. You can see the structure again up on the hillside where we're located this morning, and then that Bel Air Bay Club, nearly 100 years old, burning at this point in front of our eyes as we are trying to get our position and situated here in this area. We are traveling up and down PCH here to try to get you the best vantage points of what's exactly happening. But that is what we're seeing here from our location currently. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Omar, just so our viewers know, we're looking at video on the right side of the screen of a home as it was burning, or the area around it was burning in the Palisades. And you can just imagine how frightening this must have been for that particular resident. That Bel Air Bay Club, you're right, has been the site of so many important milestones. I got married there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 30 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I hope that structure survives, because so many people, it is a meaningful place.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way again and just show you as those flames again. The main structure here looks to be okay for the moment, but firefighters are trying to make their way to that area we've seen. But right just directly next to it, that is where those flames are ripping through right now. And again, we've heard several loud explosions, which we believe is from the natural gas out here. But again, as you mentioned, this structure has been around for nearly 100 years, an important part of this community. But that is the latest for now. Frank and Jess, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, it certainly is. Omar, we thank you for that. We want to get back to Carlos Herrera covering the Eaton fire. You're around Mendocino Street near Allen Avenue, and we heard you were talking to some homeowners who are obviously upset this morning about what's happening to their neighborhood.
Yeah, this homeowner saw us a few minutes ago when we were live, and heartbreaking because he drove here, and here he is with looking what's left at his home. He's lived here since 2003. I can only imagine what's going through your mind seeing this.
Yeah, it's a major loss for everyone in this neighborhood and our communities. I'm shocked.
Your house is burned, your car collection as well.
Yeah, but you know, we're alive, so yeah.
And I see your wife, and she was in tears, and you were trying to console her. And
you know, at the end of the day, only thing precious is life. Everything else, secondary.
you were asking me what happened. It was okay when you left. I told you that we were here literally 15 minutes ago, and all of the houses here on Mendocino Street were okay. We got back here 15 minutes later, and this is what happened. And now you're finding this. You're homeless.
I was down the street of my sister's on Mountain Street, and even they were evacuated there. And I just felt like I needed to come up here and just get the rest of my medicines and stuff.
You weren't able to get that?
No, obviously, no. So, yeah.
Did you ever think this would happen?
Honestly, I didn't think this would ever happen. Yeah.
And you were wondering, you said, why aren't firefighters here right now trying to put it out? And I told you there's just not enough manpower to go around to try and save every house, and they're very, very strategic. And now the goal for them is to avoid the fire from jumping the 210 freeway.
Yes, I understand, and I appreciate all the hard work all those firefighters and engineers are doing, and I could just imagine. I see my neighbor's house is on fire.
Your neighbor, yeah, that's the home that was the last one to catch a fire. And luckily they were able to save the home next door, but that one, it looks like it's going to be collapsing pretty soon.
Yeah, and there's a house under construction next to it.
Yeah,
next to them. So,
and just to give you some perspective and a
little
background, it appears, according to firefighters here, that's where it started, at least on this stretch of Mendocino Street, and then the embers were flying horizontally across the road and then started here.
I understand. I appreciate your explanation. And thank you for sharing that you were here to see it happen. And this is my pride and joy, my home.
You've worked so hard, and
I worked very hard to keep this home. Yeah.
Well, we're here for you, and
thank you very much.
Praying for folks here. Can I just get your name, please?
Berge Manugian.
Is your wife okay to talk to her?
Joelle is fine. She doesn't want to be on camera.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for your time, and
thank you.
And I'm sorry this happened.
Thank you.
This is just
appreciate that.
Just so devastating, and if you can see across the street here, several cars parked, Frank and Jessica. These appear to be homeowners coming back after watching, the news stations letting them know that, hey, homes are on fire on this stretch of Mendocino Street, and they're coming to check on their properties, and many of them just not okay. This is really heartbreaking. Wife and husband living here since 2003, worked hard for their house and have a vehicle collection, and now heartbroken, not finding anything to come back home to. And you can see the wife trying to console husband, but it really is devastating, and you can only imagine that there are going to be several other families that are going to be dealing with this as well. And unfortunately, as we've been hearing Henry talk about, yes, the winds have calmed down a little bit, but they're still there. They're still blowing. The gusts are strong, and things could only get worse for folks here in Eaton Fire. And firefighters really stretched thin for this one. Well, we'll leave you with this. We'll send it back to you.
This is the human toll that we are going to see repeated, sadly, over and over. It's one thing to see buildings burning, and then you realize each one of these is attached to a person or a family, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, with memories and kids growing up in houses, and your heart breaks when you see people kind of come to grips with what has just happened. So give them our love, Carlos. We thank you for bringing us that.
Want to get to Annie Rose Ramos, who is covering, is it Annie Rose Ramos that we're going to? Okay. Annie Rose Ramos, where are you?
Frank, we are off of Altadena, Lincoln and Ventura. Lincoln and Ventura in Altadena. I apologize. I'm here with Sini. We are standing in front of this elementary school, Franklin Elementary School. As you can see, it is going up in flames. And the fire department, we are just seeing the two trucks here that you can see behind me. I don't know if you can see the water coming from their engine. There's one going over to Franklin that they just started, but there is another one going to the other side of us, on the other side of the street, that is going to the house. Now, Sini, come over here because you live just a couple of doors down. We saw you a couple minutes ago frantically packing up your car as your family members were spraying the hose, hosing down the roof.
Wet the driveway if it has grass in it, and wet your roof. And pack up the things and get out. We got that message. And then the sheriffs have been coming up and down the street all night with the sirens. That was our hint to leave, but we were trying to stay and hope and pray that the winds was going to shift, but the winds did shift toward us.
To give folks perspective, we are a couple of blocks over from JPL, which I think for those who are from this area, everybody knows, okay, from there we know from JPL, and that's where we are.
We're walking distance from JPL.
We're right sort of,
mile from JPL.
Exactly. They're very close to the Rose Bowl, in between Altadena, La Cañada, and Pasadena, kind of where they all meet. And this fire has been steadily coming down into your neighborhood. You said you've lived here for how many years?
Over 40.
Over 40 years.
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not up close and personal like this, no.
You were wondering as you walked down the street with me, why there weren't more firefighters here.
I hope that they're somewhere with putting out the massive part. Oh my God.
Okay, that just collapsed. The roof there just collapsed. And that's why we're not going across the street. Yeah, that you can see that's what they're putting the water on, because obviously this elementary school is gone, but they're trying to wet that apartment building next door to it so it doesn't spread to it, because we know, of course, that is home to, and here is the good news. The wind is at a minimum. Have you noticed that?
Yes, I noticed the wind died down around 5 a.m. So, yeah.
Yeah. We are hearing the explosions and the embers, and also what we've seen is the trees and the power lines catching on fire and spreading that throughout the neighborhood.
Transformers blow all night.
Yeah, the transformers, absolutely. Now, we know that these firefighters are trying to focus on this apartment building and the house on the other side, and your home is just a couple of doors down. When did you make the decision to evacuate? Because this area under an evacuation order.
Yeah, it's been under evacuation order all night, but, you know, the prayer and faith, I'm like, God's going to fix this. But now God is telling us to leave because the fire is, you can feel the heat from the front door, then that's a problem. You have a problem when you can feel the heat and see the smoke. And a really nice young boy knocked on our door. He said, everything down this way is starting to burn. You guys need to leave. So.
And is that when you kind of decided to get your things and go?
Let's just go. It's time to go. We'd already packed up our stuff and it was at the door. We were ready. We just threw the cats in the basket and the dog in his car.
You were saying you didn't sleep at all last night.
Not a wink. Not a wink. And my family is hither and yon. No cell service. No.
And you were saying you were actually going to try and go to Sylmar.
I was going to go to Sylmar.
With some family, but you heard there was a fire there, and now that option might be gone.
Yeah, so now we're going to take the back way to Chatsworth.
Okay.
Down Foothill Boulevard, hopefully go around the Sylmar Freeway or the 210 Freeway, because I hear that's blocked off. So that was our next plan, to go to 210.
You know, I saw you gathering some of your things together. How do you make those difficult decisions of trying to pick?
I've been there for a long time, so when tragedy happens, you take the P's. People, pictures, pets, and papers, and get out.
People's pictures, pets, and papers.
And get out. Everything else is you got fire insurance for the house. But take the things that matter the most to you. The people, the pictures, the pets, and the papers.
Yeah.
So, that's what you take, the 4 P's, and go.
Yeah. Sini, thank you so much. You were so sweet to stop and talk to us. And I know that you and your family are getting into their car and you're going to go. And that's all you can really do at this point.
Thank you. Thank you for stopping, and thank you for being concerned and keeping us informed of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, because as you can see, this elementary school just going up. You said you voted here.
Yeah, this is a polling place now, and it's been closed as a school since the pandemic. But it is like a night school, adult night school, but not frequently used. So thank God there's no people in there working or scheduled to work. But there are vehicles in the back full of gas and stuff.
Can I just ask, because this really seems like it went so fast. When did you notice that this was starting to come down the hill into your neighborhood? Because we got here around 6. Okay,
Yeah,
so 5 a.m.
5 a.m. We could see that the fire had moved from that side to this side.
From that side of Altadena, kind of towards...
Coming toward, because it was like right across the street from us at 5 o'clock. But the winds were dying down. And we went outside and we wet the house down, turned on the sprinklers, got everything packed up. Oh, that house is not going to last.
Yeah, that house is going up in flames. I think the concern is whether or not it will spread down the block.
That's my concern too.
Yeah.
But we ready. Sad, but
You're
scared.
sad, but you're sad and scared.
Sad and scared. My sister works for the city of Pasadena, so we got to get safe. And then she has to report to work because she's a higher up echelon for the city of Pasadena.
Yeah.
So they're housing people at the Civic Center.
You know, you've lived here, though, for over 40 years. Have you ever seen it like this?
No, never. There's been a house fire here and there, but none of this massive.
You think you're kind of out of the range of danger being down here?
Think so. You were way down from the mountain.
Yeah, you're not close to the mountain.
Close to the fire, but then you don't factor in the embers.
The embers. That's what really did it. The wind blowing those embers all the way down here.
Down here. They picked up steam as they came, apparently. So black smoke means they're working on it good. Or there's white smoke. I'm confused.
The white smoke.
White smoke
Yes,
means they're
I
working
know,
on
I
it.
know.
Is it white or
Sini,
black?
get back with your family.
All right, thank
Get
you
out of
very
here.
much.
Thank you
Okay.
so much,
You're very
sweets.
welcome.
Thank you so much. And you can hear that fire engine going in the other direction as we hear another transformer, or what we presume to be a transformer, just blasting away in this neighborhood. This fire engine trying as much as they can to completely engulf this apartment building in water so that this fire at Franklin Elementary doesn't spread. In the meantime, you've got the other side of the street with homes completely going up in flames on the other side of the street. I mean, it is just one thing after another. Just a couple of, I want to say an hour and a half ago, we were a couple of blocks up as the fire was beginning to come down into this neighborhood, and now already it has spread well into it, and it is doing its destruction, making it block by block by block. And so that is what we are seeing happening here in this Altadena area. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And this is the difficulty, right?
Yeah.
You have the winds, and you have one structure that burns. Thankfully, Franklin Elementary is no longer an operating school, but the embers from that then traveling into the neighborhood. A house is on fire. That will then, with winds, spread embers even further into the neighborhood.
And you know what else, Annie Rose, that I noticed? And because we came into the studio when it was dark.
Yeah.
Sun has come up.
Yes.
I mean, it's morning, and it looks like it could be the middle of the night.
Yeah.
In this neighborhood.
Oh my gosh, Jess. Jess, I can't even tell you how dark it looks in this area. And beyond that, you've also got, this wind event that we've just been through. So when we were driving through Pasadena and Altadena to get here, we saw down trees blocking the road. We saw down traffic lights blocking the road, people's roofs, people's fences in the middle of the road, on the side of the sidewalk, branches, just everything that you can think of that has been blown around overnight. And it's really incredible to see all of that. And it's still dark, so a lot of the time you see people in the middle of the road trying to move it aside, all of that debris in really low visibility. And it's getting darker, as you can see, as this black smoke comes towards us. And hopefully what that doesn't mean, but it probably does mean, is that this side of the street with all those homes is going to burn and continues to move down closer to us, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, as we have these dry conditions and the fire preheats the area ahead of it, it makes it even drier and more susceptible to burning. One spark, one ember, and then it goes and continues on. Annie Rose, thank you. We want to get to Megan Tellis, who's further to the east in Sierra Madre. Megan, I understand you're with a homeowner there.
Yes, I have a couple over here who is in the process of building a home, almost done. I did want to show you this first because you can just see how many people, it's all hands on deck, obviously. Where Carlos and where Annie are, not far from here, about a city. See what a difference it is. Here, the sort of stagnant air, there is no wind, sun is up, it's bright outside, but there's a lot of concern in the air because people are coming back to this neighborhood to make sure that their homes are okay. One resident who didn't want to speak on camera told me that they told him, the police officers, that if he comes back, that's fine, but the minute he leaves again, he will not be able to enter back home. So he just wants to check his property out. He's looking up here to Turtle Park. That's the water tank right there. But here's the couple over here. You guys, were you told the same thing? Connor and Michelle, by the way, newlyweds-ish, just built a home here in California, sort of living out this dream. Where are you at in the process?
Just about finished, but we have no fire insurance because it's not a habitable house yet.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah.
And so last night the scene here was very different. You tell me, how so?
Yeah, we up on my roof. I was there until about 3:30, staying way past the evacuation notices. But the wind was blowing. You'd have gusts come in, and you could see the fire start to lick over the ridge. And then just watching this avalanche of fire head towards you. But miraculously, as soon as it hit that ridge and started to go downhill towards us, the wind just died.
Wow.
It was almost like a miracle. And then it just kind of burned uphill and burned out, and now we're here. So that's when we left, but we were here wetting down the yard until about 4 in the morning.
You're from South Pasadena. Where are you from? I understand not from California.
Yeah, Maryland.
So this is a different site for you. What do you make of all of this and the fact that as newlyweds, you guys had a home, no fire insurance. You think about what could have happened. Luckily, you're in this position now, but where are you at mentally?
Oh, honestly, I feel like the fate is in the firefighters' hands. There's not much we could do as just individuals. It's really scary to see, how much hard work we've put in at risk. And I don't know, I spent all night checking on him while he was up here checking on the house.
Wait, 1 second. Sorry, I need to... I do that because I have some equipment in my phone on top of that car. I think it's going to be okay. This is more important. You see the fire trucks coming here. What did you see when you went up there, Connor?
I haven't been up there yet, so I don't know.
Okay, haven't been this morning as the sun comes up. But these fire trucks coming back down, these are good out of the fire zone. Mandatory evacuation orders were in effect last night. You left. What did you grab? I mean, I always think about, you don't know until you're in that situation. What was your mind?
Yeah, it's not really a house right now. It's a bunch of power tools. So I, let that burn, whatever. But we were raking debris away from the structure, wetting the whole thing down, cutting down some shrubs and small little trees, and just doing what we could to prevent, if a fire did reach us, make it as hard as possible for it to burn the structure down.
So what's the plan moving forward? You guys came out of a car, and I thought for a second you guys spent the night in the car, but you just stayed up all night? Well, what happened?
I got a few hours of sleep, but we're back at it this morning. We're going to go up, wet the yard down if we can, check on things. Also posting updates on Facebook groups and stuff to the communities. There's so much junk stuff out there for information, He said, she said stuff. Just if you see something, post it and post a location of where you saw it so people can actually reference that, oh, that's the ridge just above my house, instead of here's a picture of a fire.
Right.
That's really good.
Helpful information, useful information. It's what we've been trying to bring you guys since overnight. We do know that obviously schools are evacuated this morning. Do you have any pets? I mean, what's the concern there?
No, pets
Oh,
are...
yeah.
Oh, if we had pets in that house, we'd be out with them quick. But
One of your neighbors here, your soon-to-be neighbors, told me he's been here for 30 years, and that because Pasadena, which is obviously west of us, was evacuated first, that all of the hotels in this proximity were completely booked, and that was a problem. So he and his wife spent the night in their car at the grocery store down the road. The nearest hotel was down in Hacienda Heights. As we know, that's off the 605. I mean, that whole area down there, which is very far from your home. And the whole point, as someone who owns a home up here, soon to be home, is it just to be as close as possible to your baby, essentially?
Yeah.
Pretty much. And I can see it being tough. You have tens of thousands of folks evacuating at a moment's notice, and hotels fill up like that, and you got to make do. So
he was saying it's the largest evacuation, mandatory evacuation that's happened in a very long time from what he remembers.
It was pretty dystopian watching the cop cars roll around and the sheriff's department's knocking on the doors. I was hiding out from them on a roof so they wouldn't catch me, so I could keep watering down. Yeah, I'm I'm going to stay here until it's tangibly unsafe to be here. But got out okay. But I'm pretty sure looking at it now, it's okay up in there, which is great.
Okay, I'll let you go do your thing. You're going to go up there, check it out. I'm going to somehow follow you so we can get an update there. Thank you so much, Connor and Michelle. Again, we have volunteers here. We have Orange County, Yorba Linda Fire here. I saw Arcadia Fire here earlier. Just going back and driving the point home. All hands on deck. I'm looking down here at my notes because I want to go through some of these evacuation orders that are in place. Over 52,000 residents involving almost 21,000 structures. Evacuation warnings in place for almost 47,000 residents involving more than 18,000 structures. Frank and Jess, that's what's happening here in Sierra Madre, where the winds have stopped, essentially. I mean, there's a slight breeze every couple of seconds, but this is good news for the fire. There was a big fire right above where we are now. It was a house that was just up in flames. The roads, I think Carlos Herrera mentioned this earlier, the roads are very tight up in these foothill communities that we are in this morning, so it's really tough to get up into these fires, and that's the same case for a lot of the firefighters in addition to our news band. So we are down here talking to some folks who are coming out of their homes, or at least standing in front of their homes this morning, trying to get a better scope as to what's happening here at the Eaton Fire. More than 2,200 acres burned at this hour. I'll send it back to you for now, Frank and Jess in Hollywood.
Megan, we really appreciate that update there. Also want to check in with Ginger Chan this morning. So many folks that maybe aren't even living in areas where fires are burning, but roads are closed and things are going to be a little bit tricky hitting the roads. And Ginger has an update on what we need to be aware of. Ginger, good morning.
Good morning to you guys. Yes, and there is a little bit of improved information. We're going to get to that in just a second, but we want to show you an area where we know obviously it's going to be very windy here. Those winds will continue. I mean, those first wind warnings and advisories came up specifically for these areas, the 5 and the 14, and then of course they're still holding in effect. We're also showing this to you because we had so many new fires that had popped up. I mean, we did notice information from the CHP that some of these fires were being set by some people, and at times they're also calling for them to be homeless encampment fires. And so we just wanted to look at this. A lot of those fires have been put out. Nevertheless, we are still seeing some delays, and it's an area that we are watching for sure. Now, we know that we've been discussing the 5 freeway in both directions, the closure that you cannot continue onto that 210 East. The connector road does appear to be closed still. But what has reopened is the 210, the eastbound side between the 5 over to Roxford Street. They were able to reopen up the main lanes, okay? The westbound side is still closed, Roxford to the 5. And then it also looks like the truck bypass lanes will stay closed as well. So there is a tiny portion that has reopened, and that would be that eastbound side of the 210 freeway, again, between the 5 over to Roxford Street, which we found kind of interesting because we felt like, wow, that's going to put them right into the closure. But again, as we speak, 722, CHP said eastbound 210 main lanes are now open. Those truck lanes will stay closed, though, until further notice, and the same for that westbound side. I'm going to click the map, and we still have, of course, the live look at I believe that's the Eaton fire. This is an interesting situation. Angeles Forest Highway and Angeles Crest Highway. So this was a spot where people were driving here, parking their cars, leaving them to take pictures of the fire. So now this is officially closed, and we'll put the closure at Angeles Forest Highway and at Big Tahunga Canyon Road, and they've shut down the gate, so it's inaccessible to you. There's no reason for you to be in that area. It's just too dangerous, and they have closed it all because people were trying to take those pictures. This one we wanted to look at for everybody because it was most definitely a wind-related crash where we have this big rig that ended up toppling over. So we know that those winds continue here. You drive this stretch of the 241, you take it all the way up to that 91, then you know it gets so windy even when we don't have the strong winds like we do now. So it's the 241 north right here at Santiago Canyon Road, that toppled big rig. So it's not necessarily a fire-related closure with a left lane that will stay closed until further notice, but it is definitely a very windy area, and that's what knocked down that big rig. You see those delays? It's really unusual to see that type of a delay on that stretch of the 241, and I would say that the 261 may be open, but probably some strong winds there as well. So we're just kind of keeping track of all the different areas where we have fires and have roads that are closed, but also wind-related closures or wind-related incidents like this one that are really going to affect your commute. We'll keep an eye on all these things. Oh, and really quick, I have to mention the Sepulveda Basin. We talked about 75 acres of the basin had been burned there, right? And so I believe Burbank Boulevard closed, and I think they may keep that closed as you go through the basin. I know a lot of people like to use that instead of the 101 freeway. Thank you, Tommy, for putting that up. But you're probably going to want to stay on that 101 freeway. And then the other thing I want to mention, and I felt this in my own commute, is that you, of course, can smell the smoke, and now there's probably some ash raining down in some areas. Maybe you're not in a fire area. Maybe you're not in an area where you have strong winds, but you will smell that smoke, and that is certainly going to be a factor. You're asthmatic, you have a condition, something like
Ginger,
that. Got to be
we're going to
careful.
have to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
It's 8 o'clock right now. Los Angeles County and city officials are holding a news conference in downtown Los Angeles to give us an update.
Our first speaker
We
is
are going
Los
to
Angeles
want to
County
listen in. Right now, they're just doing the introductions, but they are talking about this being a one-voice news conference, everyone speaking together. Here we go.
I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time, but let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things that people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney. to give you an update on what is going on, but I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 Coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now together these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircraft are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and in fact may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred Sheriff Department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving, that's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many, because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted, so we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay, but deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altanina Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium, at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound closed from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations. Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles, Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there, 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank, large animal shelter Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, large animal shelter Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, small animal shelter Agora Animal Center, and small animal shelter Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can, so when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars, so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board, so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. Then we don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners in the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all in the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District, but our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary, and I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT, making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can, and we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area of the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight, and unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already. We expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children. So we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things as you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted, that covers the entire region, by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. one in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We are looking at that and going to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm going to happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water and Power, the General Manager, Janice Quiones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible, and also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks from our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identify other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're gonna be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're gonna be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're gonna start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time, but we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
Because this press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources, but to the public. I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control, but make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues, what percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point, and given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
David Zahniser with the Los Angeles Times.
Thank you.
So, Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 in the morning, that's when the hydrants went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that, and we have some water on higher elevations, 16 to 18,000. But at 3,000, at 3 a.m., all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades. To your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that that is true. We were talking with the county supervisor and Mark on how are we going to change the way we operate our water systems for events like this. This is an unprecedented event. I think the 2011 winds was significant from a power outage perspective, but the fires have really increased the response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the tanks again. It was unsafe to do so. So you're managing the fires, you're managing the power outage, and you're managing the water needs because it was an urban wildfire firefighting. So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region. And it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that. In regard to when the mayor is returning, I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas, so her ETA is right around noon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos dias, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52. For Chief Crowley, Chief Maroney, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies, and for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people in
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations, and I know we spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted, in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies in their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these claims.
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand up.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude. We were prepared. We did get state pre-position resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-positioned them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has 13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick
I
questions.
just want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar-Santa Clarita area, and so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you,
And
Chair
I think
Barker.
someone from the mayor's office would like to go ahead.
Thank you,
introduce
Supervisor. Thank you, appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged. But I want to assure the community and the city, our mayor has been actively engaged 100% of the time, the entire last 24 hours throughout this unfortunate event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barger, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress, she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning.
Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
Good morning. Stephen Coleman, KABC. You mentioned 4 fires. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and characterize the 4th fire? County fire?
Yes, I can speak briefly on that 4th fire was a Woodley fire, which is approximately, it was a smaller fire. We threw a lot of resources at it. It is under control at this point. We'll push that information out to the media so you have the very specifics, but we're calling it the Woodley fire. Yeah, it was in the Sepulveda Basin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll have one-on-ones.
Hi, Samantha Norris, San Fernando Valley Sun. I know the Hearst fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak more to what resources are being deployed to that fire? And for people in the Sylmar area, what are the evacuation zone areas, any closures, and where those people can go in the area?
Hi, good morning. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez from the 7th District. Last night we evacuated 71 horses from the Stetson Ranch area. The fire came up quickly, and so thankfully they were safely evacuated to the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center. As we indicated, this is a very dynamic situation, and the lack of aerial support is making it that much more challenging for firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders. In the Sylmar community, Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as it's needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're not in the immediate fire area, there are things that you can do to be of assistance, and it goes to looking at hardening your home from any potential threat of embers. These embers fly. They can go for a couple miles. So we want to ensure that they do everything to create the defensible space in their homes if they're in the adjacent areas. Again, staying off the roads to the greatest degree possible. More importantly, reducing your water usage at this time because there is no aerial support. All of our water is being heavily demanded upon for these firefights in all parts of the county. So these are the proactive measures that people can be taking to be of assistance immediately given the needs of our first responders. If you have downed power lines, report those to 911. We can also report all outages to 1-800-DIAL-DWP. And most importantly, for trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages, our Bureau of Street Services, for the City of Los Angeles, all of our street services crew and public works crews are out there doing that work as well, and they are part of our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting those to 311 so that we can keep the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of access for our fire personnel. But most importantly, for the adjacent equine areas, because I know in the Hearst fire, we're concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other equine areas. We want to make sure that we launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and I want to continue to urge the public in these adjacent areas to please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to...
Just one clarity as
sorry.
well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 10:10 last night. The latest acreage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los Angeles National Forest. We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is, through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night, our overall objective was to keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross the 5 at this point. We were able to hold it to that point. But again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that. And we're continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, I don't have too much more to add, but I will share that the Los Angeles City Fire and the Angeles National Forest went into unified command immediately when that fire started. And that fire started in an area we're well exercised, known as the mutual threat zone. So that's a part of our pre-planned unified command area, and that includes ground resources and aircraft. And of course, as mentioned, aircraft has been having a hard time finding good air, and actually with the wind speeds. We're assessing aircraft availability every minute, continuously watching for a window to get aircraft up from multiple parts and multiple agencies. The Angeles National Forest aircraft and the air tanker base that services the Southern California areas in Lancaster under the U.S. Forest Service, and they're watching for opportunities to launch aircraft. But last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were here in what we call the Front Range. So we're still struggling to get aircraft in the air. Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief for the Angeles National Forest.
Thank you. We are wrapping up our press conference. We will have one-on-ones and a short for Spanish media if you gather.
All right, information there as we begin the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to recap some of the information, some of the devastating. We are continuing to follow the breaking news, widespread devastation across LA County, whipping winds, fanning the flames of 4 major fires now. The Palisades fire began nearly 24 hours ago in Pacific Palisades. The Hearst fire broke out last night in the Sylmar area. You can see the Eaton fire and the Woodley fire as well burning in our Southern California, greater Los Angeles area.
Authorities say that 2 people have died in the fire, though they did not reveal the circumstances surrounding those deaths. They did say they were civilians. There are also a number of significant injuries that have been reported from these fires. The Eaton fire is more than 2,200 acres in size. There is no containment. About 100 structures have been destroyed, and 28,000 more are being threatened this morning. We spoke to one couple a few hours ago who watched as their home and cars burned.
You know, at the end of the day, the only thing precious is life. Everything else, secondary. This is my pride and joy, my home.
You worked so hard, and
I worked very hard to keep this home. Yeah.
In regards to the Eaton fire, over 32,500 residents are currently under evacuation orders in all schools in that area. are closed.
To the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, it has grown in size, now burning more than 5,000 acres, 0% containment. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed in this fire. LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney saying there are, quote, a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. Some first responders were also injured. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in effect. An evacuation shelter has been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the Los Angeles Equestrian Center for Large Animals. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica to Topanga Canyon. The cause of the fire still unknown. In Sylmar, more than 44,000 people remain under evacuation orders due to the Hearst fire. All neighborhoods north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the 5 and 14 freeway split are under an evacuation order. An evacuation warning has been issued for the area of the 5 freeway to Woodley and Balboa to LaHaye Street to Zelza Avenue. The flames have consumed a little more than 500 acres there, 0% containment.
Also want to tell you about a grass fire that's burning in the Sepulveda Basin. This is being called the Woodley Fire. It's estimated to be somewhere around 75 acres. So when we heard in that press conference that there were 4 major fires burning, and LA County Fire Chief Maroney just said moments ago, we don't have the resources to fight 4 major brush fires all at the same time. Did request additional resources yesterday from out of state. So, you know, they're doing what they can, especially without the aerial assets being up in the air this morning. Really challenging for firefighters.
It is very difficult, and of course the wind conditions are not favorable. Yes, they're not what they were yesterday, but they continue to be problematic and will create great challenges both for the aerial fight but also on the ground. Annie Rose Ramos is, we were last checking in with you, Annie Rose, you're at Lincoln and Ventura, and oh my goodness, the neighborhood where you are. Tell us, to the best of your ability, where you are exactly and what you're seeing.
Hey, Frank and Jess, we are on Harriet Street, just off of Lincoln Avenue in Altadena. Believe it or not, there is a fire station, one of the oldest for LA County. There's a fire station right at the corner, and they have done what they could here. We have been taking refuge behind this fire truck you see right here, but if you walk out, you will see that every single home has been impacted on this street for as far as you can see. Now, you can't even see down this block because it is so thick with that black smoke, but at one point, one of the firefighters coming out from it, it was like an apocalyptic scene. And he said, I have never seen anything like this before in my life. They are trying to do what they can to pour water and saturate the roofs of the homes that are still standing with water so that they may be able to survive. Frank and Jessica, about an hour ago, we thought, oh my goodness, some good news here, a reprieve from the wind. The wind felt like it was dying down. But really, in the past 30 minutes, it has just kicked back up again. Take a look at these trees above us, Dan, right over here. These trees are moving in this wind, and they have asked us to sort of stop right here. It's incredibly hot. And Jessica, as you made your point before, you know, you would never know it is in the middle of the morning, the day. I've lost track of time at this point because it is so pitch black in this neighborhood of Altadena. At one point, we were inside of the fire station at the end of the block here, just getting some water, trying to get a break from the smoke. But I walked outside and I saw this man walking out of this street, if you can imagine, because you can barely see anything down the street. He was crying, walking down this street, and he had 2 portraits of his grandfather in his hand. He said he tried to stay in the house, tried to save the house for as long as possible, but sooner or later it was becoming apparent that nothing, as you can see behind me, nothing on this street is going to make it through this fire. Nothing, not one single house has been untouched. They all look to be completely destroyed. And so he said He called his mother. They had lived in this house here in Altadena for decades, and she just asked that he save the portraits of his grandfather. And so those are the two things he had in his hand. His name is Carl. And take a listen to some of what he said.
I live on Mariposa. It's burning right now, so I tried to do what I could. Well, I thought we were in the area that we would be all right, but then they evacuated early this morning, and I tried to stay and save it, but I couldn't. So, but I got my mom wanted her dad's picture off the wall, so I got it.
All right, and back here live on Harriet Street, I mean, these wires are what have really been posing a threat and a danger to a lot of these communities, because people have been driving out. They've been getting what they could and driving out and hitting some of these wires, and that's where you get into a little bit of a scary situation. The wind, here it is again, picking up with these embers just going from block to block, and that's the concern, because those embers over there could come across the street, hit these bushes right here, which is just fuel for the fire, and hit this tree. And look right next door, you have just how much the fire is raging over here. All right, we're gonna stay away from those lines, those power lines, because we don't believe they are active, but of course it's just a really treacherous situation here. But to see this entire block here on Harriet Street, just off of Lincoln Avenue in Altadena, go up in flames is incredible. It's just, I'm at a loss for words, because I can't wrap my head around it. We can't even see to the other side of the block to even give you an idea of what the conditions of those homes are in. The roads here remain open. Why? Because the sheriff's deputies that we've spoken to and the firefighters that we've spoken to say there are still people in there, which is tough to believe, but there are still people in there, and they hope they continue to get out. Look at that. That fire just went, in that last gust of wind we just had, the fire just skipped the street, and now it's over here. It's hopped the street to another home that wasn't burning earlier, but now it is. And you can see firefighters over here making a desperate attempt to save it, to keep it from going to this home next door, even though it has been so tough for them to do this, because every time they catch a break, that wind gust just gets going and it keeps spreading it like it did just behind them. So they were fighting it on one side of this property. As you can see, they continue to do so, but on the other side, some embers just spread the fire to the other side of the house. So now they've got two sides to have to worry about, but they continue to fight this tirelessly all night long, even though we know that they're up against so much, because literally the majority of this street is now gone. There's absolutely nothing left. And every so few moments we will see just a regular car, someone just racing out, because we know, similarly to Carl, they were holding on, trying to save the house, trying to save their belongings, and they realized that this neighborhood is just going up in flames and that they were losing the fight against this fire. And so they got into their car quickly, and we have seen every few minutes those cars just running over the hoses of the fire trucks, trying to get out in any way possible. And you got to remember, the visibility is just, it's zero. It's so hard to drive down these streets and see anything, much less the trees that have come down, the power lines that have come down, and even some of the traffic signals. Electricity virtually gone in this area, so traffic lights are gone. And we know they're doing all they can to just save house by house by house in this neighborhood here in Altadena that no one ever expected this fire to even get to. All right, we're trying, Dan, our photographer, is alerting me to the wires back here. I mean, I'm covered in soot. And and we're coughing a little bit, so we're going to send it back to you guys and sort of walk a little bit back
Okay.
here.
I mean, it's unfathomable, as Annie Rose was saying. It's hard to put into words. It's got this apocalyptic feeling when you realize it's 9 o'clock in the morning. It could easily be 9 p.m.
Well, I was wondering, people might be tuning in and thinking, oh, this must be footage from last night. Right. This is happening right now.
Yeah.
This is live. This is Altadena burning. And if you are in downtown Los Angeles or in another part of Southern California, you have seen the black smoke that is flying over our city right now. It has been such an ominous sight. And this is where that smoke is coming from. Homes burning, memories being lost, and firefighters making a valiant effort to try to stop the spread, to try to save a home wherever they can. But you can see the winds whipping, and you can see on the left side, the live picture, Griffith Observatory there, that dark smoke that is covering our city right now, coming from this fire in Altadena.
And as we look at those images from Altadena on the right, Henry's sitting next to us, and Annie Rose brought this up a few times during that report, Henry, the fact that this is an unprecedented wind event. We haven't seen something like this in 10 to 15 years. All the firefighters were saying it in the press conference. But we're not out of the woods at all yet when it comes to these winds, even though they may have subsided a bit.
Right. I think a lot of the messaging early on is when will the wind start to subside? And for me, as I'm watching and as a viewer yesterday and I'm flipping channels and everything, I was thinking that's not the proper question. Proper question is, when does this end? Because even though we will see the winds taper off, and we have seen them taper off, we don't want to fixate on a certain time, like 10 o'clock this morning. The winds are going to be tapering off, or we won't see these dramatically gusty winds anymore and we're out of the wood. That is not the case. So really what we're talking about is an event here that's going to linger for a couple of days. Now, we're in the midst of the worst of it. We can say that. Overnight, we had wind gusts in many high elevation areas. Not even high elevation. I mean, we're talking elevation of 2,500 feet. So these are where communities exist at 50, 60, even 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, the wind gusts are beginning to taper off. They're not as strong, but it's still shifty and it's still out there and it's still posing a problem. And when we go to Annie Rose or we go out to our various reporters, we're seeing homes that are actively being caught on fire. So even though we can say, yes, the winds aren't as bad as they were at 5 a.m., we know that it's not doing any relief for the homes in these neighborhoods because it's still spreading. It's almost like saying, okay, we have a fever, it's 105. That's a crucial, critical fever. When will it start to go down? Well, if it's still 103, 104, it's still very serious. And that's my point with the winds. The winds will be tapering off throughout the day, but we still have windy conditions, gusty conditions, extremely dry conditions. You know, at least overnight, we did get some semblance of a marine layer, not so much as far as clouds and things of that nature, but we added some humidity. Now we're going to strip that humidity away. So even though the winds are decreasing, the humidity goes lower. These are all things that are really tough on firefighters, and we know that. So as we go to the afternoon hours, we should see things not only begin to dissipate, but these stronger winds will start to shift a little bit more. And I point this out because if you're watching in Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside County, and you live in places like Laguna Canyon or Norco or San Bernardino or Yorba Linda, Anti Mills, we still have really tough conditions throughout the afternoon. So when you're hearing winds are getting better, conditions are getting a little easier, that does not mean you cannot be aware of your surrounding, what's going on. Be prepared. We know the possibility of more fires out there. Definitely a possibility. Now, to answer my question finally, when will things get better? By the weekend. By the weekend, we start to see the winds basically effectively shut off. It's an onshore flow. We get more moisture into the atmosphere, cooler weather, and much better firefighting conditions. Now, that is not to suggest that for the next 48 hours we need to be on pins and needles. I think we just need to be aware of the surroundings, and that is we are still warm, we are still gusty at times, breezy conditions and dry, and we could see a little flare-up of Santa Ana conditions on Friday morning. So today things improve, tomorrow much improvement, Friday morning get ready for another go-around, not as strong, but more Santa Anas. Saturday into the weekend, things will be much better, but we still have a couple of days of concern here.
All right, Henry, thank you for that. From east, we want to go to the west, to the Palisades fire. Omar Lewis on the scene of that fire and looking at some of the devastation that is right behind you there, Omar.
Yeah, we are along PCH and Driftwood Drive. Want to step out of the way. It's hard to put into frame here exactly what this is, but this was a mobile home community full of mobile homes. More than 50 mobile homes were located in this area right here, and now they are all gone, destroyed. We've been talking to people here in this area this morning, like Michael McCoy. You've been going up and down. You live in Santa Monica. You've been in this area for years and years. What are your thoughts seeing this?
This is devastation. I have two friends that live up there. We go surfing and it's gone. I can't even imagine, what these people are going through. I'm just thank God everybody's safe. That was the major thing, that the evacuation order was, called out and everybody left.
Tell me about this community here. It's been here for years. A lot of older residents live here. Tell me about it.
Yeah, this mobile home community, I go by it every day when I go surfing up here at Topanga. And, it's everybody knows each other. A lot of older citizens, but a lot of younger ones too. They all take care of each other. And back here, you could see they built this wall for the floods and cut down all that brush, but even that couldn't save it.
Not enough to save it. But tell me what you've been seeing as you've been driving along the beach. Some restaurants burned down on this side of the PCH. Tell me what you've been seeing.
So I have to use my bike because I have to go up to Topanga to check out my storage. But Perry's on the other side over here is on fire. In the attic, you could see it. And it's just from those embers. And, and even the Santa Monica Park, the beach place out, that's gone. All the equipment's gone, the sand scrapers, the trucks, it's all burnt.
What is this like to see this in your community? I know you've evacuated and you're in Santa Monica. Everything's okay for you right now, but put into words what it's like.
Well, just being on the edge, you don't know if it's coming or not. I'd rather, have my bug out bag and gone, So I dropped that off at my friend in Marina Del Rey just to be on the safe side. And now I'm just checking out my friends up here.
We see this American flag here. You're a veteran. Mm-hmm. It's one of the only things that are left standing.
Yes, isn't that tells you about America? Even with the flag, it's not going to go away. We're going to unite and help each other.
Thank you so much for talking to us here this morning. You stay safe.
You too.
Really appreciate your time here as well. Thank you. And so during that news conference, we learned that more than 5,000 acres have burned in the state's fire. At this point, more than 1,000 structures have been destroyed here, including, again, this mobile home park. And this is exactly what you see up and down PCH here. We're going to pan over here, and I'm going to show you this power line, and this is exactly what the issue is here up and down this area. These power lines just laying in the middle of PCH at this point. It is difficult for these cars to get back and forth, and we have seen most of these are first responders who have been in this area, but there are some residents that you can see trying to make their way through here, but it is very dangerous, as you can imagine, with these embers that are still popping up and this smoldering that we are seeing here in this area also. Just about 10-15 minutes ago, we did see fire trucks as well passing through here from Northern California, Palo Alto, as well as some of the other cities from Northern California coming down to help in this firefight as well. So that is good news for folks in this area. But again, a lot of these structures and homes behind us here, right on PCH, are no more, completely gone. And we've been talking about the wind as well and the smoke here in this area. That is something else that has been a huge issue. Every now and then we'll get a glimpse of the sun and the sky. Want to show you this view of the sun right now where we're located, just to give you an idea of what we're looking at out here this morning on PCH here in Pacific Palisades. Quite a view here as we are seeing the aftermath of this fire that continues to burn. Containment at 0 right now, no containment at this point, but this is some of the aftermath in these neighborhoods right along PCH. As we can see, some cars gone, homes completely destroyed as well. And so this will be a huge cleanup process as folks start to make their way back here eventually at some point, whenever that is. But for now, we are just getting our eyes on this area here along PCH, again at Driftwood, this mobile home park, and several others along, all gone, nothing left. That is the latest for now here from Pacific Palisades. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Omar, during that press conference, 1,000 structures destroyed in the Palisades fire was startling to hear, and that's just a sampling of what we see behind you there. Omar is located PCH and Driftwood. Want to get to Eric Spillman, who's PCH and Temescal Canyon. Eric, what are you seeing there? Good morning to you.
Good morning. We're at Will Rogers State Beach here, and I want to say, they give numbers at the news conference. They talk about 1,000 homes burning in this fire, and I don't know if we have the pictures that I sent back. I'd like to show you what it looks like along Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades. The numbers do not really do justice to what has happened in Pacific Palisades. I mean, from Chautauqua on Sunset Boulevard all the way into Palisades Village. On the north side of the street, you're looking at house after house after house that was destroyed, burned to the ground. These are the alphabet streets. Along the alphabet streets, Sunset Boulevard, every single house is destroyed. It's amazing. Billions of dollars in damage. It really is remarkable. Again, it is what I would call a catastrophic fire, unlike sort of any fire that I've seen here in many, many years. I mean, you have to go back to the early 1990s to have this kind of catastrophic fire. We also went by Palisades High School, Palisades Charter High School, which is just up the street, and we did see that some of the buildings there have burned. Some of them have burned. The main buildings do not appear to have burned, but the bungalows, there's a sort of a section of bungalows in the back on the north side of the campus. They have burned, and they were burning, and there was no firefighters around at all, and they were letting it burn. There's simply no choice. They don't have enough resources here. This morning here at this location, come back to our live picture here, we have people, residents, for example, who are showing up here now who want to try and get back into the neighborhood there to see what has happened to their homes. And this is Peter Dolan here. Good morning to you.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. Where do you live?
I live on 1052 Monument Street, in Palisades.
You have an electric bike that you brought up here.
Yes.
You have.
So I could get to see. I think the house is gone, but I just want to make sure. I just want to see it for myself, to be honest with you, because my friend who's lived there a long time, he's just devastated. I don't even know what he's going to do. I really don't know.
You evacuated yesterday. What was the situation?
Well, what happened was I was already out on my bike. I was out cycling. I was in Venice, and as I was coming up Ocean, I saw the smoke, but it was only like kind of a little smoke, and I figured, it's just, well, I figured it was a hotel, not just something was on fire. So carried on. So I went to my friend's house in Beverly Hills, where I stayed last night, and when I started watching the news, and I've been up all night watching. So been trying to get hold of my friend. He had to go to the LAX Hilton and take his neighbor, who's a real old man. Took him with him, and his battery was dead on his charger, so he wasn't getting back to him. I must have called him 100 times because he's my best friend.
You came back here this morning.
This morning I'm going to try and get up, and I just want to see for myself. And then see if I can get up there.
See what you've seen so far with these winds and so forth.
Unbelievable. I've lived here since 1987. I was here for the Malibu fires, for the massive earthquake. I've been here a long time. I've never seen nothing like this. Nothing. I can't believe it. Being down right here, I can't believe it. It doesn't seem real.
The scale of the devastation, I'm going to tell you, because I've driven through it, you're not going to believe it.
I can't even believe just being down here. I couldn't imagine what it must look like up there. I mean, I feel really sick for my friend. I really do. I mean, because he's such a good guy, and he does so much for the community up there, and he does a lot for people. It's just, I can't believe it. I'm going to hope I can get to the top. So it's just shocking just to look around. It doesn't seem real. So.
All right, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you for talking.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
The police going to let you through?
Yeah, he said he was very kind. He said, look, he said just can I look? He said just go up as far as you can. He said there's other cops up there. They might not let you go through. He said, but we'll let you go, okay. Which I thought was very kind of them.
Well, I wish you the best.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
And off he goes.
What time will that be on?
It's on. It's on now. It was live. Off he goes on his electric bike up Temescal Canyon Road here, and it's very difficult. I mean, the wind is incredible here. We've talked about it, but it really is insane. And thank you. He's off to go up to the top, but just looking across the street, across Pacific Coast Highway here, you can see some of the devastation. That is, or was, a mobile home park. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot left there, although we've seen a number of people who live there, who've come up here, walked up here, some of them walking from Santa Monica, wanting to see if perhaps their home was still intact. I don't see much evidence that anything survived up there. And then here's somebody else who I was talking to earlier. How you doing? You walked up to see if your house was okay.
Well, actually, I'm with the Pacific Palisades Community Council and also with the Neighborhood Association in Santa Monica Canyon. So I live in Santa Monica Canyon, and I thought I'd come up to send some, damage, show what's been burned in outlying areas, because we have a lot of friends that live in.
Have you been up there to see it?
I haven't been up into the Palisades, just along the coastline. So it's threatening, the winds are going south and east, so the canyon, Santa Monica Canyon, is still okay, but with the winds consistently blowing harder, we could have some major problems.
It hasn't gone into Santa Monica Canyon yet.
No, it has just above Chautauqua, so the Santa Monica Canyon is still safe. I mean, it's not safe to be there, but the houses are still intact.
Thank you. We wish you the best of luck. I mean, it's just remarkable when you look in that direction, sort of west or to the north on Pacific Coast Highway. I mean, we have to hold the camera down because it's going to blow over. These winds show no signs of letting up, and it's just a very, very dark sky here. At some points, it almost looks like it's nighttime because of the black smoke that's hanging over this area. That's the latest from here in Pacific Palisades. We'll send it back to you.
Eric, your video driving along Sunset into Pacific Palisades, I think it's the first time that we are starting to get the true scope of the devastation. It's one thing to hear 1,000 structures destroyed. It's another thing to see it and to think about each one of these homes. And we're just talking about the Palisades fire. Obviously, many more homes also destroyed in the Eaton fire in Altadena, but this is Pacific Palisades, and we're finally actually seeing what was burning overnight. And it, the word war zone is such a cliche, but this does look like an area that has been bombed.
Yeah, I mean, it is just shocking. We were back up there along Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard starting at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we were watching homes burn. We didn't really have a sense of how severe the damage was until, I'm gonna just take this off because it's not working, until we actually came down Sunset Boulevard into Pacific Palisades and saw the incredible level of damage there. In the neighborhood where we started out, sort of 40 to 50% of the homes were burned. But as you go down Sunset Boulevard towards the village, every single home on the north side of Sunset is gone. Every single one. There's not a single one that's left standing. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars worth of damage here. It's just going to take a long time to rebuild. It's a process. Filing insurance claims, getting help from the government if there will be any. And then trying to get permits to rebuild, that will take years. The Palisades is totally unrecognizable this morning. And it's really, really sad because it's such a wonderful community, Pacific Palisades is. People know their neighbors. They get together. 4th of July is a big deal in Pacific Palisades. There's a 5K run. People set up their chairs along the sidewalk. Everybody knows each other. It's really kind of a tight-knit place, which is unique for Los Angeles, and it has really, really suffered as a result of this catastrophe.
You're right, Eric. And you know, it's interesting in talking about the Palisades, and you bring up a very interesting point of the tight-knit community, and I can't help but think about Sam Rubin, because he loved this community so much, and he talked about it in just that way, how it really feels like you're kind of living in this small enclave in a really big metropolitan city. And for people maybe that aren't familiar with the Pacific Palisades, I mean, this street that Eric is showing from this video here, I mean, gorgeous, stunningly beautiful homes that run along Sunset Boulevard here in a neighborhood that is, you know, many people want to live in the
look
Pacific
back
Palisades.
there, it goes beyond Sunset, back into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's not just Sunset Boulevard,
Right.
but to your point, Jess, you and I were talking earlier
No,
that we...
no, it's not. To the north...
Go ahead.
Definitely to the north of Sunset Boulevard is some of the worst damage, but it's also to the south along Chautauqua, Sunset Chautauqua, Pampas Ricas, which is a beautiful street, Ocampo, just incredible amounts of damage in there. And those are some of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the city of Los Angeles. Really, really gorgeous, and shocking to see what this fire has done.
Eric,
it's going to be so difficult for people, and they're not going to believe it.
I know it's difficult to navigate, obviously, in these sorts of situations. We're grateful that you were able to get the pictures you were able to get. Do we have any idea the fate of all those beautiful homes in the Palisades Highlands?
Boy, I don't know. I mean, honestly, we didn't even try to get up there. That's one of those places, only one way in and one way out.
Yeah.
That's where the fire started, Palisades Drive area above there. And we just couldn't even. I got to tell you another problem. There's no electricity in Pacific Palisades this morning. There's no cell service at all. I mean, we had to come down here to get a cell signal. That's why we weren't able to broadcast before, because there's nothing. All the cell sites were damaged by the fire, and they need power in order to work. So they don't have power because the power is out, so you don't have cell service up there.
Yeah.
So that's been that will continue to be a very big challenge for people and for emergency crews as well.
Well, here's the thing too, I'm wondering, and it's hard to tell where you are and probably even where firefighters in the middle of it. This is a very densely populated area. It's burned through a good bit of Pacific Palisades. 0% containment, Eric. 5,000 acres have burned, and we are still in the midst of this unprecedented wind event for the next possibly day or so. So do we know if there's any other communities that really need to be thinking about where is this fire headed, and do we need to be ready, concerned? What are you hearing in regards to that?
You know, it's hard to get like a macro point of view on what this particular fire is doing. I mean, we saw yesterday around 10:30 when it broke out, and it has moved towards the west from where it started, down towards the beach. It has not, thankfully, moved to the east at all, or maybe a little tiny bit, but it seems to have blown down to the beach. And it's hard to say what's happening now. I mean, honestly, what we saw overnight was really incredible. You could see firefighters were in these neighborhoods. They were trying their best to put water on some of the burning homes, but it was almost pointless because the embers were flying into the air and then catching new houses on fire right next door. So they're trying to pour water on it, and it was just like, you know, there's like a drop in the ocean. It had no impact on the fire, and the embers just caused new fires.
And I want to tell our viewers...
And they were frustrated too.
Yeah, I want to tell our viewers, Eric, that what we're looking at, we're seeing you in one box, and the one to the right is a view from LAX looking live toward the Palisades, and you can see the smoke wafting to the west, north, essentially into and you can still see fire burning deep into the hills there. It is still burning. It is not out. And this wind is not helping things. Typically, we would have more aerial pictures, as would the firefighters. The firefighters would be up doing what they could to map with airplanes and helicopters. They have been limited in their ability to do that because of the winds and the difficulty in that. Also, the president is in town, and that has put an air flight restriction, at least on news media. We're about to get up into the air so we can start giving you some of those pictures. We should tell people that the president is planning to visit a fire station in Santa Monica at some point. We will have pictures of that. He's going to get a briefing from CAL FIRE there. On PCH itself, I want to ask you, Eric, as we look to your right, going up, as you, if you will, north is how most people would describe it. What is the scene along PCH now? We see the mobile home community that has been completely destroyed. Can you even see beyond that?
No, I mean, honestly, visibility is so poor here. I want to say it's only like a half a mile or so that we can even see up Pacific Coast Highway. It's just covered with this black smoke, a giant cloud. And at some points it becomes so thick it almost feels like it's nighttime here. We haven't gone up that way, and I don't think I would want to try at this point, not with the kind of visibility that we have here now. Again, we're seeing emergency crews, fire engines and so forth, who are using this parking lot here as sort of a staging area. And then every so often we run into a resident who has come up here either on foot or on a bicycle or on a motorcycle to try and get to the area, to the burn zone, to see what's happened to the house that they live in. And it's really the only way to go is, you can't drive here, but folks are anxious to know what's happened to their homes. And so some of them, one man told me he walked from Santa Monica to get here, and was going to walk up to where his actually there was one man who lived in the mobile home park across the way here, and he told me he had walked up here and it was so smoky he couldn't go up there, but then when the smoke cleared for a second, he saw that there was nothing left. He turned around and walked back to Santa Monica. He'd seen what he'd come to see, and he figured there wasn't anything left here, and so there was no point. But for all these people who've lost their homes, it now is, or the next few days, there's a reckoning. What is going to happen? Where am I going to live for the foreseeable future, perhaps for several years if I decide to rebuild? Trying to get the information together to make an insurance claim, and dealing with the insurance company. It is such a process. We've seen it so many times, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what they're going to have to go through.
Yeah. You know what, Eric? You mentioned that there was a phone number
it's going to be a real challenge.
There was a phone number that was given out at the press conference for people thinking about just that. What do we do going forward? So this number was given, 800-927-4357. And for folks in that situation that you just described, that's a number they say you can call to maybe get some guidance.
Eric, we hope that you and I believe you said you were with Ed will take care of your own health. We know it's very difficult. Thank you for your work.
Meredith today.
Okay, Meredith. Well, thanks to Meredith for her hard work. We're going to switch over to Annie Rose Ramos on the other fire, one of the other major fires in Altadena now. Annie Rose, a very active flame where you are.
Oh, Frank, I don't know if you can just see the gusts that we are getting here, but it is so extreme. It is so powerful. We just went over to our KTLA van just to get out of this smoke for a couple of minutes, get some water, and our van was shaking. And you see the evidence of this Eaton fire here in Altadena, where you go one home after the other down the street, and they are all completely destroyed. And we heard that press conference. We now know fatalities were a result of this fire, at least 2, dozens injured, over 100 structures destroyed. And what we found to be incredible was when we were sitting over in our truck to get some water a couple of minutes ago, the street a block down from this looks exactly the same. And another street down from this looks exactly the same. And so it isn't just an isolated situation when we're talking about this street here on Harriet Street. It's not only this one. It goes block by block by block, and it looks exactly the same when it comes to this fire that just feels never ending. It just keeps going and going and going. Now I want to be very clear, they have shut off the power here in this area, so we're trying to maneuver very carefully around some of these power lines that are strewn about on the floor. But the fire department, the LA County Fire, you can see the personnel right next to us with the hoses. They are doing what they can to continue to try and save the houses that remain here. And there you go again. You ever so often you see folks driving through this, even though this is an evacuated area. We just saw that car go through, barreling through, because what we're hearing is folks still want to go in. They want to check on their homes. They want to grab any last belongings if their homes are still standing. And if they aren't, they just want to be able to see for their own eyes what is left of their homes. This has been so traumatic for so many people who, especially a lot of them who have lived here for decades. And this is just so one street of many that we are seeing. You know, I said this earlier, but we spoke to one firefighter who walked out of this street, which looks, I can only describe as being apocalyptic, because you can't even see to the end of the block. And he walked out and he said, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. There is a fire station, Station 12, at the end of our block here on Harriet Street and Lincoln Avenue in Altadena. It is one of the oldest fire stations in LA County. They have been nice enough to allow us to go in and sort of get out of this black air that is now surrounding us here in Altadena. And when I went in, I mean, their faces are covered in soot, of course. These firefighters are exhausted. They're doing the same thing. They're just trying to get inside, get some water, and then they go right back out again here to fight this fire. And when you walk down this street, you think it's almost as if a bomb has gone off, because there isn't one home that's left standing in the second half of this block. Not one. Not one. I mean, it really just takes your breath away as you continue to hear the explosions in the background. And I talked to you about that one man, Carl, that I could see walking out of the smoke, covered in soot, holding those 2 portraits of his grandfather. They were the only 2 things that remained from the home that went up in flames overnight. He said he tried to stay for as long as he could. He took the 2 portraits, he watched his home of over 40 years burned to the ground in front of him, and then he walked down the street and walked away. There was nothing else for him to do. There was nothing else for him to say. He said, you know, at least myself, my family, we're okay. We have our lives. That's all I can really ask for up to this point. You know, to give you a little perspective of where we're standing, Altadena, sort of above Pasadena, but we are nowhere near the mountains. They're a couple blocks up. And so everyone that we spoke to in this community who has lost their home said, I never thought it would come this far down. I never thought the fire would spread this far. And as we walk, we finally make it to the end of the block here. You can see, okay, the rest of the block. That's a garage that's somewhat still standing. Look at that tree, Dan, to your left. To your left, that tree completely engulfed, and that's been the problem. As you get a big gust, that tree goes up in flames, sending embers straight down the street. I've been getting messages on social media asking me, you know, can you tell me if closer to Fair Oaks, if anything is still standing? Is Harriet Street still standing? Well, we've walked to the end of the block now, all the way from Lincoln Avenue, and not one single home is standing. I'm going to try and actually physically walk to the end of the block. I'm going to walk underneath these power lines. These power lines are not active. Goodness. But it is no longer here. I don't want to get separated from Dan here because there's nothing left. And so I think for us, we had been staying with this fire engine here with LA County as they tried to keep this fire contained. For us to walk out to the end of the block and see a very similar situation and multiple blocks down from us, every single one of them looking like that, was just breathtaking. Take a look at this tree right here. That's just going up in flames. And again, you know that the house itself that it's standing next to is not, there's no saving it. It's gone. It's gone up in flames. But the biggest threat that that tree poses to this community are the embers that it can send down the block. It is pitch black, and I can honestly say, you know, we've been out here for a couple hours now here in Altadena, and I haven't touched anything, but my hands, my face are just dark and black with all of this soot, just by sheer nature of being out here. Dan, look over here. You can see this power pole right here. Look at this power pole right here. That is on fire. And then right here, that singed truck. And this is why we say this whole neighborhood looks like this, because when you walk, we're gonna walk up this street here. This is Olive and Harriet Street, sorry, excuse me. So we walked, and I'm gonna stand a little bit away from that power pole just in case it does decide to go down. But Olive Avenue and Harriet Street, and if you look up Olive Avenue, it's the same story. If you look down Olive and to every single direction, it's the same sight. Everywhere we look, you can turn all the way around and everything has been destroyed by this Eaton fire. It is just incredible to see. There's nothing that has been untouched. There is nothing that's not engulfed in flames. I'm gonna walk over here because I see a man just sort of taking this all in. He's walking over there, so I don't know if he lives here, but I'm gonna try and go see what he is up to. Maybe he is a resident here. You know, every once in a while we can look up and see an opening in the smoke and see the blue clouds above us, and you're reminded that it's actually daytime, because at some point you forget, and it's hard to remember when you are just covered. Sir, are you okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I just saw someone running by us. He says he's gonna be right back. I mean, this is the first I'm walking, this is the farthest I'm walking down here, and it is breathtaking. It's in the sense that it keeps going, and all of these houses are gone. Not on Grand Avenue. I see sirens in my direction. I don't know where they're coming from. This is one of the first homes that looks like it's still standing, which is other homes around us are completely gone. Dan, come on over here. I'm just telling my photographer, Dan, to get a little bit closer to us, because I know, ma'am, can I just ask you, do you live over here?
I live in Altadena.
And are you evacuating right now, or what's going on?
I had to go make sure that the house wasn't on fire. Luckily, our house isn't on fire, but everybody else's house is on fire, unfortunately.
What was it like driving through there?
It's scary. It's like basically how you see in a movie, like where everybody's trying to get out, and it's just like there's fire everywhere. Like you see it just burning and just coming down, and the police are up there just telling everybody evacuate and get out now. So I'm leaving. I'm about to go to LA so I can get up out of here as quick as I can.
Did you stay the night?
Fortunately, no, but I had to make sure that my family was okay because they live up there and they have a house up there. So I had
How are they doing?
They're doing okay. They evacuated. They're in Orange County right now. So I was just making sure that their house is not on fire, and I'm leaving too.
Incredibly, the
Yes.
house is still standing.
Yes, thankful. But you guys be safe, please. Like, please, please.
It's treacherous getting out there. Or the news. What's that? Okay, look, this. Sir, you. So there.
Still standing, you know, we can save those.
What's
I
that?
saw the fire
There's
department
There's
out
4
on-
homes here still
These four-
standing.
Yeah, these 4 homes are still standing. Actually 5 homes.
Yeah, these are the first. You live here, sir?
It's my father's house. I grew up here.
This
Yes.
is your father's house?
Yes.
And have you seen any first responders here?
No. I've been here for an hour and a half putting out fires. There was fires all around his house, but I put them out. But it's still, that fire's going to take them if they don't get out here.
Careful.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, if they don't get out here,
So there's a fire, we should say there's a fire also coming in the other side. So we just walk through one on the other side, and then Dan, take a look right there. There's a fire.
These 5 homes, all these 5 homes, they're out on Lincoln Ave, you know, trying to save a home that's already burned to the ground. They could be
I
out
have to
here
say there
actually-
are a few homes that are still standing over there on the other side that they're trying to work on.
Understood.
But to your point, sir, the resources are so
These can be saved.
thin. This is your father's home here.
This is my father's
You grew
home.
up here.
Yes.
I mean, what is it like to see, as someone who's lived here for so long, what's it like to see Altadena like this?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about trying to save the place. And, you know, if you can get through to the fire department.
We'll let them know. We'll let them know. We'll let them know. Stay safe, sir. You know, folks who are staying behind, trying to figure out whether or not the homes are still standing, whether or not they can do anything in terms of, we've seen folks up on their rooftops, hosing down their roofs, hosing down their front lawns, cutting back their brush, taking out their horses. We've seen it all this morning in Alhambra. People just trying to do whatever they can to save a shred of their home, knowing that the firefighters are doing incredible work, tirelessly been working these fires, but the resources are only so much, and they're spread at this point so thin when you have this many fires in our region. All right, we've got some explosions here. I don't know what this is, but we're coming to the end of Harriet, another block on Harriet Street, I should say, and Glen Avenue. And I know I keep saying this, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but again, another block, but a similar site of homes completely destroyed. And because we actually cannot see past this block on Harriet Street, because it is so dark, we're gonna stop here and head back because we don't really want to walk through. If you can see right over there, you just can't see. So we're gonna stop here and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Annie Rose, we so appreciate you giving us a look. That's Harriet Street and Olive, and like you said, the majority of those homes, sadly, on Harriet Street are lost, and you can understand the frustration of that one homeowner. His dad lives there, why he doesn't see firefighters there, but to your point, and you said it many times, and we've been told that today by authorities, 4 major fires burning in the Los Angeles area, and they just don't have enough resources. So we appreciate a look there. Annie Rose, want to get out to Megan Tellis as well, also covering the Eaton fire this morning. Megan.
Jess, good morning to you. You know, I'm here with Jerry and Rita, and they're talking to neighbors right now, it sounds like, asking the question, do you know about the houses to your left and to your right? And Jerry, this has been just the most devastating morning for you. We met, I don't know, let's say an hour ago when you were just coming up, and for the first time seeing what did you feel? What is continuing to go through your mind?
I mean, I first of all couldn't believe my eyes something happened like that.
within less than 7 hours. I left yesterday at 9 o'clock, and today I came in around 8, and then this is what happened.
Yeah.
It's I can't even believe it. A house that I remodeled it for 4 years and redone it from every detail and lived in it in the last 2 years, and bam, it's gone.
It's just gone. And last night the winds were whipping up here. This is actually, Michelinda separates Sierra Madre and Pasadena, and so you're right here on the line. We can see the flames still going over here to the left. This is your Porsche right here. Right before you left, you tell me you grabbed the keys to your Porsche because you thought, well, I'm going to be back and all my things are going to be here.
Yep.
And here the keys are, and here's your license plate. That's all that's left of it. I mean,
this is my license plate, and this is the keys. I took it with me, thinking that I'm going to come back and drive it. And this is what's left from the license plate. Nova Auto. Nova is my company, and Auto is Auto. And this is what's left. 22 years. I owned that convertible Porsche 911, and it's gone in a jiffy. All I have is the keys left.
you look at your washer and dryer. Your wife is starting to remember the things that you guys now no longer have. She mentioned the Bible that your father owned, you know, very personal items. In that moment, because none of us can know what goes through our minds and our heart and our soul in that moment when they say evacuate and you have to take a couple of things. What did you grab?
I grabbed family pictures. We had albums. I took them. And our medication. Because after all, we're senior citizens. We use medication. And that's all. I didn't even think to take anything. No clothing. Nothing.
This is what you left in, this outfit.
That's what I left with. And that's it. Now I have to go start all over again. I don't know. I don't know where to go from, starting from where.
You were telling me when you were feeling very numb about an hour ago, you said, I don't know if I have the energy to do this again. You bought this property in 2018, Jerry.
Yes.
It took 4 years through the pandemic to build it. And anyone who's done any kind of build, remodel, anything, you know the decisions after the decisions and the heart that goes into it.
All the small details.
The details. You talked about the roofing. What about the roof? You said it was fireproof. So do you question what happened?
That's our question. How did it happen? Because the roof was tiled unless the fire came from the sides.
Well, you look to the left of your home. Yes. That house completely gone. To the right of your home. I talked to your neighbor to the just north of you, across right here. His daughter came this morning and she's crying. She was in tears saying, I can't believe the house is still here. What are the chances? Look to the right of her father's home. It's gone. Yes. And her father, she said, was hosing everything down until the very last minute. She hopes and she thinks maybe that was the case, but you did that too, and unfortunately for you, things are different.
Helped. The winds were blowing so much that there was no way that the fire couldn't have propagated all over. Sure. Yeah. When I was here, the fire was on this side. It looked like it turned this way and came down. That's the only way I could explain. But again, it is unexplainable. And the odd thing is that you have 2-3 houses burned, another 2-3 houses saved. It's like hit and miss.
Yeah.
And you feel yourself like, why I was targeted? My God, why me? Right. You know, you start asking those questions to God and expect some answers from him, because after all, he's my creator.
Right.
And I feel that, I don't know.
You look at this and that's just the thing. You don't know what's going to happen next, but Jerry, you're going to get through it. I know you said to me, I don't know if I can do it. You can do it.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I know you guys have to go. So I do appreciate you guys giving us a perspective and the feelings this morning, unexplainable. And again, to use the word numb, that is the ultimate feeling. On this Wednesday, after those very strong winds, 9:30 they evacuated last night, not realizing they'd come home to essentially nothing. Frank and Jess, I'm going to send it back to you for now. We do know that more than 100 structures have been destroyed in this fire. 2 people have died, but fortunately for Jerry, his wife, and the dog, they are alive and doing okay this morning.
I hope so.
Megan, thank you for that. We will continue to see this human toll reflected in our coverage throughout the morning and into the afternoon. We are now into the 10 a.m. hour of the KTLA 5 Morning News. We want to tell you where things stand right now. There is widespread devastation across parts of LA County. Winds continue to fan the flames of at least 3 major fires. The Palisades fire began nearly 24 hours ago in Pacific Palisades. The Hearst fire broke out last night in the Sylmar area, and the Eaton fire is burning in the Altadena and Pasadena areas.
Authorities say 2 people have died in the Eaton fire, though they did not reveal the circumstances surrounding those deaths. There are also a number of significant injuries being reported. The Eaton fire is more than 2,200 acres in size. Currently no containment. About 100 structures have been destroyed, and 28,000 more are being threatened as of this morning.
The Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades has grown in size, now burning more than 5,000 acres. No containment there. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says there are a, quote, high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. Some first responders were also injured. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in effect. An evacuation shelter has been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the Los Angeles Equestrian Center for large animals. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica to Topanga Canyon. The cause of this fire is still unknown. In Sylmar, more than 44,000 people remain under evacuation orders due to the Hearst fire. All neighborhoods north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the 5 and 14 freeway split under an evacuation order. An evacuation warning has been issued for the area of the 5 freeway to Woodley and Balboa, to LaHaye Street to Zelza Avenue. The flames have consumed a little more than 500 acres with no containment.
And we've been anxiously waiting to get Sky 5 in the air this morning. Due to the winds, also the fact that President Biden is in town, there has been difficulty getting helicopters up in the sky. But Rich Prickett now over the Eaton fire with a look at things. Rich, good morning.
Jessica and Frank, good morning. Yes, we are finally able to give you an overhead perspective of one of the 4 fires currently burning in Los Angeles County. We are currently over the Eaton fire, which is in the La Cañada, Flint Ridge area, as well as Altadena, where that fire had started last night at about 6:23. Now, we are seeing these live pictures from the air for the first time here in the Sky 5 HD, and we'll pan down here, we'll bring up the map, and we'll look at it together and see what has been left from the fire here that's burned overnight over the past 15 hours or so. You can see lots of homes that are packed together here, densely populated area. We're looking at the northern, I would say this would be the northwestern portion of La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We'll push in here. You can see some of these streets that are in the area and some of the homes that are currently burning as we speak. Firefighters are here. They're trying to do provide some structure protection here, and but you can see some of these homes are on fire. The neighbors' homes are basically virtually untouched. So really just a matter of those flying embers that have pushed down from the hillside and through the communities, and just kind of hopscotching through these homes. There's many homes here that are lost in this La Cañada, Flint Ridge area, as well as Altadena area here. Lots of large homes here, a good cluster of homes on this street here that are lost. Now we'll try and pick through the smoke here and find, kind of just give you a sense of how many homes have been affected here, how widespread the destruction is as far as structures. We know that there's 2 fights that are going on right now for firefighters. You have the urban fight, the fight that's going on down here in the homes, trying to provide any sort of structure protection and make sure that everybody was able to make it out safely. Then you have the wildfire that's burning up in the hills and the mountains here. We'll tilt up here. You can see that Mount Wilson is right here on top of the ridge, so that gives you an idea of where it's burning. There's Mount Wilson at the top of the ridge line, and as we pan towards the south here and into the Altadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge area and towards the 210 freeway, that's all the active involvement of the Eaton fire. As far as we can tell, the 210 freeway was shut down for anybody that's trying to make access from the San Fernando Valley into the Pasadena area. We'll push in again on some of these other homes here. The map is saying Altadena could this could, in fact, be the Altadena area. I know there was some evacuation orders for all of La Cañada Flint Ridge as well, and this is burning in very close proximity. Some of this involvement that we're seeing could be in the La Cañada Flint Ridge area, but this home still burning. It looked like it caught fire somewhat recently when you look at the two homes that are right next to it that have been completely destroyed. And this home inevitably will be destroyed as well. Hopefully firefighters will have some luck in protecting, the home that's possibly next door to it, but they are stretched as far out as they can. They're certainly stretched thin when you consider the amount of fires that are happening here in Los Angeles County. So they're going to do everything they can to protect as many homes as they can. So as we are flying through the airspace here, as we all know, there was a temporary flight restriction, which is actually still in effect here for the VIPs in town, that being President Biden.
Rich, we just lost your picture and your sound for a second. We'll reestablish, but just to give folks some perspective, Rich is just to the east of La Cañada Flint Ridge Country Club, so just to the north of Altadena, or the north side of Altadena. Just to the south of his location is what we're looking at, the live picture of homes burning, which is the location where Annie Rose Ramos is located, which is in roughly near Station 12 in the area of North Olive Avenue and West Harriet Street. And to the left side, is that a live picture?
Yeah.
Is live Pasadena pictures, and it looks dark. It looks like it's night, and that's why I was asking. But some of these scenes where you have the fire burning actively, it is obscuring the sun and making it completely dark, and it appears as if it's nighttime. But you are seeing live pictures here on the ground, both locations, homes and memories burning before our eyes.
That picture on the left, the Pasadena picture, producer just said that's Glen Avenue near Montana, to give folks an idea of what we're looking at there. And it was interesting for the first time to see the Eaton fire from the sky. It is such a different experience when we were just seeing these pictures now and talking to Annie Rose moments ago, when you're in it and the sky is black and things are on fire all around you. And they are still very much in the middle of a very intense firefight, still dealing with these incredibly strong winds. And you can only imagine that when we see those gusts, that these embers end up who knows where.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what they're trying to determine.
And we've talked about this before, the blowtorch effect of these fires. And you see the firefighter on the left side in Pasadena attempting to put this fire out, two of them going at it in the trees, because these are particularly dangerous situations. These embers fly up in the air. You can see them right there. Yeah. And they go from a tree to a structure, to another structure, and then you have entire neighborhoods that are threatened by this. So they are doing their best to get at this, because these are the kinds of embers that move along. Kai Goldberg is with us right now. Kai, the wind conditions, you don't have to be a meteorologist to see, but you can tell us, what are they experiencing right now in terms of winds in that area?
Well, I can tell you firsthand. This is my neighborhood. I just left about a half an hour ago, and the devastation is just mind-blowing.
You live here?
I live in the Northeast Village, so I live on Washington Boulevard between Hill and Sierra Madre Boulevard, and luckily we were evacuated late last night, and I got back to the house this morning at around 3:30, 4 a.m., and the winds were still up. There were some gusts that were 70, 75 miles per hour easily. But the strangest thing, I was out on the balcony, and at 6 a.m. on the nose, the winds shut down completely. There wasn't even a breeze. But the winds began to shift. So it went from the northeasterly section of Pasadena over towards the Rose Bowl. So the winds began to shift towards La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and those particular areas. And that is what we're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see JPL a little bit off to the right there. Fortunately, no damage there to JPL, but down into some of those gullies, some of those foothills, there's a lot of horse property in there too. So unfortunately, you've got a lot of animals that are in that area, and I know we've been showing folks trying to get some of their horses out, and they've even let some of their livestock go just to save them. But the wind conditions in these particular areas are still ferocious. Once we do make our way towards 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, in this particular area of Altadena, we'll start to see the winds beginning to relax just a little bit, but that does not by any means mean that this wind event is over. And the same goes for the Pacific Palisades area. They should, once again, 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, also see the winds begin to relax just a little bit. But the winds are now starting to shift towards Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino County. So even though we are seeing a little bit of a break in the action a little bit later on, that does not by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, Jess and Frank, mean that this wind event is over. We're going to see these winds sort of ebb and flow. You can see what's going on right now, a lot of dark smoke, and we're watching, unfortunately, more structures becoming involved. And we, during Annie Ramos' shot, and many other of our live reporter shots, you can hear explosions, and I heard that in my neighborhood. Propane tanks are exploding everywhere. Also, transformers are blowing up in the Altadena communities. So it is very dangerous, and it is quite ominous looking because the sky is black.
These are, again, live pictures from Rich Prickett, and Rich is showing us this Altadena area, but is going to be moving momentarily over to the Palisades to show us the aerial view there. Kai, the foothill communities experienced exactly what was predicted.
Yes.
The mountain wave effect of winds blasting out of the desert, warm winds, and then coming down through the mountain passes and then hitting the flatlands.
There's an area of low pressure that camped out in the Great Basin over the last 24 and 48 hours, and as it just continued to make its way in a southerly direction towards central California, the Four Corner states, that cold air mass that is entrenched in that area of low pressure, it makes its way up over the mountains, valleys, passes, and canyons. The air is compressed, it speeds up, and unfortunately, it dries the air out tremendously. That's our big problem for the rest of the day. Even if you get a bit of a break in the winds, it is bone dry out there. Relative humidity values 2, 3, 5% at the very most. And obviously you can see what the result is. The trees, the brush, everything just ignites so rapidly and it just explodes. And that's what we're witnessing this morning, unfortunately. And again, we have the red flag warning. It's in place. We knew, as you just mentioned, Frank, I was forecasting ever since last Friday, that this event would be here. And interestingly enough, once we did make our way from Saturday to Sunday, the National Weather Service, everybody got together and decided to up the level, if you will, of this particular event from just sort of a normal Santa Ana wind event to critical. And Henry and I, we've spoken about this, Vera as well. We have not in our lifetimes, this is a once in a generation event, what we're witnessing right now. This does not happen very often. And what you're seeing right now is heartbreaking.
Yeah, sadly, it lived up to what was predicted, unfortunately. So Rich Prickett, as we said, is leaving the Eaton Fire. He's going to head over to the Pacific Palisades to give us a look there. But you just saw all of those properties that were burned up and are still burning. And Annie Rose was down in there. We lost her shot. We'll try to get back to her. She was on Harriet Street and Olive. And that was a community that was saying to her, we were far enough away from the mountains to think we're in an okay zone, that they felt comfortable about where they were at, and that was indeed not the case.
You have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. And I live in a neighborhood, it's concrete everywhere. And last night at 7:45, I stood up on the second floor on the balcony, and there was a area of flame that was roaring towards our neighborhood. And I've talked to our audience many, many times, many years in a row before about, get ready to go, be careful. But I can tell you the emotion, the anxiety, the stress is through the roof. It's really scary. It's really scary. And if I can give our audience any bit of information, any bit of wisdom in all this is that do have a plan, have a bag prepared, have your clothes, things, medicines, legal papers, things that you need to have when you speak to your insurance company in the future that can show them, okay, you can give them a property number, a certain number,
literally
passwords.
your driver's license,
literally
your passport,
yes,
your birth certificate,
yes.
Those are the kinds, and you mentioned it, medicines, insulin, if you have someone with diabetes in your family. These are all important things that are probably spread all over your house.
Yes.
And in a moment where you have right now an opportunity to think about it, and if you see fire or smoke anywhere, there is a chance it is coming to you.
Yes.
And just be ready. Just have it ready. Have the car facing with the wheels going out, just in case, and then hope that it doesn't happen.
Yeah. And you know, and do it in as civilized and in as a calm manner as you possibly can. We saw, unfortunately, what happened in the Palisades with the traffic jam and the cars that were left. My neighborhood, you could drop a pin in the middle of the night, you would hear it because it's so quiet. But it became a freeway in a second. And it was incredible to see the amount of vehicles on a street that I live on that you might see 5 in one day. There were 500 within a half an hour period. And people, fortunately, were calm, cool, and collected. Some of the residents came out, they directed traffic, they helped some of the elderly folks getting some of the bags and things in their cars.
Yeah, let's get back to Annie Rose. Annie Rose was Harriet Street and Olive. Are you in the same neighborhood still, Annie Rose?
Hey, Jess, yeah, we are in the same neighborhood. We've walked a little bit further down Olive just to get an idea, because I know I keep saying how unbelievable this is, but I really just have to sort of see it with my own eyes. And so I've been walking block by block by block just to see the destruction, the damage that has been left by the Eaton fire. As Kai said, you will hear that popping, you will hear those explosions continuing to go on. It is incredibly hot, but also what we are seeing is the movement of those embers. So take a look at this. As this wind continues to blow, you've got a power pole like this one that is, of course, on fire. And what happened just literally seconds ago, the wind blew an ember across the street, and across the street, a small fire just started here. And while you might say, that's not that much, it's really tiny, it's not that big of a deal, well, a fire like this one can then spread to a tree behind it or a bush behind it or the brush, and there goes another block. And that is what we have been seeing happening throughout this entire neighborhood of Altadena. This is not isolated to one block or one area. You can hear the sirens going on in the background. That is because despite this destruction, the firefighters keep fighting. Despite this uphill battle that this fire proves to be, the firefighters continue to keep going. At the end of the block on Harriet is station number 12, where we can grab some water, use the restroom, the facilities there. And I can tell you the firefighters that we have seen who just come in to do the same thing for seconds look exhausted. And I want to bring in Brad. Hi, Brad. You live around the corner. And, you know, I saw you. I know this is an emotional time for you because you evacuated your house. I can see you've got your tennis shoes, some clothes in your front seat. You're sort of dressed in this gear because you are a volunteer firefighter yourself, right?
No, I'm a volunteer air medic with the citizen volunteer air medic with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Been with them for about 21 years, and we do a lot of the technical air rescue stuff.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
You know, I know you're emotional about this, about leaving your home. What led up to that decision? Because I know you just did it, and I know you've been here all night long just hoping that the fire would turn in the other direction.
When I started seeing my neighbor's home across the street go up, you know, like I said, I try to use swimming pool water, bucket, shovel, like as if I was a firefighter, and I'm not. But I'm around these guys. I've been around them all my life. I've been in the medical field over 30 years, as an EMT. And I grew up here, born here in 1970, been here all my life. And to see this just, because it's not for me, but the pain for like everybody here, because we're all neighbors. That's what Altadena is. It's a loving community. We care for one another. My neighbors, we've been there forever. They've been there forever, and they're lovely. They're just lovely. And, I just felt like it was my, not really duty, it was just my heart to do it. Because first of all, they're my neighbors, and I just wanted to try to do it.
And you stayed as long as you could to try and keep their houses from going up in flames.
Yeah.
I'm speechless looking at this neighborhood. I can only imagine, this is your neighborhood. This is where you live. This is your home. It's literally feet from where we're standing.
Right. Yes.
I don't know how you kind of comprehend that. Never in a million years did you think this fire would get this far down, did you?
No. When I saw it earlier, I remember hearing about it. I remember taking pictures and seeing it. So I was like, let me keep an eye on this, because this is very peculiar how it goes from, I guess, Eden Canyon all the way over to lake. And now we're like just, inches from where I live. And then again, I slept for 2 hours, woke up, and I decided to just look in the back, go outside, and next thing you know, this grandeur in Harriet, it was in a blaze. And I just panicked. I panicked at first, I freaked out, and then I go, take a deep breath, let's get the neighbors, if there's anybody left, let me bang on the door, let me do what I can do, get my uncle and my cat out, and I told him, just go. And I said, I'm gonna be here, and I'm gonna stay as long as I can. I tried calling 911 a couple times and see if I could get assistance, because that was really right now the only block that had several homes that weren't up in flames yet. I don't know what it's like now, because I already left.
I think people would look at you and say, this is such a scary scene. You got to get out of there. You got to save. But it's hard to leave, isn't it?
It is, but it's not about me. I've always been that way. It's not about me. That's why I was gracious enough to be on this team. I've learned a lot being on this team, and it's what it is. It's a team, a really good team.
But ultimately, it's time to go now.
It's time to go, and I'm gonna go out to my mom's house in Pomona and just probably stay there. So, yeah.
I'm so sorry for your house and for your loss of your neighborhood.
I just, I pray for everybody here. Really, this has broken my heart, literally, and I'm just in disbelief right now. It's gonna take some time to deal with this.
To process.
Really, it really is.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I've been here for 54 years, and
every block in every direction is like this.
They've been calling me left and right, and they're like, where are you? I said, I'm still here. They're like, what are you doing? I said, don't worry about it. Get
Your
out.
family?
Family, friends, and I said, you guys know how I am. I said, I'm gonna be here to the very end. When I know it's time to go, it's time to go. That's when I...
Because, why do you think? Just because you need to be here? You feel like you need to be here?
I grew up here. This is my life here.
Yeah, it's hard to
and even though a lot of the neighbors don't know me, like people don't know me on this street, doesn't matter. It's their lives, their family, their home.
It's your home, too.
It is. It is.
Brad, I'm so sorry. I know it's hard to leave, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know. All right, Brad, get out of here. And we've been hearing stories similar to Brad's all morning long. You see what you see in front of us, Frank and Jessica, and you think, oh my goodness, this is so scary, and it is. But it's also just incredibly unbelievable. And I think people feel like they want to come back or they want to stay to the very end because they just are having a tough time processing what's happened here in their neighborhood, to their home, to their neighborhood, to their neighbors. And it's gonna, like he said, like Brad said, it's gonna take a while to really process this and then move on. But for right now, it's time to get out. And that's what he's doing, and that's what everybody else has done. And let the firefighters continue their fight of what is salvageable.
Yeah, it's hard to process because it's still underway, as well as you know better than anyone, Annie Rose. You and your team, you've been doing an incredible job of bringing us both not just the physical damage, but the emotional toll that's being wrought in Altadena. We do have this new number up on your screen right now from the Angeles National Forest. They are reporting as of a few moments ago that this fire in Altadena is now at 10,600 acres.
Yeah, and it was 2,200
Yeah.
when we talked about it maybe an hour ago. And I just have to go back to when she was talking to Brad, the humanity in what he was saying. And what a loving, tender-hearted guy that felt the duty to stay and to do what he can for people he knows and people he doesn't know.
Yeah, I want to show, we now have Rich Prickett out over the Palisades fire. So you're looking at Altadena on the left side of your screen. Palisades fire as we look out from Van Nuys to the Palisades fire, and you can see that this is still a very active fire that's burning in the hills over the Palisades.
We're at 5,000 acres. That was the latest update there on the Palisades fire that we had about an hour or so ago, and that could potentially change over the coming hours. But you're right. I mean, as we start to see what things look like from the sky and the wind's still an issue as we head into the afternoon hours, and you just think about the 1,000 structures that are reported lost to this particular fire, the Palisades fire.
Yeah.
And Eric Spillman was showing us images earlier, Sunset Boulevard, around Chautauqua, if you're familiar. I mean, row after row, house after house, nothing left.
Rich, tell me exactly, we said that you were in Van Nuys looking into the hills. Tell us where you are exactly and what are we seeing?
Well, we're currently over, I would say, Van Nuys Airport, looking to the south into the Palisades fire. And so we're trying to do as much as we can in the limited time we are provided here within the flight restriction before President Biden leaves the area. And what you're seeing right now is the eastern portion of the Palisades fire. See that LA City Fire helicopter is coming in for a water drop. There appears to be a home right at the top of the ridge. From this perspective, it's a little difficult to give you exact streets, but I can tell you just in relation that the 405 freeway is right here. So here's the 405 freeway, and as we pan west towards the coastline in the Pacific Palisades, that's where the eastern portion of the Palisades fire is, and it's in a very densely populated area there, burning in the possibly the Mandeville Canyon area. Again, we'll get some more confirmation throughout the morning and into the afternoon as these restrictions start to lift, and we can give you a better sense of exactly where the fire is and the destruction that was left in its path. But it's very widespread here through the Pacific Palisades. We're panning over here towards the west, more in the wilderness area, where you see it's still very active there as well. So still a very active fight here in the Palisades area, and we'll continue to give you live images throughout the day. Frank, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rich, we know you need to land the helicopter because of the flight restrictions that are put in place by the movement of any president. President Biden happens to be in Southern California. He was here to sign some legislation to protect some land out in the desert. He was going out to Joshua Tree. That portion of his trip has been canceled, but he ended up, he's going to be moving into to visit with some firefighters here locally to talk about, to get a briefing from CAL FIRE at some point. So we know that as a result, there are air restrictions that are being put in place. We're having some difficulty in our studio right now seeing precisely what you are seeing at home. Kai Goldberg is here. Kai, what can we expect in the hours ahead?
What Rich was showing us, that live look from the San Fernando Valley, it was, you couldn't see the ocean, but it's out there. But he was describing literally the 405. Then you get to Mandeville, there's Sullivan Canyon. You eventually go west, you're near Reseda Boulevard, which takes you up into a hiking community. Then further to the west, you get in towards Topanga Canyon. So that whole Santa Monica mountain range right now, and visually you could see what an ember spread does. You saw how widespread the smoke, the fire, the plumes were making their way literally from the Palisades all the way further towards the east as you make your way up towards the Getty Center, some of those areas, and then again much further west as you head out towards Topanga Canyon. And unfortunately, we did see the Rio Inn was burned down once you made your way closer to the coastline there.
We're looking at pictures back in Pasadena now of active fire. And Chip Yost is on the ground for us there. Chip, where precisely are you?
Hey there, Frank. We're on Glen Avenue, right near Montana, Glen Avenue in Montana here in Pasadena. And this seems to have happened really quick. When I pulled into the neighborhood, we actually saw police officers driving up and down the street, giving evacuation orders to the people who live here. And look, I mean, this is just terrible. We've been witnessing it all over Southern California, but we've got home after home now here in Pasadena on fire. You can see this one here, a little further down. Just this one right over here in the backyard. These two houses don't look like they've caught yet, but there is active fire and flames in the backyard of this home. And I'm going to stop right here, Andre, stop right here. One thing we've been seeing and we've warned people about, you got to look for lines down. I don't know that these are power lines, but there are lines down here in the area. And one issue we've been hearing about with the resources, the water resources, look down here. You see this fire truck right over here. When I was walking up the street here, one of the firefighters from that truck was stopping some residents who are walking down the street. Hey, where are any fire hydrants? Do you know where's any other fire hydrants? They just found that one, hooked up that fire hydrant. But one of the issues they've been having that you heard about earlier in the news conference is the lack of water. The water is just so scarce. One issue, they usually when they fight these wildfires, what they have is they have the air attack. We haven't had the air attack. One, because the presidential, or I mean, not the presidential, it's because the winds. We haven't had the air attack because of the winds in a lot of places. So they've been relying on water from the fire hydrants. But those hydrants, they're not made to use this much water hours and hours at a time. That's one thing the director of LA County's Public Works was trying to stress today. They're not set up to have this much water used hour after hour after hour like we've been seeing here in Southern California with these fires. So they are asking, let's take a look at this one. We hear a lot of popping here from this home. Looks like it was a beautiful little home here on Glen Avenue. But he's asking people, especially when you're evacuating, not only to turn off your gas, turn off your water, because they need every ounce of water and water pressure they can get to fight these fires. Again, this is Glen Avenue in Montana here in Pasadena. And if we go down the street, we see firefighters in the backyard of another home. They're just trying to do what they can to protect the homes that are still standing, that don't have active fire. We've seen firefighters going in the backyards of some of these homes, doing some whatever protection they can to try to help them before any of the fire spreads. But it is a difficult thing. When I first pulled up into the neighborhood in my car, I couldn't get to this area. I was on the other side, about a block and a half away. There was a house on fire on that side, but the winds, even though the winds have died down, they're not that strong right now. They were pushing the embers and the fire across the street. So it's very likely some of those embers have landed on other homes farther away from where we're at. Let's hope that's not the case, but it's still an issue of this active fire. But I can say right now, as we're standing here, not a lot of strong winds in the area at this moment. But as we've heard, those things can pick up. But a bad situation here in Pasadena as the fire has spread to this neighborhood here. Frank?
If I'm not mistaken, you're in the neighborhood called Muir Heights, or just about. So if you're standing at the Brookside Golf Club, so near the Rose Bowl, and look off to your northeast, just over the 210 freeway, that's where you are right now. So this is Pasadena proper. This is not up in the area where this is south of where Annie Rose was. Annie Rose was just up Lincoln from your location, which is closer to where Station 12 is, LA County Station 12. But this is in Pasadena, Muir Heights neighborhood. And boy, this is This is just devastating. This is someone's house.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Chip, I think you mentioned this when you arrived, that this is a newly evacuated neighborhood. We know 32,000 residents are under evacuation orders, but I believe you said this neighborhood was just given the orders not long ago.
Yeah, I'm only assuming that. I don't know when the order actually went out. I just know when I pulled in, the police car was going around with the loudspeaker telling people to get out, and people were coming out of their homes, and the fire was not in. This is maybe 2 blocks away from here. The fire wasn't in that area yet, and so people were walking outside of their homes, and I could see them looking, going, huh, what? You know, but they were obviously coming out, and some of them I saw already had their cars kind of parked backwards in their driveways to try to, you know, they were ready to go if the order came. But it did seem like it was fairly recent just from what I saw. I haven't been able to talk to anyone officially about when the actual order was put out. But right down here, if we could, Andre, I don't know if you can see it because it's so smoky down here. You see there's a big tree on fire in front of this house. It looks like a resident has a hose, a garden hose. He's trying to get some of the flames out of that tree right in front of his, I'm assuming it's his property or his house right over there. You see there's 2 trees that now have flames on them in front of these houses over here. So you have some residents over there that's on the other side of these, where these wires are down over here. And one thing to be aware of, we heard them talk about it at the news conference about, you know, we're not just concerned about fire right now, but about limbs and trees falling. As in this neighborhood, as we were coming in, we saw a lot of big branches on the road that had fallen down probably during the wind part of this windstorm, or the windstorm. So you saw that. Now we're getting a little breeze. I said it was not windy a minute ago. Right now we're getting a little bit of a gust. So it comes, it goes, it's back, and the fire's still a big problem here in Pasadena. And look at the wires, you know, blowing here with the wind.
And Chip, are those?
Here we go. I'm gonna turn my head a little bit. I just gotta.
We're hoping those wires are de-energized there. Obviously, that's a tremendous danger if they're not. Those firefighters that we can now barely see through the smoke, were they able to find a hydrant that had water? I don't see them.
Well, the one, I'll show you if we turn around here, Andre, the one where we were talking about that, it was this one down here, and the fire truck was coming from down the street where there's another house on fire. So I don't know if they had basically already had that one in use, but he was coming down the street walking, asking people, is there another fire hydrant nearby? And then we came around the corner, he saw this one, and they immediately brought the truck over and hooked it to this one. And it does look like there is water coming out of that hydrant, and they're probably taking it down to that house. Like I said, these aren't the only houses. Maybe we can walk, if we can, Andre, we'll go around the corner here. You know, this is one street, this is Glen Avenue. Over here is Montana. And again, there's a resident in front of their home here in Montana watering down the property, the front of their property. But over here to the right on Montana, this is where that house was that I was talking about. I was trying to come down this way over here. I was trying to get through this street, but this house right over here, you can see it's still burning. The flames were so high, and at the time the wind was blowing some of the flames and the smoke over the street. So it was impossible to pass, and plus obviously the fire trucks were here. Oh, and there goes, look there. Oh, the water, you could just see the water go through the hose there. So that hose definitely working there. But anyway, so now the funny thing is, we heard about the shifting wind, not funny thing, but look at if you could, Andre, see the smoke where it's going now? It looks like it's actually blowing a different direction than it was when I got here. When I got here, it was, watch your step, as I got here, it was blowing over the street. Now it seems to be blowing the opposite direction. And if we come a little farther, Andre, we can see the backyard of one of these homes here. This is now we're on Montana, at Montana and Glen, but on Montana. This is, we kind of saw the home next to this one on Glen was on fire. Now we're on Montana. I can't tell if that one back there is still the one on Glen, or if it's actually caught part of this property here on Montana, but just, you know, resources stretched completely thin. I mean, there are
but
not
you can
probably
see
not
they
enough
are
firefighters
trying.
in California
They've
to
got
attack all these
the
fires.
hoses. They got water in it, and you can see the water attack that's happening and doing their best.
Yeah. Here we go. Here you go. You want to see the water? Here
Yes.
you go.
Yeah.
They are getting it from the back right here. So.
And it's such a
look
difficult
at that, doing
thing.
what they can. And
and doing what they can. And honestly, at this point, it's almost impossible to save the home that's ablaze. They're trying to keep the flames from reaching the other homes that are are not on fire. We saw a homeowner there a moment ago.
Because those embers will go. Yeah.
We saw the homeowner a moment ago with the garden hose, and while that can be effective in knocking down small spot fires, we've heard from officials over and over again that trying to pre-wet your roof or your lawn, that's not very effective in these kinds of conditions, because the fire is preheating ahead of it. The dry conditions, essentially the water is evaporating before the fire gets there.
And look at you see the water
so what is
stopping
happening now?
Starting. Yeah. And maybe Chip will go talk to them, but during that press conference, look, he's going, I don't know, that it's unsustainable to fight multiple wildfires from our hydrants, that they just don't have the water.
They don't have the water,
right.
and then you lose the pressure.
And the pressure.
And in this case, they're changing out the nozzle. I don't know if this is simply a case of that and equipment malfunction, but no, you see that there is no water pressure going through it right now. Maybe they'll fire it back up in a moment.
I think he asked them to hold the water pressure up while they changed the nozzle there. So they stopped it for a while so they could change that. Is what I.
And is that a propane tank or something in the foreground there? That's also one of the dangers, isn't it, Chip?
That would make sense too, because we've heard quite a bit of popping, in different areas, and you never know what it is. But yeah, it does look like maybe a burned out propane tank. It's hard to tell. It's completely charred, whatever it is. But when I was walking over here, because I had to park a little ways down to get over here, you just hear pop, pop, pop. You don't, and some of them louder than others, and you don't know exactly what all that means. But there they go. They're getting that water pressure again. They're trying to get this one out. And look at that. There comes some of the smoke on us a little bit there. But Andre, I don't know if you could just pan over this way, you can see this house we're in the driveway of. It seems to be fine, but there's a garage attached to it right here that is completely engulfed. And we just heard another pop there.
Yeah.
So we're going to back up a little bit here.
Often one of the biggest dangers in these homes is the eaves.
Yes. Yeah.
The embers fly into the eaves of the home, and once that happens, it is very difficult in these wind-driven fires to stop it. And
well, the beauty of the Pasadena architecture is now turning out to be a detriment because of these homes that were built in the 1900s, 1920s, 1930s. There are eaves, there are rafters, there are openings. It's the style, if you will, of the homes. And there's a lot of post-World War II concrete homes as well, but there's a lot of openings, and these things become very flammable. And you could be seeing embers with the ember spray that go through one of those eaves. They can sit for 15, 20 minutes, an hour, and then catch fire a little bit later on. So even though you think you could be in the clear, it's what you really can't see that is quite dangerous.
And I think as we look at this too, to think about the fact that this fire has been burning since 6:30 p.m. last night. And you can think about some of these firefighters who have been on the job for hours and hours and just, fighting through I would imagine the hunger, the fatigue, all of it, to save life first, structure second. And it really is remarkable. And even this morning they talked to some firefighters and you could just see it in their face.
Yeah, but just like the other gentleman that Annie Rose was interviewing earlier, a lot of the firemen, a lot of the police enforcement there in Pasadena, they're homegrown. So this means this hits home. This is personal to them, very much so. They know these neighborhoods very well. They live in these neighborhoods. They have friends and family that are in these neighborhoods. So they're going to stay up without sleeping. They're going to stay up without rest or eating because they have to try and battle this blaze. And unfortunately, it's just been a massive blaze, and it's been something that Mother Nature, you just can't stop her when it comes to 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Chip, we're seeing this battle happening right here with these firefighters doing their best. Can you pull out and show us the bigger picture? Is it just this home that is on fire? Are there others around it that are ablaze?
Oh, yeah, yes, there's a lot of them. Before we pull out, let me just make one point. see this area right here. They actually, it looks like they successfully got a big chunk of this part of the fire out. But look how much water it took to get one little part of one little house out. They've got multiple houses here on fire in just this little neighborhood. But yeah, just behind over there, that's one. There's actually, you can see 1, 2 houses from this angle. You can see the backyards, but let's come over, Andre, if we could, let's walk out here into the street and we'll show you some of the others. As we said, we're on, if you're just joining us, we're in Pasadena, city of Pasadena. We're near Montana and Glen Avenue, where several homes are on fire in this neighborhood. Watch your step there, Andre. And we did hear, if we look over this way, this is Montana. You can see this house has been going since I got here. So that's been going for at least 30 minutes or so. It looks like they're probably just gonna, I don't know, no, maybe they won't let it just burn out, because like you said, Frank, we saw them, this one that they were just on seems like it was largely lost, but they want to get some of the flames out so it doesn't blow an ember over onto another home and start that home on fire. So they're doing what they can. If we could, Andre, just look over here real quick. Here's another thing going on. They've been chopping down some of the trees near the homes. So some of these limbs, some of these trees that are kind of overhanging or close to some of the homes, they've got guys over here that have been chainsawing, getting those trees taken care of. So if those trees catch on fire, it's less likely the fire will get to the house, even though this particular house right behind it, there's maybe a detached, I couldn't tell if it was detached or attached, I think it was detached, but a garage right behind it. That garage is on fire. The home at the moment looks like it has been saved so far, and let's hope that continues to be the case. Now, if we continue down here, watch your step again, Honor, we got some hoses and tree limbs in the street. This house over here, this is like I said, the one where the winds have shifted directions since we got here. When we first got here, the smoke and the flames from that were being blown so hard, this whole street, you could hardly see that fire truck right here in the street. It was blowing over the street. And I couldn't come through this way, so I went around. Now, the winds have shifted. It's blowing the opposite direction. And just a beautiful looking home. I mean, a beautiful looking home. It looks like the one next to it is okay for now. So you got 2 homes right next to each other, but there is a second home on fire. So it looks like actually one home completely burned down over here. It doesn't even look like a home right now. You see watch your step again. You see the chimney over here on the home next to it. That's about all that's left on the home next to it. This one, unfortunately gone. The one right next to it, though, again, we're on Montana here in Pasadena. It is looking like it's doing okay for now. You can see the firefighter doing a little protection right here, watering this area here in between the homes, getting some of the bushes there. But so this is 1 street, Montana. Glen, which is down around the corner, just around the corner from here, there were at least 3 or 4 houses on Glen that were on fire, fully engulfed as well. So you've got those houses on Glen, 3 here on Montana, and that's just the area we've been able to walk around. So there could be more homes north of where we're at. I'm not sure, because like I said, we kind of got here and started just filming this. We haven't been around the whole area. Watch your step behind there. But yeah, this is, let's see. This is, okay, so we're between Mentone and Glen on Montana here is where this is. Oh, thank you. Thank you. He was just giving us a warning to watch out for the power lines here. Thank you for that. And you can see, yeah, there are some lines right down there in the yard. So you got to be aware. You're walking around here and talking about those. You see some tree limbs over here. If you could, in the front yard over there, Andre, there's some tree limbs, like I said, and as you're driving down the streets in this area, there are tree limbs on every street, just down in the street. So just a lot of issues going on, but the biggest right now, trying to get all these fires out here in the city of Pasadena, where it appears the Eaton fire has reached.
All right, thank you, Chip. Just a tragic situation all over Southern California. If you are just joining it, it's just before 11 a.m. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker, along with Kai Goldberg. And we do want to update you on the major fires in Southern California. We're going to begin with the Eaton fire, burning in the San Gabriel Valley. It has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and at least 100 structures have been destroyed. 2 people have died, and there are reports of significant injuries. The Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades has grown to more than 5,000 acres, and it has destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures, many of them homes. There is no containment there as well. The Hearst fire has burned more than 500 acres north of Newhall Pass in Sylmar, And the Woodley fire burned 30 acres in the Sepulveda Basin, but it has now been knocked down.
Residents in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, as well as parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning. The fires are being fanned by the strong winds. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground. Unfortunately, the use of aircraft was halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the high winds. One firefighter has been injured and multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are now without power across LA County. We're going to get right back to Chip Yost covering that Eaton fire in Altadena, where they saw that house up in flames. Chip?
Yeah, hey there, guys. We're walking back down around the corner to show you some more of the damage here. We're on Montana. Look at walk your step there, Andre. There's some hoses. There's some of the work they've done here. We're showing you they're chopping some of the trees down since we just walked past here like 3 or 4 minutes ago. That's how much they've gotten out of there trying to protect this home. But if we come over here, we can see what's going on Glen Avenue and why they're doing that. Because just behind this home, you're just looking at an attached or possibly a detached garage, fully engulfed, look like a complete loss. And just to the side of those, as we go around here to Glen Avenue, you can see, actually let's just go in here. We'll show you this again, see what kind of progress they've made.